A person in Marvel takes on the Avengers alone. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 76 War Merchant Nick Fury. Dr. Rory, the Immortality Potion. I've been very busy lately, busy building Celestial Island and conducting experiments. We only have 5 vials left. As usual, send in blood samples from the users for testing first. The purpose of the testing, of course, is to prevent Skrulls from infiltrating. And the potion isn't free, they need to pay real money for it. More supplies, more soldiers, and more test volunteers, these are what Rory needs right now. After a long discussion, Ross and his entourage of higher-ranking Federation officials boarded the plane. Ross looked out the window at Rory, who had already turned and left, lost in thought. Ross had to admit one fact: Rory had already risen above the Federation's power structure. He controlled all the Federation's top officials and could influence Federation decisions and even its overall structure. From the beginning, Ross knew this was a trap, but he had no choice but to jump in. No one can resist the temptation of immortality, especially those at the pinnacle of power and wealth. Even if it were poison, they would drink it without hesitation. Many people think that spending enormous resources to research and enhance warriors or superpowered individuals is to increase strength, but that's secondary. The real purpose is to break through the limits of human lifespan. Why would humanity accept Asgardians settling on Earth? Do they really think it's out of kindness? Once Thor is gone, humanity will surely put the Asgardians, who live for thousands of years, on the testing table and dismember them. It's not like no one has coveted the immortality potion formula in Rhodes' possession. They've even conducted countless reverse experiments, all ending in failure. The reason they haven't completely broken ties yet is because both sides still need to cooperate. If the secret to increasing lifespan is cracked, or if Rhodes accumulates enough power, that will be the day they break ties. After the plane carrying President Ross took off, Rhodes planned to return to his lab to continue his research. But then, the Eternals arrived and blocked Rhodes at the lab entrance. "Rory, you haven't forgotten what you promised me, have you?" Rory chuckled. "Of course not. I found the root cause of your inability to grow. You just need to wait patiently." The little elf questioned with disbelief in its eyes. "Why has my body stopped growing?" Phastos was once the intellectual leader of the Eternals, specializing only in physics and science. According to Phastos's theory, the only way for the little elf to grow up was to give up cosmic energy. The little elf firmly believed this, which was why it questioned Rory's abilities. Rory led the little elf into the lab, opened the computer, retrieved the files, and said, "Eternals possess near-infinite lifespans because of the perpetual stem cell hematopoietic function under the influence of cosmic energy, which promotes metabolism and keeps the body fresh. In other words, as long as you can still use cosmic energy, your body will remain in its current state forever." Rory didn't know if the six-tube Gauderistum had lost its mind or what, insisting on modifying an eternal child. Normally, Eternals can grow naturally and reproduce, like Thanos, who was born naturally. However, the Eternals modified by the Celestials would completely lose the ability to grow naturally and reproduce. To put it nicely, it's called modification. To put it bluntly, it's just creating a group of slaves to do work for free. The little elf, stunned, asked, "You mean I have to give up my power?" The little elf's purpose in staying was to grow into an adult while retaining her power, so she was naturally dissatisfied with Rory's answer. Rory smiled and ruffled the little elf's hair. "Of course not, it's not giving up, but suppression. As long as the cosmic energy is suppressed to a certain level, the other cells in your body will undergo subtle changes. Perhaps your growth rate will be a little slower, but at least it will guarantee you grow into an adult." Hearing that she could grow up, the little elf's unhappiness vanished instantly. Even if she grew slower, it didn't matter, as long as she could grow up. She had waited thousands of years, a few more years wouldn't hurt. Rory's research wasn't entirely to help the little elf. He himself also contained celestial genes, which was a significant weakness for him. Theoretically, if someone used this type of inhibitor on him, it could indeed kill him. Laurie's ultimate goal was to transform himself into the most perfect being in the universe, so such a weakness naturally needed to be eliminated. He even considered having a child with a female Eternal and then using the genes from a viviparous child to complete his pseudo-Eternal genes. However, subsequent experiments revealed that Eternals using cosmic energy could not conceive at all. The fetus would be washed away by the cells nourished by cosmic energy before it even formed. Unless Laurie's sperm could withstand the erosion of cosmic energy. Nick Fury, who hadn't appeared for a long time, suddenly contacted Captain Marvel, Carol. After the failure of their last mission, Carol and several Avengers were staying in the Asgardian settlement in Norway. Thor had just returned a few days ago and was currently plotting how to eliminate the destroyer of worlds, Laurie. Nick Fury wants to meet me. I'm going out for a bit. Don't make any moves before I return. Thor didn't care. Although he had dealt with the Godslayer, Gale, he had lost Jane Fox forever, and Thor had once again become addicted to beer. After Captain Marvel Carol left, Thor turned to Dr. Banner and asked, "Who exactly is that, Laurie? I haven't been away from Earth for long, why is he so different?" Opinions on Thor's true strength vary. In the final battle, even wielding Stormbreaker and Mjolnir, Thor was no match for Thanos, while Captain Marvel Carol managed to fight him to a draw. Based on the conclusion alone, Captain Marvel Carol might be slightly stronger than Thor. However, objective factors are that the weakened Thor faced a fully powered Thanos, while Iron Man and Captain America, who couldn't even reach A-class status, were at best supporting him. Captain Marvel Carol entered the fray at the very end, facing a Thanos who had lost his weapon and been thoroughly outmatched by a group of superheroes, leaving him almost completely exhausted. It's hard to say who is stronger. But in Laurie's opinion, Thor's strength is actually superior to Captain Marvel's. Thor, fresh from acquiring Stormbreaker, even nearly killed Thanos, who possessed all 6 Infinity Stones. His power was absolutely terrifying. Therefore, it's understandable that Thor didn't take Laurie seriously. After all, there aren't many people in the universe stronger than Thor. Meanwhile, Captain Marvel, Carol, arrived at the agreed meeting place and landed, finding Nick Fury behind a tree. "Where have you been all this time?" Carol asked, approaching him. Nick Fury shook his head. "The federal government has been completely controlled by Ross, and SHIELD has been labeled a defector. I had to temporarily evacuate with my people, and I only recently arranged a place to stay." After explaining, he asked, "Carol, what's the situation on your end? After you left, Doctor Strange organized another operation, but it failed, and he himself lost an arm to Laurie." Nick Fury's expression changed, but after a moment, he calmly asked, "What are your plans now?" "Strange plans to bring Wanda back, and together with Thor and me, we'll deal with Laurie." With Wanda's involvement, Carol didn't believe Laurie had any hope of winning. Nick Fury, stroking his chin, analyzed, "The federal government is currently under Ross's control. Ross obtained the life-extending serum from Laurie. According to my intelligence, Laurie now has an enhanced super soldier squad. If we're going to take action, we must assemble an army. SHIELD rescued Luke Cage before leaving, and I also found Clint Barton. James Rhodes is also with me. Later, I'll ask Spider-Man Peter Parker and Ant-Man Scott to gather as much power as possible to ensure success." Carol, unaware that the Nick Fury in front of her was an imposter, nodded in agreement. Also, the Asgardian and Wakanda armies should be assembled. The Asgardians are descendants of the Aesir and Vanir gods, almost all possessing Captain America's strength, but they suffered heavy losses in the last war against Thanos, and their current pool of capable warriors is limited. Wakanda has more advanced equipment and technology, but their individual strength is weaker. If the goal is to deal with Laurie, they should focus on high-end combat power. Nick Fury, however, emphasized the need to gather more troops. Carol, though suspicious, didn't take it seriously. The fake Nick Fury's true intention wasn't just to incite conflict between Laurie and the Avengers, but to ignite a war between the federal military and Asgard and Wakanda. Ideally, he wanted to drag all of humanity into the war, giving the Skrulls an opportunity to rule Earth. This fake Nick Fury had actually appeared after the Battle of New York between Laurie and the Avengers. His goal was to take advantage of the deaths of Captain America Steve Rogers and Falcon Sam to incite conflict and war. "Let's split up. You go and persuade Thor to gather the Guardians of the Galaxy and the Asgardian warriors. I'll contact the other superheroes in Wakanda. If they also brought in the Space Raiders, their strength would be almost equal to that of the battle against Thanos. Unaware of this, Carol immediately agreed to the fake Nick Fury's suggestion. Back in the Asgardian town, Captain Marvel Carol recounted her meeting with Nick Fury in detail. Nick Fury means to immediately gather all available forces and launch a war before Rory is ready. Bruce Banner stroked his chin and remained silent for a long time before speaking. I still don't understand how we got to this point with Rory. Carol shrugged, asking me that question is pointless. It seems that the stronger the superhero, the less adept they are at thinking, and Captain Marvel is no exception. Chapter 77 The Skrulls' request to join the battle. Carol didn't know, all she knew was that Rory was an enemy, and the murderer of Captain America Steve Rogers and Falcon Sam. Bruce Banner shook his head repeatedly. No, that's not right. When I first met Rory, he seemed like a relatively kind, ordinary person, and he had a strong interest in biological sciences. What does that mean? Carol asked, puzzled. Just then, a voice came from outside the door. It means this person wasn't born evil. Carol and Banner turned around simultaneously and saw Valkyrie standing in the doorway, leaning against the doorframe eating an apple. Valkyrie continued, Asgardians never judge a person's character based on their actions or appearance, but on their heart. Take Loki, for example. Although Loki often does bad things, Odin and Thor never considered him a bad person. Valkyrie went inside, threw the apple core into the trash can, and added, I've never met this guy you're talking about named Rory, but I know that for an ordinary person to become a bad person, even one who wants to destroy the world, something must have happened to him. Snap. I remember now. Banner slapped his thigh. It was Rhodes. He recorded the video of Rory collecting Thanos' blood sample and said Rory was the next Thanos. Bruce Banner, with his exceptional intelligence and good memory, immediately recalled everything that had happened. Carol paused, then asked, just because he got some Thanos blood, we have to kill him? Banner shook his head. The risk certainly exists, but it's not enough to warrant killing Rory. What I don't understand is, why start a war, especially since it was proposed by Nick Fury? Doctor Strange was the first to suggest controlling Rory, but it was Nick Fury who advocated for war. The first operation, under Nick Fury's command, was an attack on a Federation military base, which ended in failure, leading to everyone being wanted by the Federation and forced to live in hiding. Now Nick Fury wants to gather the world's resources to wage war against Rory, which is clearly unreasonable. War and combat are completely different concepts. The impact extends beyond the participants, indirectly affecting the entire world. Rory is close to the Federation and controls the resources of Celestial Island, making him a key target for various nations. If war is waged against Rory, the Federation will inevitably get involved, potentially placing the Avengers on the opposite side of the world. That's why Bruce Banner asked this question, unable to understand. What do you mean? Are we just going to let this go? Thor, never one to think things through, continued, even Thanos isn't a match for us, we have no reason to be afraid of him. Banner refused, this matter should be put on hold, at least until Strange brings Wanda back. Did he say Rory would destroy the world? If we deal with Rory now, won't everything be solved? Thor asked, confused. Banner shook his head. Strange said the world will be destroyed because of Rory, but he didn't say how. If the world is destroyed because of our fighting, then the sinner isn't just Rory, but all of us. The conflict between Rory and the Avengers was inevitable, and war between Celestial Isle and the Avengers was imminent, with both sides making preparations. Almost all the adamantium mined recently was used to arm the night station on Celestial Isle. For example, barb gauntlets were made for Abomination, as well as standard armor and weapons for the Night Super Soldiers. Today, Rory also designed an enhancement plan for Deathblade Anthony. Anthony, come with me for a moment. Anthony was originally a disabled veteran who couldn't find work, and the military didn't provide much resettlement compensation, leading to a very difficult life for his family. Later, he volunteered to participate in Rory's genetic experiments, not only becoming a superhuman but also being rehired by the military, earning more money for his family. Therefore, Anthony was filled with gratitude towards Rory. He followed Rory into the laboratory and sat on the experimental recliner as Rory arranged. Extend your bone scalpel. Anthony complied, slowly extending the bone scalpel from his severed arm. Rory picked up a syringe with a tube connected to viscous silver slime. This is liquid adamantium alloy that I melted with a laser. I'll inject it into your bone scalpel later. Tell me immediately if you feel anything wrong. Rory had considered transforming Anthony into someone like Wolverine, replacing all his bones with adamantium alloy, but Anthony didn't have Wolverine's superhuman regenerative abilities and might not be able to withstand it, so he opted to modify only the bone scalpel on his severed arm. After securing Anthony, the needle was inserted into the bone core, and the molten adamantium alloy was slowly injected. Anthony felt a slight ache, like a toothache mixed with a leaking nerve. The adamantium alloy gradually enveloped the bone blade, sealing all the barely perceptible fibrous pores within the bone, and then completely covering the entire blade. Moments later, the bone blade was completely transformed into a gleaming, cold blade. Snap, the restraints were released, and the aloof Anthony raised his arm to admire the brand new bone blade, a slight smile playing on his lips. How does it feel? Rory casually asked, putting away his tools. The adamantium bone blade retracted and extended twice. Anthony clicked his tongue and said, I don't feel anything, but it's definitely stronger. Abomination Blonsky assumed the position of captain of the Heavenly Island Security Force, with Steel Body Pain and Death Blade Anthony as squad leaders, each leading nearly 100 serum-enhanced super soldiers to guard the safety of Heavenly Island. The next day, Rory handed several doses of suppressant potions to Tina and the elf, saying, I'll be gone for a few days. Take your medication on time during this time, and if anything happens at home, remember to keep an eye on things for me. The elf wasn't very strong, but Tina's combat prowess was by no means weak. Rory had been using Tina a lot to hone his combat skills recently. Tina casually asked, Where are you going? To take care of some small business, Rory replied casually without explanation before leaving the lab. He boarded a private jet and flew directly to Washington. The situation was now clear. Individually, Rory was on par with any member of the Avengers, but overall, he was far inferior. There were two ways to solve this problem. One was to continue improving his strength until he could single-handedly crush all the Avengers. The other was to create more enhanced warriors, forming an army strong enough to contend with the three major powers of Asgard, Wakanda, and the Guardian Mages. The problem was that improving strength wasn't something that could be accomplished with a few words. Several months had passed since the Celestials' resurgence, and Rory still hadn't found a way to become stronger. The Eternals' genes could no longer further enhance his genetic level. Even with blood samples from all 10 Eternals, he still couldn't achieve a breakthrough in the use of cosmic energy. Rory knew this path wasn't over yet, but he just couldn't find the direction. Another method for creating an enhanced warrior legion also had problems. The super-large legion was mixed with Federation soldiers, and this entanglement made it difficult to guarantee the legion's overall purity. After careful consideration, to buy himself more time and increase his chances of winning the war, Rory decided to take the initiative and create some trouble for the Avengers. Since the Avengers became wanted criminals, the fake Rhodes had been hiding in a Skrull settlement established within the Eastern European nuclear contamination zone. Before the war began, the war machine shouldn't be revealed too early. President Ross, after receiving intelligence from Rory, immediately arranged for reconnaissance of the Eastern European nuclear contamination zone, and indeed discovered problems. That day, the fake Rhodes was about to go talk to the fake Nick Fury about starting the war when, just as he stepped outside, an explosion suddenly sounded nearby. A deafening roar erupted as flames lit up the sky, raising a cloud of dust. Screams erupted from the Skrulls living on the outskirts. However, the Skrulls were not the first to be attacked. It was the encirclement force sent by Ross who immediately retaliated. Helicopters hovered overhead, tanks and armored vehicles advanced on the ground, and a group of heavily armed soldiers steadily advanced. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Prepare to counterattack. The sudden appearance of the enemy immediately put the Skrull civilians on edge. The fake Rhodes ran back into the factory, donned the war machine suit, and flew into the air, destroying the helicopter with a single micro-missile. A deafening crash followed as the helicopter crashed to the ground and exploded, bursting into flames. Ground-based armored countermeasures immediately targeted the war machine and returned fire. Gunfire, explosions, and screams filled the air. Thump 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 thump. AC-130 gunships, modified from Hercules transport planes, arrived to provide support, circling the nuclear-contaminated area at low altitude. Their 105mm howitzers and 20mm M61 Vulcan cannons on the sides unleashed a torrent of ammunition. The fake Rhodes, dodging the barrage of fire, flew towards the gunships, launching a missile at approximately 100 meters away. The war machine then immediately turned to clear out the ground armored forces. The AC gunships were hit and retreated from the battlefield, billowing black smoke. The Skrulls' counterattack was exceptionally fierce, with some Skrulls disguising themselves as humans and infiltrating the ranks to carry out targeted assassinations. After half an hour of fierce fighting, the military's encirclement force was completely annihilated. The Skrulls were cleaning up the battlefield, collecting weapons, and burning the corpses. With a whoosh and clang, the fake Rhodes piloted the war machine back into the main building, removing his mask and saying, "This place has been exposed. We must find a way to evacuate immediately. Where else can we go? If you ask me, let's just start the war." The fake Nick Fury walked in and said, "The Skrulls aren't ready for war right now. First, disperse our forces and integrate them into human society. Ideally, replace the government's top brass. Only when humanity experiences a civil war will we have a chance to control the Earth. How much longer? Soon. The Avengers are assembling their army." Chapter 78. All distrust begins with suspicion. The special plane landed in Washington, D.C., followed by a convoy of cars that pulled into the airport, picked up Rory, and headed straight for 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Rory, of course, didn't need bodyguards. The motorcade was simply President Ross's way of showing his importance. Rory had seen the presidential residence on television many times, but this was his first time entering it in person. "Sir, the president is waiting for you inside." The assistant secretary led Rory to the presidential office, where super soldiers 4 and 7 stood guard at the door. Upon seeing Rory, the two immediately saluted. "Good morning, sir. You two seem much more energetic lately. Don't forget to take care of your families in your spare time." "Thank you, sir." Rory patted them on the shoulder, and then entered the highest office in the federal government. President Ross stood up, a headache forming in his eyes. "Based on the clues you provided, we did indeed find traces of aliens in Chernobyl, Eastern Europe. I never imagined they'd be hiding there." Rory explained, "Nuclear radiation is extremely harmful to humans, but it has almost no effect on those aliens. It's normal that you didn't expect that. Sigh, the main problem is that we lost an entire special forces team there, not a single survivor. Their unit numbers were wiped out. This has caused a huge uproar at the Pentagon." The Pentagon is the headquarters of the Department of Defense, where most of the top military and political figures work. Although President Ross wasn't directly responsible for this incident, it was his first setback since taking office, and if it leaked out, someone would definitely use it to attack him. Rory fiddled with the trinkets on the president's desk, listening to President Ross's rambling before finally speaking. "There's a traitor within the Federation's upper echelons. Not that someone betrayed you, but that those aliens can freely transform into other people's appearances, replacing the original individuals and infiltrating the upper echelons. They can even copy memories. That's the main reason I asked you to send me blood samples from those who used the life-extending drugs for testing. The Skrulls, also created by the Celestials, are not carbon-based life forms and possess the ability to copy others' appearances and memories." Rory couldn't understand how Nick Fury could have a relationship with a non-carbon-based being. Among the Skrulls, there's a type called Super Skrulls, who can not only copy appearances and memories but even superpowers. It wasn't until the Super Skrulls became extinct that they were attacked by the large Magellanic Kree Empire, eventually becoming a nomadic species that came to Earth. President Ross's mouth dropped open in shock, and after a moment of speechlessness, he asked, "You mean aliens transformed into the appearances of the Federation's upper echelons, and then?" Ross didn't even dare to imagine the consequences if all of humanity's upper echelons were replaced. So when we encounter a crisis, Ross automatically categorized himself and Rory as being on the same side. Rory put down the ornament in his hand. "Did you already find the trail of War Machine Rhodes? Send me there." Alone? This president wasn't worried about Rory's safety, he was worried about the immortality potion and the minerals on Celestial Island. Despite the fierce international debate over the sovereignty of Celestial Island, no country dared to land there without authorization. The Indian fleet was a prime example. Rory waved his hand. "No need to say anything, arrange it immediately." President Ross had no choice but to call the Pentagon and arrange a Quinjet for Rory. Rory, unable to fly, was frustrated. He could only go wherever he wanted by plane. The Quinjet broke through the clouds and arrived above the outer edge of the Eastern European nuclear contamination zone. The pilot turned around and said, "Sir, we are about to reach our destination. Should we land now?" "No need, Open the hatch. Rory stood up and went to the tail of the fighter jet, waving to the pilot to open the hatch. Seeing that Rory wasn't wearing a parachute, the pilot considered reminding him, but then decided against it and casually pressed the hatch release. Click buzzed, the tail hatch of the fighter jet opened, and Rory jumped out without hesitation. The night wind was even clearer. Rory stood straight, his face showing no fear, and just before landing, his golden battle suit materialized. With a thud, Rory plunged into the ground like a stick. Pulling his deeply embedded leg out of the earth, he determined his direction and headed towards the Skrull settlement. Half an hour later, Rory appeared near the Skrull settlement. Several Skrulls on patrol were chatting idly. Rory turned on his recording device and quietly slipped inside. In the main building of the nuclear power plant, Rory stood on the third-floor staircase looking down at the first floor. In the center of the first floor, a long table was set up, and several green-skinned Skrulls, interspersed with two black-skinned ones, were sitting together, discussing something. The Avengers will gather Asgardian and Wakanda warriors to launch an attack on Rory. For the resources of Celestial Island, the Federation military will definitely stand idly by, and a war between the two sides is inevitable. The dark-skinned Nick Fury explained his plan. It would be best to drop 2 nuclear bombs on Celestial Island to wipe out all the super soldiers and Avengers at once. We can also infiltrate more of our people into the upper echelons of the human government, another dark-skinned Rhodes chimed in. Ross has been elected president, it would be best to replace him and let me form a new Avengers. Let's hurry, we need to bring all the remaining people here as soon as possible. Earth will be our new home. After chatting for a while, the meeting adjourned, and everyone went back to rest. Rory followed the fake Rhodes down the rooftop staircase to one of the rooms. A war machine stood against the wall. The fake Rhodes took off his coat and walked to the war machine, surprisingly picking up a towel and wiping it. How, you don't actually have feelings for a machine, do you? A familiar yet unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out. The fake Rhodes froze for a second, then slowly turned around. Rory. How did you find this place? Rory asked casually, was it that hard? The fake Rhodes frowned for a long time before tentatively asking, so you heard everything we just talked about? Of course, Rory wouldn't answer his question. He walked up to the fake Rhodes, looking at War Machine behind him, and said, when did you become Rhodes? It couldn't have been before we fought Thanos, could it? So, instigating Steve and the Avengers to fight me was also part of your plan? Rory couldn't understand. He was just an ordinary person back then. It would have been pointless to scheme against him beforehand. But in these conflicts, the fake Rhodes and the fake Nick Fury were always present, so it didn't seem like a spur-of-the-moment decision. The fake Rhodes also didn't answer Rory's question, but simply touched War Machine's armor. The next second, War Machine suddenly activated, and the weapons on its shoulders and arms instantly aimed at Rory. Bang! War Machine fired a shot, hitting Rory in the forehead and causing his neck to tilt back slightly. Whoosh! The energy dagger that Rory conjured in his hand sliced off the weapons on War Machine's armor in the blink of an eye. The cut was smooth and clean, and it fell to the ground with a clang. The fake Rhodes' expression changed, and he immediately said, Rory, actually we can join forces to rule Earth. We can help you fight the Avengers, and we can even help you control high-ranking human officials. Rory held up a finger and shushed him. My purpose in coming here is simple, I just want to borrow something from you. The Skrulls aren't particularly strong in combat, otherwise they wouldn't have been driven from their home planet by the Kree. Their strength lies in their ability to transform into anyone, infiltrating undetected and difficult to be discovered. For example, Rhodes and Nick Fury were unknowingly replaced. The fake Rhodes hurriedly asked, borrow what? A flash of golden light, and a line of blood immediately appeared on the fake Rhodes' neck. I'll borrow your head. The fake Rhodes' pupils dilated, and after losing life, his appearance instantly changed from Rhodes to his original green skin. This scene was captured by the camera Rory had activated beforehand. With a thud, the fake Rhodes, now back to his green skin, collapsed to the ground, his head and neck rolling 2 meters away before coming to a stop. Rory ignored the dead Rhodes, twirling his energy dagger across War Machine's chest and ripping out the energy core. He then quietly left a nuclear contamination zone. Meanwhile, in a small village in Asgard, Norway, Thor sat on the sofa, rambling on and on. Are we just going to sit here doing nothing? I refuse to believe we can't get anything done without that sorcerer. Dr. Banner reassured him, it's not that we can't. After all, Doctor Strange was the initiator, He knows better what to do. Besides, he said he'd bring Wanda back. With Wanda involved, the operation will be more successful. Thor pouted, I still prefer the old Hulk. He remembered the happy times he and Hulk had on Sakar. Back then, Hulk was innocent and adorable, unlike the Hulk of today who had a brain, and they were never on the same wavelength. Knock knock. Valkyrie entered, placing a package on the table. A package from New York, addressed to the Avengers. See for yourselves. Only Thor and Bruce Banner were present as legitimate Avengers. While Banner was still wondering, Thor had already eagerly torn open the package. Inside was a machine. Beep hi, fellow Avengers. The machine suddenly turned on, displaying a holographic image. Surprisingly, it was Ronnie who greeted them. Ronnie in the image continued laughing, I know it must be tough for all you Avengers superheroes living on the run, so I have some good news for you. Haha, not the lifting of the warrant, but War Machine James Rhodes is dead. Please watch the VCR. The scene cut to Ronnie searching for the fake Rhodes in the Skrull settlement. The earlier parts were edited out, leaving only the dialogue between Ronnie and James Rhodes. When Banner heard Ronnie questioning James Rhodes, although James Rhodes didn't answer, it confirmed some of Banner's suspicions. How could this be? Why would Rhodes scheme against him? Just as Banner was wondering, swish, Rory decapitated Rhodes with a single sword strike. Ah! Valkyrie and Captain Marvel exclaimed simultaneously, while Thor angrily raised his fist to destroy the hologram. But the next second, everyone's jaws dropped again. Rhodes' head, after being dismembered, had transformed into a green alien. It's a Skrull. Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, immediately recognized the green creature as a Skrull. She had encountered Skrulls back in 1995. Beep, the screen switched back to Rory's face. Rory smiled faintly, how about that? Surprised? Don't rush, I have even more surprising news to tell you all. I know exactly what you're up to, and I also know that it's the Skrulls stirring things up. Their goal is simply that they've lost their home and want to find a suitable new planet. And the even more surprising news is, Nick Fury and some other superheroes are fake too. Ha ha ha, you bunch of idiots, you've been played. Thor clenched his fist and pointed at Rory in the holographic image, angrily saying, I hate this guy. No matter the reason, I'm going to beat him up. Captain Marvel wasn't in the mood for Thor's jokes. Her mind was filled with the fact that Nick Fury was fake. Before, she had wondered why Nick Fury insisted on gathering all forces to attack Rory, but now she finally understood. As for what identities they've become, you can find out slowly. You'd better be careful of those around you, they might stab you in the back at any time. Beep, the holographic image disappeared instantly after Rory finished speaking. An eerie silence fell over the room. After a long while, Bruce Banner spoke first, asking, how much of what he said do you think is credible? Believe what? He's clearly spreading rumors to sow discord between us. Thor was the first to disagree. Captain Marvel remained silent, and Shang-Chi, unaware of the situation, didn't want to speak rashly. Valkyrie said, I'm willing to believe what this person says. If Skrulls infiltrate the upper echelons of the human world or become Avengers, it would be a disaster for humanity. Bruce Banner nodded. Indeed, someone is stirring up trouble. Nick Fury was dismissed from the Security Council before, but he reappeared after our battle with Rory in Manhattan and re-established the new Avengers. And the one who first stirred up trouble between Rory and the Avengers was James Rhodes. If Rhodes was already replaced by the Skrulls, then everything makes sense. Banner glanced at Carol, knowing she had a good relationship with Nick Fury and would be careful with her words. He continued, the attack on the military base was also organized by Nick Fury, and he was the one who ordered the retreat. He's also the one who's amassed a large army to start a war. Don't forget, Rory has a very good relationship with the Federation. If we gather Asgardian and Wakanda warriors to attack Celestial Isle, the Federation will definitely get involved, and it will turn into a war between us and the Federation. The Avengers leading aliens to war against humanity on Earth? The thought is terrifying. So what should we do now? By the way, there's that sorcerer Strange. He said Rory is the destroyer and will destroy the entire world. Do you think he might also be a Skrull? Banner shook his head, that's a possibility. Strange and Wanda fell interdimensional space together, but only he returned. He didn't finish this sentence, but everyone understood what Banner meant. The Avengers, already loosely knit without their spiritual leader, had their trust further diminished after this video surfaced. Although only a few of them were present, this video would undoubtedly become known to many more. Chapter 79. What does the Eternals' troubles have to do with me? A confidential U.S. federal military document was inadvertently leaked. Skrugs invade Earth, transforming into high-ranking government officials and superheroes. Avengers members collude with aliens to overthrow human regimes. Initially, no one believed it was true. Many thought it was a malicious fabrication by the U.S. federal government to bluff and gain control of the mineral resources on Celestial Island. However, with the appearance of a video showing War Machine Rhodes turning into a green-skinned creature after his death, the tide turned. High-ranking officials were on edge, protests erupted across the country, and even several geopolitical conflicts broke out. Rhodes, who orchestrated all of this, stayed in Washington for several days, conducting genetic tests on members of the Immortal Society to ensure no Skrulls had infiltrated before returning to Celestial Island on his private jet. President Ross watched the plane depart and then drove to the military base laboratory. This had once been Rhodes's laboratory. After Rhodes moved to Celestial Island, Ross assigned it to Angus for research on Captain America, Steve Rogers. Inside the laboratory, besides Angus, was Ross's old friend, Samuel Stern. Samuel Stern once helped Bruce Banner and even created Abomination using Hulk's blood. However, he was slapped by Abomination, smashing his head and accidentally coming into contact with Hulk's blood, causing him to mutate. Since then, Samuel Stern has been under house arrest by Ross. The real reason the current president, Ross, became Red Hulk is that the previous Ross was terminally ill and needed to take gamma pills provided by Samuel Stern for a long time. This caused him to mutate immediately after touching the enhancement serum in the Hulk's blood. Now, with the immortality serum provided by Rory, he no longer needs to take gamma pills. Therefore, Samuel Stern was transferred to the laboratory to conduct another scientific experiment. Any progress on the potion? Samuel Stern squinted at Ross, saying indifferently, I've analyzed 80% of the ingredients in the immortality potion. The remaining 20% is still unknown. I suspect it's not from Earth. And the synthesis formula remains unsolved. If we had the formula, even with insufficient raw materials, we could produce a less effective potion. President Ross frowned and asked, what's the synthesis formula? Is there any other way? Samuel Stern shook his scraggly head and said, there's no way. The synthesis formula is the key to the vault. Without it, no one can get in. There are 3 raw materials for the immortality potion, the mold and mouse saliva. Not all mice have it, only those genetically enhanced by Thanos can produce it. The immortality factor in the blood of the immortal, which has a longer lifespan and can serve as the link in the potion's creation, and the final material is a byproduct of extracting celestial genes from the Eternal's bone marrow, refined using chemical agents. Even if Ross were the world's president, let alone the president of the Federation, he couldn't possibly gather all 3 rare raw materials. Ross stopped talking to Samuel Stern and went into another laboratory next door. Angus was conducting a cell activation experiment. Upon seeing Ross enter, he immediately put down his work, removed his gloves and mask, and proactively reported, Mr. President, the cell activation experiment is progressing quite well. The success rate is stable at around 30%. If it were Captain America Steve Rogers' cells, the success rate could even reach 50%. Ross was satisfied with Angus's attitude, but not with Angus's research. He immediately asked, what is the purpose of this research? Angus replied excitedly, the most obvious application is in the medical field. Basically, any life form that dies unnaturally or has physical damage can be treated, or human regenerative cells can be activated to extend human lifespan, and various diseases can be treated. Angus became increasingly excited as he spoke, as if a World Medical Award was beckoning to him. Ross, however, frowned deeply. I don't care about anything else, just give me a report on extending lifespan as soon as possible. I need to see feasibility, or shut down this lab. Angus's smile froze, and he quickly said, Sir, this is only theoretically feasible. If you want to see results, I need more time. As soon as possible. I don't want to waste funds on meaningless experiments. Ross warned Angus before turning and leaving. Interfering with the process of biological evolution is not so easy. Angus only learned a little bit from Rory and became arrogant. He was just a delusional madman. The infrastructure construction on Celestial Island continued. Rory went straight to the lab after returning. Skrulls are silicon-based life forms, and their amino acid composition is completely different from humans. Their blood composition, bone marrow composition, nerves, and brainstem are all very different from humans. On the lab table was a piece of Skrull epidermal tissue that Rory had collected. This skin looked dry and without any moisture. Rory's research revealed that Skrull skin is similar to chameleon skin, but more advanced. The skin has almost no elasticity, but it can be controlled in color and shape according to muscle tissue. This is the main reason why Skrulls can transform into other humans. Furthermore, Rory also collected some brain tissue. He was very curious about how Skrulls could copy other people's memories. This skill was truly amazing. They could obtain all the secrets in someone's mind without interrogation. It was practically a divine gift for spies. Rory stayed in the lab until late at night, only to find Tina waiting for him outside. "Why are you here instead of going to sleep?" Rory asked casually. Tina's voice was cold. "What exactly do you plan to do with that aberrant?" Tina wanted to kill the aberrant to avenge Gilgamesh, but because Rory had captured it and promised to cure her eternal demonic disease, she hadn't acted immediately. Hatred grows stronger the longer it's left unchecked, so Tina came looking for Rory the very day he returned. Rory then remembered that he hadn't studied the aberrant Beast King yet. After thinking for a moment, he said, let's go see it together." The two arrived at the cell where the aberrant Beast King was imprisoned. The Beast King glanced at the two with each of its 4 eyes, then spoke in human language. "Have you decided to kill me?" Tina's sharp eyes flashed. The Beast King was humanoid in appearance, but had many tentacles on its body. When it absorbed magic and Gilgamesh, it used these tentacles to transfer energy. Rory walked to the control panel and pressed a few buttons. Sizzle! A large plume of white mist suddenly billowed from the cell, instantly forming a layer of frost on the Beast King's body. Roar! The Beast King roared and jumped up, frantically charging left and right in the cell. After a few times, it slowly stopped. Under the influence of liquid nitrogen, the Beast King's body gradually stiffened until it was completely unable to move. Rory had no intention of stopping. Continuing to spray liquid nitrogen until a thick layer of ice armor formed on the Beast King's body before pressing the stop button. He opened the door and went in with a set of collection equipment. He drew blood, extracted bone marrow, collected skin tissue, and even cut off a tentacle. Carrying the collected materials out of the cell, Rory said to Tina, who stood silently outside, "He's yours. Remember to bring him to the lab fresh after you kill him." Rory returned the samples to the lab for preservation before going back to rest. The next day, when he returned to the lab, the Beast King, dismembered by Tina, was piled up at the entrance. Rory shook his head speechlessly, put on his protective suit, and pulled a cart, shoving the scattered pieces of the Beast King's corpse into the lab. The amount of material waiting for his research in the lab was increasing. After working for many days, Rory still couldn't find a breakthrough. He decided to pause all experiments and leave the lab to relax. Having not seen sunlight for many days, Rory felt slightly uncomfortable after coming out, squinting for a while before his eyes adjusted. Steel-bodied Payne rushed over with several documents. "Boss, the Pentagon has requested a defense procurement request to buy 20 tons of minerals from our celestial island. Other countries have also sent representatives to negotiate mineral purchases." Payne, an accountant by training, was arguably the most educated person on Celestial Island besides Rory. Choosing the best among the worst, Rory dumped almost all the questions about official finances onto Payne. Rory only replied with 2 words, "Not for sale." Payne awkwardly raised his hand, then reluctantly continued dealing with the politicians. Rory crossed the small square and arrived at the palace gate, which was 80% complete. The main gate was 9 meters high, leading to a vast hall supported by 24 columns. At the end of the central path, atop the steps, stood a golden throne made of adamantium, its back crest a full 3 meters high. Rory slowly walked up the steps, just as he was about to sit down and experience it, when the Eternal Elf rushed over in a flurry. "Rory, we're in big trouble." Standing on the steps, Rory turned around in confusion and asked, "Who's in trouble?" The sprite ran in and said, "Cersei has been captured by Aristom. It must be because we stopped Shiamu's awakening. The Eternals came to Earth to ensure Shiamu's safe awakening, but they ended up killing him instead, especially Cersei, who turned Shiamu into a mine. With Shiamu's life force extinguished, there's no chance of it being rekindled. Aristom must be furious." Rory clicked his tongue and said, "It's not our fault, is it? Cersei was just trying to protect Earth." His words were utterly hypocritical. The sprite stammered, but, don't bother with buts. Cersei will definitely be fine. Even if you want to save her, You need the strength? Can you defeat Aristom? Even though Rory was already very strong, he still couldn't imagine how powerful Aristom could be. Destroying a planet with a wave of the hand? Rory struggles to even dig a hole on Earth, let alone destroy a planet. Fighting the six-tusked heaven to rescue Cersei was a joke. The little fairy knew it was impossible. She was just worried about Cersei and also about whether she would be captured, or perhaps she felt insecure and wanted Rory to take responsibility. After reassuring her for a while, Rory led the little fairy out of the palace, chatting as they sat on a flower bed in the middle of the small square. Their conversation drifted to the topic of the 10 puppet masters' superpowers. I remember your superpower is creating illusions, right? The little fairy nodded, casually raising her hand to demonstrate. Instantly, another little fairy appeared before Rory, indistinguishable to the naked eye. The illusion could even move and talk like a normal person. Illusions could not only create physical effects but also sound. That was quite advanced. Rory asked curiously, I've tried using cosmic energy to do other things, but I just can't. How do you do it? The little sprite blinked, I just do what I think in my head. You release energy through your body, while I do it through my brain, so there's a difference, right? Through the brain. Rory tried it briefly, attempting to channel energy into his brain, but found that the cosmic energy he gathered stopped at his neck, and no matter how he adjusted it, it couldn't rise to his head. Unable to solve this problem, Rory felt frustrated and immediately ran back to the lab to investigate. Chapter 80, The Theory of Mental Systems, Confused Superheroes. Rui sat down on the lab table and pulled over a bunch of machines to scan his neck from all angles. Simultaneously, he channeled his cosmic energy towards his head. Logically, cosmic energy is conducted through cell membranes in the blood, and since blood circulation passes through the brain, cosmic energy should be able to enter the brain. However, when Rui channeled his energy, he felt as if a valve was installed on his neck, blocking the energy as soon as it reached that area. According to the little fairy's theory, her energy could naturally enter the brain, and then she could create various illusions through thought. Creating clones was just the most basic ability. This ability alone might not be very useful, at most just a trick to deceive, but combined with combat, it could definitely double his fighting power. After a series of tests, Rui couldn't find the main reason preventing cosmic energy from entering the brain. After a moment of contemplation, he opened the lab equipment cabinet, took out an adamantium needle, attached it to the robotic arm, set the program, and sat firmly on the lab chair. Click, he pressed the switch, and the robotic arm controlled the needle to slowly approach the back of Rui's head, about 3 inches below the head, where the spine connects to the brainstem. Thud, the adamantium needle pierced the skin, extracting a blood sample near the nerve conduction trunk. To thoroughly study something, one must dissect and analyze it thoroughly, even if it's one's own body. Rory was determined to understand it today. The blood sample was immediately compared. Sure enough, Rory's pupils dilated slightly. The blood above the brainstem doesn't contain energy-conducting cell membranes. These special cell membranes are the main component for transmitting cosmic energy. Anyone with an energy-related superpower will generally possess such a membrane. The difference is that different cell membranes can only transmit their specific types of energy. For example, Captain Marvel's cell membrane cannot conduct lightning power, and Thor's cell membrane cannot conduct the cosmic energy used by the Eternals. It's as if, at the beginning of the universe, various energies were differentiated and divided, only allowed to run within their respective tracks, not allowed to cross boundaries, and even locked with a combination lock. Why is this? The program Adric mentioned? Rory wrote down the names of all 10 Eternals on a piece of paper, then labeled each with their corresponding superpower. After dividing the information, Rory discovered some clues. Could it be that the application of cosmic energy is divided into 2 types, physical and mental? Adric's healing, the fairy's illusions, the druid's mind control, Phantomus's creation, and Cersei's matter conversion. These can be classified as mental superpowers. Icarus's knockoff Superman, Tina's weapon materialization, Gilgamesh's energy fist, the Golden Fruit's energy light bullet, and Makari's super fast movement are all superpowers related to physical combat. In other words, my cosmic energy materialization also belongs to the category of physical destruction superpowers. Rory kept writing and drawing on the paper, and his thinking suddenly opened up. The corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up as he said, it's not that the cosmic energy is being intercepted, but that the two are not on the same system, so. Rory suddenly shook his head again. No. Phantomos's brain does not have cell membranes that conduct cosmic energy, so... He turned his head and looked at the X-ray he had just taken, his gaze lingering on his upper cervical spine. Hiss, injecting the celestial gene here? Rory hesitated, because a mistake in this location could result in total paralysis. Even he wouldn't dare try it lightly. Damn, I really should have studied more about human neurology. Human energy is limited, it's impossible to master all disciplines. Even Tony Stark, cursed by knowledge, wasn't omniscient. After tidying up the experimental equipment and leaving the lab, he immediately called Anthony, the Death Blade. Boss, you wanted to see me? Yeah, go do me a favor. Rory handed Anthony a bottle of beer, sat down on a chair on the porch, and continued, there's the Des Plaines River southwest of Chicago. I sank a body under the 83 bridge. Go and bring back the 2 upper cervical vertebrae from that body. Rory had collected bone marrow from Fastus's lumbar vertebrae and hadn't noticed the difference between the lumbar and upper cervical vertebrae, so he sank them both into the river. Rory couldn't easily leave Celestial Island, so he planned to have Anthony run the errand for him. No problem, I'll be off right away. No rush, visit your family on the way back. Anthony nodded and turned to leave. He agreed verbally but acted swiftly, not even taking any luggage, and flew directly back to the Federation mainland on a military plane. The reason he was sent was because Rory had to personally oversee the situation on Celestial Island to prevent the Avengers from seizing an opportunity. Originally, the world order was one of hostility between Rory and the Avengers. Rory had bound the federal government and military together, cultivating his own super soldier army. Furthermore, the Avengers were hesitant to attack civilians and soldiers, which is why Rory managed to achieve a draw. The Avengers, with their reputation and large numbers, could easily summon even more forces if they wanted to go to war. For example, they could call upon Wakanda warriors, Asgardian warriors, the Guardian Mages, and even the Space Raiders. If Rory lost his home field advantage, it would be difficult for him to gain an advantage against the Avengers' massive army. But now things are different. The Skrulls have been dragged into this by Rory, creating a 3-way standoff. Neither side dares to make the first move, lest they suffer a devastating blow from the other. If the Avengers still want to cause trouble for Rory, they must first eliminate the Skrulls. The problem is, are millions of Skrulls infiltrating human society so easy to deal with? Therefore, Rory's current task is to stay obediently on Celestial Island and not wander around. Meanwhile, in the Norwegian town of Asgard, a group of superheroes gathered to discuss the Skrulls. Carol, can you still contact Nick Fury? Banner asked. Captain Marvel. Carol shook her head. I tried contacting him twice but couldn't get through. Didn't you suspect Nick Fury? Why did you try to contact him again? Valkyrie said softly. Dr. Banner wants to capture Nick Fury to confirm if he's a Skrull. If he is, it proves the truth of what Rory said. That's right, that's what I think. Strange still hasn't found Wanda, and now a Skrull has appeared. Sigh. If Steve were here. Mentioning Steve, everyone thought of Rory again. Let's prepare in advance. Knock knock knock. The door was knocked on. Shang-Chi got up and opened the door, looking at the strangers and asking, who are you looking for? Excuse me, is this where the Avengers are? I am Alexei, Natasha and Yelena's father. You can call me Redguard. Yelena's death was rather tragic, or rather unjust. Alexei was invited into the house. Red Guardian Alexei sat down and said, Hawkeye Barton from the Avengers sent me. He said we can find a way to avenge Yelena here. Dr. Banner said sadly, Sir, we are very sorry about Yelena. As for the revenge you mentioned, I think we may have to wait a while longer. The Avengers' mission is to protect Earth and humanity. If the Skrulls take advantage of the situation while they are at war with Rory, it would be a loss for the Avengers. Therefore, the most reasonable approach is to deal with the Skrulls first, and then turn to deal with Rory. Alexei nodded and introduced, she is Antonia, the copycat master, who is proficient in all-around combat. The other is Kate, Hawkeye's successor. Banner had seen Kate at the Avengers base, but they weren't familiar with her. After a brief greeting, Alexei continued, Hawkeye Barton said there are still a few people imprisoned in the Sea Raft prison. He wants to rescue them and then come back to join everyone. Everyone looked confused, completely clueless about who Hawkeye Barton wanted to rescue. Valkyrie spoke up, I know about this. It was some street heroes from New York, I think her name was Jessica Jones? The ones who participated in the military base operation, right? Carol asked curiously. How did you know? Valkyrie rolled her eyes and said, Asgard isn't isolated from the world. I've been watching the news, okay? The Federal Congress held a public trial, and then they were sent to Raft Prison. The whole world knows about it, except for you few. Let's talk about our next plan. Not many of these superheroes were particularly intelligent, they usually just overpowered problems, and none of them understood anything about combat deployment, let alone how to formulate a battle plan. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward for a moment. Finally, Bruce Banner spoke up. I think it's necessary to verify the authenticity of the Skrull news first. As for Laurie's matter, we should put it aside for now. Going to war with Laurie at this time would be too dangerous. And after verification? What about the millions of Skrulls? Carol knew the Skrull's tragic past. During the 1995 Skrull incident, Carol, knowing the truth, almost destroyed the Kree Empire. So, emotionally, Carol sympathized with the Skrulls, but from a human perspective, the Skrulls became another kind of invader. We could arrange for them to retire on Thanos' planet. Although everything would have to start from scratch, it wouldn't escalate the conflict. Nick Fury had promised to find a suitable new home for the Skrulls, but he broke his promise. While the Avengers were figuring out how to deal with the Skrulls were researching how to eliminate them. Because Laurie exposed the Skrulls, the anticipated war didn't happen, and now the Skrulls had to find other ways to deal with the crisis of a human counterattack. Conquering Earth wasn't their only goal. Radical factions among the Skrulls even sought to enslave humanity. All three factions were pursuing their own agendas: monthly votes, recommendation votes. Brothers, hurry and vote. Chapter 81 The Fifth Wave of Enhancement, The Rat's Hard Life. Anthony's round trip took only 3 days. He visited his family, stayed one night, and immediately returned to Celestial Island. He handed the upper cervical vertebrae of Thanos, retrieved from the river, to Laurie and silently returned to his patrol duties. Laurie wanted him to rest, but seeing Anthony's emotionless face, he abandoned the idea. He took Thanos' upper cervical vertebrae to the laboratory, used an adamantium saw to split the bone in half, and then extracted some bone marrow using an extractor. Thanos' upper cervical vertebrae do indeed contain celestial genes and cell membranes that transmit cosmic energy. Now, what I need to do is confirm whether my own upper cervical vertebrae contains celestial gene components. Confirming the difference between the Eternal's mental and physical superpowers was crucial for Laurie, indicating that his research on celestial genes would advance further. Next, Laurie prepared to control the robotic arm to extract bone marrow from his own upper cervical vertebrae. Unlike blood draws, bone marrow extraction requires extreme care. Before starting, Rory took several X-rays of himself, carefully marking the areas and calculating the puncture angle, as even a millimeter's difference could lead to error. Rory secured himself to the chair to prevent any deviation due to movement. He then controlled the robotic arm to begin the puncture and collection. Hiss, ouch, damn it. It really hurt, a piercing pain, but he couldn't have anesthesia. Even if anesthesia worked, how could the experiment continue if he was completely numb? So he had to endure it. After the needle pierced the bone, Rory could even hear the sound of bone being rubbed together. Buzz buzz buzz. The robotic arm was at full power, quickly extracting bone marrow from the upper cervical vertebrae. Afterward, Rory destroyed the hemostatic cloth and the blood on the needle, then placed a bone marrow under a microscope for comparative observation. Oh ho. Really not? The last time the celestial gene was fused into his bone marrow was in his lumbar spine. When the experiment was successful, Rory sensed cosmic energy, but couldn't access it. He later had to go to Ajik to learn how to use cosmic energy. Now it seems that it wasn't that Rory couldn't access cosmic energy, but rather that he couldn't access it with his mental power. Therefore, fusing the celestial gene in his lumbar spine directly categorized him as using physical energy. He had assumed that fusing the celestial gene would transform his entire body, completely ignoring the fact that cosmic energy use is divided into physical and mental systems. If I fuse the celestial gene again in my upper cervical spine, will I encounter rejection? Probably not. Rory shook his head. This denial wasn't just Rory's own thought, it was based on evidence from the frozen abnormal Beast King in the freezer. When dissecting the abnormal Beast King, Rory discovered a characteristic: each of the Beast King's tentacles was connected to the spine. The Beast King absorbed the energy of Ajik and Gilgamesh through these tentacles. The abnormal individuals possess celestial genes and energy-conducting cell membranes in their upper cervical and lower lumbar vertebrae, exhibiting no rejection reaction. According to biological gene sequence theory, the abnormal individuals originated from humans. Using the process of elimination based on interoperability and the laws of genes. The conclusion is that Rory will also not experience a rejection reaction. Simply put, whether human, abnormal individual, or eternal, they are all essentially the same species. The Celestials' intervention led to different evolutionary paths. However, before beginning the experiment, Rory still intends to test it on mice. The mice act as Rory's experimental surrogate, also enhanced by Thanos serum. Genetically, Rory's genetic similarity to the mouse is higher than his genetic similarity to humans. The mouse was currently watching cartoons on a tablet on the other side of the experimental table when Rory caught it in his hand. Squeak squeak, stop squeaking, I'll give you something good that will make you smarter, maybe you can even talk. Squeak? Rory still had a lot of celestial gene extracted from the bone marrow. He'd used up phantom hives, but he'd also drained the bone marrow from Ix, Icarus, and Gilgamesh. He first compared the bone marrow levels in the mice, then prepared an appropriate proportion of celestial gene serum. The mice's skin and muscle tissue were about as strong as a super soldier's, so the needle easily pierced their skin. Ouch! The mouse cried out in pain. Rory quickly pulled out the needle after injecting the celestial gene, then placed the mouse on the lab table for comprehensive data observation. PFFT. The mouse's tail suddenly grew very long, at least half a meter by sight, swayed twice, tapping against a metal table, and then retracted in the next second. Squeak! The little white mouse's eyelids drooped, and after a few seconds, its entire body began to lengthen and thicken, becoming fluffy like a ball of fur. No humanoid form changes have occurred. Genes are evolving synchronously, heading towards beasthood. So the aberrant contains beast genes, which is why it's evolving towards a wild animal? The tail is very similar to the aberrant's tentacles. There are no significant differences in body data, and brain activity is still increasing. It has reached its peak and is now declining. At this moment, the little white mouse looked round and plump, its 4 little legs standing upright but still appearing to be lying down, its agility significantly reduced. Squeak squeak. Samples were then collected from the little white mouse's blood and bone marrow. The little white mouse, having experienced pain again, turned its head and stared at Rory, its eyes even showing an angry expression. Rory felt that it was cursing, and cursing quite rudely at that. Alright, go watch your cartoons. Rory grabbed a soft, squishy white mouse and tossed it in front of the tablet. The mouse waved its paws, seemingly expressing its displeasure, but seeing that Rory ignored it, it continued watching its cartoons with great interest. Rory returned to the experimental equipment and analyzed the mouse's blood and bone marrow samples. It contains energy-conducting cell membranes, but cannot observe cosmic energy. Perhaps it doesn't yet know how to use cosmic energy. Both the upper and lower vertebrae possess celestial genes, with no rejection reaction. The mouse's bloodline is absolutely the most bizarre in the world, possessing eternal blood, with an almost infinite lifespan, yet it hasn't shown any humanoid or beast-like evolutionary state, maintaining its current biological form. This is good news for Rory. What Rory fears most is that his body will undergo unknown changes after enhancement. After all, it's a matter of human aesthetics. He doesn't want to become some strange or bizarre thing. Celestial gene serum compatibility ratio 36%, amino acid content 13.25%, 1 vial of nutrient solution, 5 vials of inhibitor, and 1 vial of gene compression agent. Rory wasn't going to wait any longer and decided to inject the celestial agent into his upper spine now. To avoid any accidents, Rory took all sorts of safety precautions. He pressed the laboratory's shut-off switch, locking the entire laboratory. Then, Rory poured himself into an iron box made of adamantium alloy, to prevent him from going berserk and destroying the laboratory later. He turned on the recording to record the experiment. If he lost consciousness during the process, Rory could review the recording later to see if any unknown situations occurred during the enhancement. Time: 2:39 a.m., 23rd. Rory's 5th enhancement experiment. Title: Celestial Gene Injection for Mental Systems, Transmitting Cosmic Energy Through Brain-Bone Nerve Cell Membranes to Achieve Brain Energy Usage Methods. Brain research can be considered the ultimate research topic in the biological field, not as simple as slice studies. From the very first formation of the sense of right and wrong, to learning to count, And now to the vastness of knowledge and intellectual pursuits we encounter today. The human brain relies on that lump of flesh within it. Countless neurons contain not only a vast amount of knowledge, but also rich emotions, and even more mysterious, vague concepts and subconscious behaviors. Even if Luo Rui becomes the world's top biologist through researching various genes, he still cannot open that mysterious door, not even a crack. In matters involving strengthening the brain's mental power, Luo Rui can only follow in the footsteps of the Celestials' modification of the Eternals. There is no other way. Heart rate normal, body temperature 37 degrees Celsius, blood oxygen 97%, experiment begins. A cold needle, guided by a robotic arm, slowly pierced Luo Rui's nape. Transparent celestial gene serum flowed through the tube and into the bone marrow. Because there are 2 vertebrae in the upper cervical spine, a second injection was necessary. Initially, Luo Rui felt nothing, but as the second injection was completed, the bone marrow, fused with the celestial genes, immediately began to function. Cells rapidly divided, and stem cells produced new blood. As fresh blood flowed into his brain, Luo Rui felt as if he'd been shoved into his head with an electric baton. His eyes rolled back, and he passed out. Thump! The unconscious Luo Rui fell to the ground with a thud. Squeak! The white mouse turned its head and glanced at him, then tapped the tablet to play the next episode. While Luo Rui was unconscious, his unobservable brain was rapidly heating up. The activity of his neural pathways was at an unprecedented high. His brain cells seemed to be boiling, and streams of cosmic energy were washing over his nerve pathways. If one could open his skull and see for themselves, they would see that all his nerve pathways were radiating golden light. The golden light converged along the pathways to the main nerves, extending downwards, passing through the upper cervical spine, and flowing into his body, merging with another stream of cosmic energy. Crack! Suddenly, it seemed as if something had broken. The upper and lower vertebrae connected. And even more cosmic energy began to converge into Luo Rui's body. A thin layer of golden clothing even appeared on his skin, enveloping him like a cocoon. 2 hours later, the golden light gradually faded. When the golden light disappeared, Luo Rui slowly opened his eyes. A flash of gold appeared in his pupils. Luo Rui slowly got up from the ground, and a wave of air appeared out of nowhere, spreading outwards from Luo Rui. The experimental equipment swayed violently, and trays containing reagents and various beakers and test tubes on the lab table fell to the ground. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82: The World Destroyer Who Cultivates Both Magic and Martial Arts? Luo Rui clenched his fist, and a surge of abundant cosmic energy erupted forth. Clang! An energy sword appeared instantly, leaving a shallow groove in the adamantium alloy. Luo Rui could clearly feel that the cosmic energy within his body had become much stronger, the absorption speed had increased significantly, and most importantly, it was much easier to use. Previously, if Luo Rui wanted to materialize cosmic energy, he had to mobilize the energy within his body to form a shape, but now he didn't need to. With just a thought, the weapon he desired would immediately appear in his hand. Physical action has become mental action. Whoosh! The next second, golden armor enveloped his entire body, with arm guards, a shimmering gold chest plate, and broad shoulder armor, making him appear even more imposing. But this wasn't Luo Rui's limit. While wearing the golden armor, he could also materialize other weapons in his hands. A short sword and shield appeared in his hand, then disappeared, transforming into a greatsword, which gradually lengthened. Even so, Luo Rui seemed to still have energy to spare. A golden cloak appeared behind Rory with a whoosh, extending from his shoulders to the ground. Besides its imposing appearance, it also offered some defensive capabilities. However, with the protection of his golden armor, the cloak's protection was entirely unnecessary. Rory then withdrew all his materialized cosmic energy and fell into deep thought. Rory recalled Ajik's first instruction on using cosmic energy. In Ajik's words, cosmic energy was a program. Once set, it couldn't be changed. Therefore, Rory had to choose carefully this time regarding his psychic superpower. First, he could rule out Ajik's healing ability, as it was for others and essentially useless to Rory. Next was Circe's matter conversion ability, which wouldn't significantly enhance his combat abilities. Druids had strong mind control, similar to Professor X's, but not as comprehensive. Telekinesis was also Rory's first choice. It could control objects and enemies, and even grant him flight. Thinking of this, Rory immediately looked at a pen not far away and tried to move it remotely using his psychic energy. However, after trying for a long time, there was no response. Mind control? Rory shifted his gaze to the white mouse, mobilizing his cosmic energy once more. After a moment, the white mouse was still engrossed in watching the cartoon, showing no signs of being controlled. What's going on? Did the enhancement fail? Rory was unwilling to give up, gathering his energy and releasing it at the white mouse again. The next second, another white mouse suddenly appeared beside the first one. Squeak. The white mouse was startled, jumping 2 meters into the air before landing and cautiously looking at the other white mouse. Even Rory himself was stunned for a long time by this situation. Damn it, could it be an illusionary superpower? Ix had clearly said that once a choice was made, it couldn't be changed, but he hadn't given Rory a choice at all. Despite his thoughts, Rory didn't give up on controlling the superpower. Under his control, the illusory white mouse began to move, first turning its head to look at the real white mouse, then making various movements in place. In this way, Rory began learning how to use superpowers in the laboratory. The next morning, the sprite, waking from a deep sleep, suddenly felt herself grow taller. At least 3 centimeters taller than before. And it wasn't just her height that had increased, even her. Yoo-hoo. The sprite excitedly ran to the lab to find Rory, and as soon as she entered the lab building, she saw Rory and the steel-bodied Pym chatting. Hey Rory, I've grown taller. The sprite pulled Rory, but her hand somehow passed right through his body. This reaction stunned both the sprite and Pym. The sprite reacted quickly because she herself possessed this ability to create illusions, but Pym didn't know that. He thought something had happened to Rory. He hurriedly asked, "Boss, what's wrong? Is it an experimental accident?" "Oh, nothing, just an interesting little ability." The illusion of Rory gradually dissipated, and the sprite and Pym turned around before seeing Rory sitting in a chair on the other side. After several hours of self-study, Rory had almost mastered the illusion superpower. This superpower wasn't just about creating illusions, it could even conjure sounds and alter the surrounding environment. For example, by altering his surroundings, Rory achieved invisibility. Unless touched or smelled, he was virtually undetectable. He could also project illusions from fixed locations. While these didn't directly enhance his combat abilities, they might yield unexpected results as supplementary abilities. The illusionary superpowers weren't important. What mattered was that Rory discovered he was using more cosmic energy. Previously, his giant sword could only materialize to a maximum length of 3 meters. Now, it reached 5 meters with room to spare, the most direct proof of increased strength. Whether cosmic energy entering the brain could enhance mental power remained to be verified. After this period of investigation, the Avengers finally caught the Skrulls red-handed. Many high-ranking officials in the 7 Western European countries had been replaced by the Skrulls. Large sums of money had vanished, and the ecological problems of ordinary citizens had worsened, with daily protests. Further investigation revealed that the Security Council had also been infiltrated, and even recent conflicts between smaller nations were instigated by the Skrulls. Caught red-handed, the Skrulls didn't choose to remain low-key. Instead, they launched a counterattack against the Avengers. That day, Banner, who had suddenly received the news, came out of his residence and greeted the Valkyrie, who was organizing the people to repair their houses, from afar. "Good morning." The Valkyrie smiled and waved. "Are you going out?" Bruce Banner wasn't suited for intelligence investigation work, so he stayed in Asgard. "Hill and Clint are coming later, I'll go out and meet them." After greeting her, Dr. Banner wrapped his coat tighter and walked out of the town. Standing on the hillside, he looked into the distance and soon saw a car speeding towards him. Clang, the car door opened, and Hawkeye Barton stepped out with Jessica Jones and Iron Fist Danny Land. Hawkeye gave Banner a big hug. "Hey, how have you been lately?" Banner shook his head with a wry smile. "Not really, but seeing you here makes me feel much better." Banner then greeted Jessica Jones and Iron Fist Danny Land. Just as they were about to return to the town of Asgard, a convoy drove up from afar. "Who is that?" Hawkeye Barton asked curiously. "It should be Maria Hill," Banner explained. Carol went to see her and relayed the information that Nick Fury might be a Skrull in disguise to Hill. Hill decided to bring S.H.I.E.L.D. agents here to help. At this point, Banner turned to Jessica Jones and smiled. "By the way, your friend Luke Cage was rescued by S.H.I.E.L.D., and he should be coming along this time." "Really? That's great." Luke Cage had disappeared without a trace after being captured by Rory. Jessica Jones and Danny Land thought he was dead, but they were surprised to find him rescued by S.H.I.E.L.D. After a few words of conversation, the convoy gradually approached and then slowly stopped. "Hi, everyone." Hill got out of the car and greeted them happily. Luke Cage immediately walked towards Jessica Jones and Danny Land after getting out of the car, and they embraced, enjoying the joy of their reunion. "You're alive, that's wonderful. Of course I have to live, because we still need to get revenge on that person. For Matt, and for ourselves." Luke Cage's words were barely out when he suddenly coughed a few times, and a mouthful of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "Luke? You're injured?" Maria Hill approached, her face apologetic. "A mutated strain has appeared in his body. We consulted medical experts, and this strain is rapidly eroding his body. Unfortunately, with current human technology, there's no good treatment." "How could this be?" Danny Land stared at Luke Cage in shock. Luke Cage shook his head. "It's all right, don't be sad for me." Jessica Jones asked, "Was it that person who did it?" Luke Cage nodded. "He used my body for various experiments, maybe that's when he poisoned me." Besides Hill and Luke Cage, dozens of SHIELD agents had come along, and the vehicle was loaded with various equipment. Banner said, "Let's go back first. Asgard is under reconstruction, so you can choose a place to work." The arrival of SHIELD and the Avengers was originally a happy occasion. However, an unexpected incident occurred that very night. Jessica Jones, worried that Luke Cage wouldn't live much longer, had drunk a few too many drinks that evening. She decided to go out for some fresh air to clear her head, and after walking a few steps, she discovered a body lying in an alley between two houses. Jessica Jones immediately went to check and found it was an SHIELD agent who had just arrived that day. Based on her years of detective experience, she was certain it was a murder. She immediately stood up and shouted, "Help! Help!" Her cries carried out, and soon a group of people gathered. "I just came out of the house and saw him lying here. He wasn't breathing when I got there. From what I observed, it was a fatal blow to the throat. Strangely, he drew a mark on the ground before he died." Maria Hill knelt down, lifted the deceased's wrist, and looked at the mark on the ground. After a moment, she said in a deep voice, "Let's go back and talk." The group went to the town's chapel. After closing the door, Hill spoke up, "We're in trouble. Skrulls have infiltrated Asgard." "What? How do you know?" Hill explained, "The dead man was my assistant. The symbol he drew is an SHIELD file classification mark, representing the Skrull archives in Third Kind Contact, starting in 1995. Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, also chimed in, "That's right. The Skrulls appeared on Earth in 1995. Before that, the Skrulls hid in outer space. Only one Skrull disguised himself as Dr. Wendy Lawson and infiltrated Earth to research a light-speed engine. So, the Skrull archives were indeed established when Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, returned in 1995. Do we have any way to find the Skrulls?" Hill shook his head. "Unless they're dead, it's almost impossible to find them. Even checking their DNA is difficult." Hill paused, looking in Banner's direction, and continued, "SHIELD has found that Rory has a method to verify Skrulls. The Immortal Society, formed by the Federation's High Command, uses this method for verification." "Dr. Banner, what about you?" Dr. Banner was silent for a moment before replying, "I can only say we can try, but I can't guarantee success." "Dr. Banner, you're the smartest scientist in the world. If Rory can do it, you certainly can, right?" Banner shook his head with a wry smile. "I'm not an expert in genetic engineering. Rory is the world's top biologist. Bruce Banner holds 7 doctoral degrees, none of which are related to biology." Chapter 83 When you are rich, even your enemies want to be your friends. The Skrull invasion of Asgard immediately put the Avengers on edge. Though unspoken, everyone was wondering who the Skrulls had become. While maintaining outward friendliness, a layer of unspoken wariness had crept in. While the Avengers investigated the Skrulls, Rhodes was also investigating. Rhodes' method was simple and direct: seal off Asgard and examine the blood of everyone on the island. The Skrulls' genes possessed the ability to disguise themselves after transformation. Human blood from a gunshot wound is red, while the blood of a green-skinned Skrull is purple, making a simple blood test difficult to detect. But disguise doesn't equal truth, and it couldn't escape Rhodes' keen eye. With a modified gene-suppressing agent, Rhodes could distinguish between human and Skrull genes. As long as the gene sequence wasn't higher than that of a mouse, it would appear in its most primitive state after suppression. Human genes are simple, with a single-celled nucleus, but the silicon-based Skrulls are different, their cells are single-celled binucleate. After searching around, he actually managed to catch a Skrull. Not a civilian, not a worker, this guy was actually hiding in a squad of super soldiers. Rory called Anthony over and ordered, "Bring him here, preferably alive." "Yes, sir." Deathblade Anthony, with 2 soldiers, headed straight for the dock. The dock had recently been closed, prohibiting anyone from landing on the island. This Skrull, transformed into a super soldier guarding the dock, was perhaps there to facilitate the landing of more Skrulls on Celestial Island. "Take this guy to the doctor." Anthony pointed his intact hand at one of them. Before the others could react, the transformed Skrull got up and ran. Dodging a super soldier's encirclement, he leaped high into the air, jumping towards a speedboat moored at the dock, intending to escape by boat. This imposter was likely a Skrull warrior. His superhuman physical abilities allowed him to arc through the air. Just as he was about to land on the speedboat, an even faster figure flashed past him. Swish! The gleaming blade sliced across the Skrull's leg. Thump! Anthony and the Skrull landed on the speedboat simultaneously. Splash! The Skrull's body slumped to the side, one leg cleanly severed and falling to the side. Anthony pulled a handkerchief from his waist, wiped the blood from the adamantium blade, and slowly tucked it back into his arm. "HMPH, you think you can escape?" He waved to his subordinates, "Take him away." 2 super soldiers jumped onto the boat, taking the severed leg to Rory's laboratory. There were 2 forbidden areas on this island. One was the soon-to-be-completed palace, a symbol of status, where the golden throne belonged only to Rory. The other was Rory's laboratory, where only Rory himself and that chubby little white mouse could freely enter and exit. The Skrull with his leg cut off was brought to the laboratory entrance, where Rory, who was waiting there, took out a sampler and began collecting samples from the Skrull. He then asked, "What is your purpose in coming to Celestial Island?" The Skrull, now back in his green form with a missing leg, lay on the ground and replied, "The Skrulls want to cooperate with you. We can fight the Avengers together. That fake Rhodes already told me that. Try something new." "You killed him?" The Skrull was startled. The fake Rhodes' death exposed the Skrull's identity. He hadn't expected the mastermind to be Rhodes. "Why did you do that?" The Skrull looked at Rhodes with a puzzled expression. Rhodes scoffed. "Rhodes wanted to incite conflict between me and the Avengers, and he even planted spies in the Federation's upper echelons, trying to start a world war so he could seize control of Earth and enslave humanity. Hell, I can only say you Skrulls are too naive." Rhodes revealed the Skrull's entire plan. "Anything else to say? If not, I'm leaving." He had roughly guessed the Skrull's purpose in entering Celestial Island, to relay intelligence to the outside world and, incidentally, to inform the Avengers so they could prepare for war. The captured Skrull was speechless for a moment, staring blankly at Rory. Rory waved to Anthony. Understanding the implication, Anthony swiftly decapitated the Skrull. Rory said speechlessly, "Couldn't you have gone somewhere else? The lab entrance reeks of blood, it's disgusting." Anthony remained silent, only wiping the blade on his arm. "Get someone to clean it up," Rory said, turning and returning to the lab. He had recently been researching the Skrull bloodline. Like the Eternals, the Skrulls were a race created by the Celestials. Following the Celestials' concept of using cosmic energy for modification, Rory wanted to see if he could create a super Skrull gene. Rory's research into his own eternal bloodline was nearing its limit. The difficulty of further evolution was increasing exponentially. Therefore, he decided to explore a different avenue. It was said that there was a super Skrull among the Skrull race, capable of copying the superpowers of others. The ability to transform, copy memories, and replicate the superpowers of other superhumans. Rory naturally desired such incredible abilities. The celestial gene fusion with the Skrull's multinucleated single-celled organism did not result in cell division like normal human cells, because Skrulls do not metabolize. This aligns well with the hypothetical theory of silicon-based life. However, the multinucleated single-celled organism undergoes internal changes, such as increasing from 2 nuclei to 4 or 6. If this change were applied to a Skrull, their abilities would likely be greatly enhanced. Rory remembered that during the Secret Invasion event, the Skrull leaders Grevik and Gaia became super Skrugs, capable of fusing the genes of various superheroes and using almost all the Avengers' superpowers. Perhaps the Skrulls themselves were also searching for the possibility of becoming super Skrugs. However, fusion is not the same as replication. Fusion only indicates that the Skrull genes are highly compatible, but it has too many limitations. It can only use the superpowers of the fused genes, but cannot imitate the superpowers of others. Replication, on the other hand, has an upper and lower limit, and almost no weaknesses, making it the most perfect creation of the Celestials. What Rory is currently attempting is this kind of fusion. Using a cell puncture needle, he injects 7 or 8 superpower genes into a single Skrull cell. The original Skrull cell immediately fuses with it, then replicates another cell nucleus. This process repeats itself, resulting in as many as 26 different cell nuclei within a single cell, of various colors and shapes, looking incredibly bizarre. After recording this on paper, Rory murmured, "This should also be considered a mutated gene, right? Would putting it in a person turn them into a lump of rotten flesh?" He couldn't imagine what a creature composed of such cells would look like. What exactly are super Skrugs? Do they have to become silicon-based life forms? The Andromeda Skrug Empire is destroyed, so there shouldn't be any written records. However, since the Skrug leadership has begun research in this area, they might know the secrets of super Skrugs. Rory also considered another possibility: all superpowers require energy. Since the Skrugs were created by the Celestials, they must need a supply of cosmic energy. But the current Skrugs don't use cosmic energy. Have they degenerated? If they were given the ability to use cosmic energy, would they eventually become super Skrugs? Doctor, a Wakandan who calls herself Okoye has come to see you. She says she wants to talk to you. Not long after Rory returned to his residence, Payne rushed in to report. General Okoye? What does she want? Rory was curious. Celestial Island has recently been sealed off, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving. Communication can only be done through the Federation fleet protecting the outer perimeter. Payne shook his head. She only said she wanted to see you, nothing else. After thinking for a moment, Rory said, "Bring her over." Just as Payne was about to leave, Rory asked again, "How is it going at the mine?" Celestial Island is divided into 2 parts. One part is the Celestial's Hand, which is the town currently under construction, where the laboratory and central hub are located. The other part is the Celestial's Head, mainly responsible for mineral mining, with security handled by Bronski. Bronski also has a special team that isn't responsible for mining, but only for deep exploration, with a goal of digging through the Celestial Skull. Rory was asking about the progress of this brain-digging team. Payne replied, "The progress is pretty good so far, expected to be completed in 15 to 18 months. Adamantium isn't so easy to mine." Rory waved his hand and then returned to the kitchen to continue preparing his dinner. A few minutes later, Payne returned with General Okoye of Wakanda. The woman had a distinctive bald head, so black it was almost invisible to Rory without the streetlights outside. Rory, carrying a plate of seafood and 2 bottles of beer, approached the small table on the porch. He opened a beer, took a sip, and asked, "What are you doing here?" General Okoye, her head held high, replied, "I'm here on behalf of Wakanda to discuss cooperation. We hope you won't sell adamantium to other powers. If needed, Wakanda can help you seal this place off." Rory slurped a shrimp tail into his mouth and asked, "Oh? Why?" "Rapid social progress only brings disaster, even war. We in Wakanda have plenty of experience with this, and this is my advice to you." These words were merely a glorification of Wakanda's closed-off philosophy. Wakanda, under the guise of avoiding war, closed off the world and its technology, becoming a unique power on Earth. But social revolutions are always accompanied by war. When the whole world possesses adamantium, technology will inevitably experience another explosion, followed by war. By then, Wakanda would lose all its current advantages, directly harming its interests. Therefore, the Wakanda certainly doesn't want to see such an outcome. War is bad, but the advantage is that technology can advance to a higher level, possibly even evolving to the point of venturing beyond Earth into space. Rory himself has considered traveling the vast universe after dealing with the Avengers, to see the more magnificent cosmic worlds. But this is not a reason for the Wakanda to threaten Rory. Upon hearing Okoye's seemingly righteous yet insincere words, Rory chuckled, "You're not trying to help me, you're just worried Wakanda will lose its current advantage." Okoye frowned, "We're just trying to be helpful." Rory wiped the grease from his hands, picked up his beer, and said, "This is my territory. Put away your annoying arrogance, and don't act like I owe you anything. Also, if we're going to talk about cooperation, let's talk about cooperation. Lay out the pros and cons, don't just make empty promises." Okoye, a general in Wakanda, was used to this kind of communication. She was about to retort forcefully, but then remembered Rory's impressive record and immediately abandoned her argumentative thoughts. "Wakanda is willing to share technology with you, but Wakanda must participate in the mining of adamantium." "How?" Rory sneered, "You guys really have some nerve. You haven't forgotten about Chatra's attack on me so quickly, have you? Now you're coming to cooperate with me again. Do you really think I'm easy to bully?" Chatra's involvement in the attacks on Rory, though his role was negligible, didn't mean Rory would let him off the hook. Okoye didn't expect Rory to be so stubborn. She asked in a deep voice, "Do you want to go to war with Wakanda?" "Huh?" Rory laughed, looking up. "You think I'm afraid of war?" She then took 2 steps forward to stand in front of Okoye, looking down at his dark face, and continued, "I saved Earth, and I killed the Celestials. These assets naturally belong to me. No one can tell me what to do. The Federation can't, the Avengers can't, and what are you Wakanda anyway?" The black woman's face never showed any change in expression. She wouldn't blush when shy, nor would she turn pale when scared. When Rhodes heard him point his finger at Wakanda and curse them as scum, Okoye's face showed only shock and anger. But the expected conflict didn't occur. Okoye's tone even softened slightly. "King Chatra is dead. Your feud with the Black Panther is over, so Celestial Isle and Wakanda are no longer enemies." This statement surprised Rhodes. He blinked. "Black Panther's dead? How did he die?" Okoye said with a touch of sadness, "His Majesty the King had been diagnosed with a terminal illness for a long time. He just wanted to do something for the world before he passed away, not to truly be your enemy." "Huh, what you're saying sounds like a joke to me. He wanted to protect the world so he wanted to kill me? Are you stupid or did I mishear?" Okoye argued, "But the fact is you personally killed Captain America, Steve Rogers. You stood on the opposite side of justice. Chatra's desire to capture you is not wrong. If you are a good person, if you want to protect the world, you should cooperate with Wakanda." Rhodes was dumbfounded. When did Blackie learn to use moral blackmail? Seeing that Rory didn't reply, Okoye continued, "Wakanda has experienced what you're about to experience. Human greed is endless. Adamantium is a precious resource. If it falls into the wrong hands, war will be inevitable. Wakanda values vibranium more than life itself. Just because a small piece was lost, these high-tech tribes are hunting down thieves all over the world. Now they not only want to control vibranium, but they also want to control adamantium. Rory might understand if they wanted to rule the world, but their refusal to come out of their mountain village is truly bizarre." Rory said speechlessly, "All right, you don't need to lecture me. How I deal with the resources of Celestial Island is my own business. If you really want to meddle, I suggest Wakanda take in those homeless Skrulls, maybe they'll understand what you're saying." The first encounter with Wakanda ended unpleasantly. The main reason is that Rory doesn't want to cooperate with the high-tech tribes. His goal is always the stars and the sea, not to be like Wakanda, guarding a gold mine and daydreaming all day. Chapter 84 The Sacred Timeline went wrong. Bruce Banner called Strange, and the sorcerer surnamed Wang immediately opened a portal to bring Banner to Kamartaj. Inside the antique-style mansion, Strange and Banner sat facing each other, drinking tea. Banner asked with concern, "How's your arm?" Strange shook his head. "Unless I have the time stone, or I use forbidden magic, this is the only way." He then shook his shoulder, which was missing an arm. Laurie's strike was swift and ruthless. It was also Strange's fault for not mastering the essence of the Vishanti sword, otherwise he wouldn't have been severed by Laurie's blow, losing an arm in the process. After drinking some tea, Strange asked, "You contacted me to ask about Wanda, right?" Banner nodded. Strange replied, "I haven't found Wanda yet. The alternate dimension is different from reality. What seems like a long time to us might only be a fleeting moment to Wanda. Finding her at different points in time will be extremely difficult. In terms of strength, Wanda is almost slightly stronger than Strange, but he used a trick during the Battle of New York, temporarily trapping her in the alternate dimension. Moreover, He was able to return because of the help of the Sorcerer Supreme from another parallel universe, otherwise, he would have been trapped in the alternate dimension like Wanda. After a few more words, Bruce Banner asked a question that had been on his mind. Doctor Strange, do you think it's possible for us to go back in time and bring back the Infinity Stones, then use their power to defeat Rory? This was the simplest and most convenient method Bruce Banner could think of, and the Avengers had experience with it. Rory's strength seemed to be changing every day. The Avengers encountered increasingly stronger Rory in their operations. If this continued, Rory's strength might become terrifyingly powerful. Upon hearing this question, Strange shook his head in denial without even thinking. He explained, "It's impossible. Let's not even talk about whether we can get the Infinity Stones as easily as last time. Even if we did, we couldn't bring them back." "Why?" Banner asked, puzzled. "They could bring them back last time, so why couldn't they this time?" Strange waved his hand, and a beam of light appeared between him and Bruce Banner. Dr. Banner knew this beam of light represented a timeline. The Ancient One from 2008 had explained it to him. Strange flicked his finger, and a branch emerged from the timeline. "We originally lived on the main timeline, but Rory's appearance changed the course of history, causing a branch to emerge. We're currently on this branch. According to you, to go back and find the Infinity Stones, we need to return to the main timeline from this branch, but the Infinity Stones no longer belong to our branch. If we take the Infinity Stones and continue traveling through time, we might reach the future of the main timeline. But the problem is, Rory doesn't exist in the future of the main timeline, you understand?" Bruce Banner nodded. "So, we and the original main timeline have become two parallel universes, right?" "That's right. Unless we cross parallel universes, we can't return with the Infinity Stones. Even if we did, unpredictable accidents would occur on the other timeline, so the Sorcerer Supreme of that world wouldn't give us the Infinity Stones. Time theory is complex, like getting on the wrong bus. The two buses aren't going to the same destination. And the people on one bus can't instantly appear on the other. Without the Infinity Stones, dealing with Rory requires a direct confrontation." Bruce Banner sighed helplessly. Then he asked another question, "Doctor Strange, did you foresee the Skrull invasion of Earth?" Strange shook his head. "Predicting the future requires not altering the course of history, it can only be done accurately, like when we defeated Thanos. But things are different now." "How are they different? Is it because of Rory?" Bruce Banner now understood why Strange called Rory the Destroyer. Strange said softly, "Rory doesn't belong to our world, he appeared out of thin air, so he interferes with the normal course of history." "What would happen if we couldn't eliminate the Destroyer?" Bruce Banner asked curiously. "Destruction. The entire timeline would be destroyed, as if it had never existed." Bruce Banner and Strange talked for a long time, from the timeline to Rory, and from Rory to predicting the future. Afterwards, the sorcerer surnamed Wang opened a portal and sent Dr. Banner back to Asgard. Strange got up and walked out of the house, gazing at the distant snow-capped mountains for a long time, lost in thought. The sorcerer surnamed Wang approached and said softly, "If possible, I still hope you can recover your arm." Strange remained silent for a long time before speaking. "The Dark Book cannot be touched. Dark power will also bring destruction to this world." Turning to the sorcerer surnamed Wang, he continued, "Our world is already very fragile. A slight disturbance could lead to annihilation." Meanwhile, Bruce Banner, having just returned to Asgard, sensed something was amiss. Everyone gathered in the street, gazing at the distant hillside where a massive convoy of military vehicles stretched across the landscape. Bruce Banner pushed through the crowd to the front, standing beside Valkyrie and Maria Hill, and asked, "What's going on?" "It's the Federation's overseas forces. Citing a violation of the Sokovia Agreement, they passed a Security Council resolution. The Federation wants to bring all SHIELD members back to the mainland for trial." Maria Hill explained the situation. This was a truly thorny issue. Neither the Avengers nor SHIELD could take action against civilians and the military. A conflict between the two sides would solidify the accusation that the Avengers colluded with the Skrulls to rebel against Earth. A few minutes later, a military Humvee slowly drove into the town of Asgard. A colonel and a high-ranking federal official stepped out. The colonel straightened his uniform and walked up to them, saying softly, "Ms. Seraph and I represent the federal government. We are here for one purpose only, to bring all SHIELD members back. I can give you an hour to prepare." Maria Hill, not wanting to burden others, was about to speak when Valkyrie spoke first. Where they want to go is the prerogative. Since they've come to Asgard, they are guests. I must ensure their safety. This is our Asgardian hospitality. If threatened, we Asgardians will not fear war. Valkyrie's threat was nonchalant. Although the Asgardians had lost Asgard, they still possessed a natural sense of superiority over humans, except for Valkyrie herself. However, Valkyrie was not one to be threatened. The disdain for the colonel and the high-ranking federal official was evident on the faces of the Asgardians. Seraphim, a high-ranking official behind the colonel, stepped forward and said, "So, we're not friends of Asgard, are we? Don't forget, you Asgardians are just a bunch of refugees. Earth provided you with a place to live." These words instantly enraged the Asgardian people. Some shouted insults, while others drew their weapons, ready to fight. Valkyrie raised her hand, and the commotion immediately ceased. "Friends of Asgard don't come knocking with armies and weapons," Seraphim sneered. "It seems we can't reach an agreement. We'll give you 1 hour to consider. After 1 hour, our army will raze this Asgardian town to the ground." He then added, looking at Valkyrie, "Never underestimate the resolve of humanity." Having uttered these harsh words, the colonel and Seraphim turned back to their military Humvee, drove away from the Asgardian town, and left. Valkyrie turned around and clapped her hands, saying, "All right, everyone, disperse." After calming the crowd, Valkyrie led Maria Hill and Bruce Banner back to her village chief's office. Once seated, Valkyrie stated directly, "Hill, stay here and rest assured, Asgard will protect you." Maria Hill shook her head. "We can't let SHIELD cause Asgard to go to war with the Federation military. The most important thing right now is investigating the Skrull invasion plan." Dr. Banner advised, "Hill, the Federation's higher-ups are in cahoots with Rory now. Going back would be extremely dangerous. Staying could easily lead to conflict, and the media would definitely report that SHIELD and the Avengers were helping aliens conquer Earth. Going back could mean SHIELD disappearing altogether, and Maria Hill could be imprisoned. Moreover, the Federation taking SHIELD away was likely just the beginning. They might demand a handover of other Avengers later. The Federation was testing their limits. Either way, it would be disadvantageous for both SHIELD and the Avengers." After a long silence, Maria Hill said, "I'll go back alone. You can take care of the SHIELD members. If I get the chance, I'll find out the intentions of the Federation's higher-ups. If it's the Skrulls causing trouble, we can follow the trail. If it's Rory and the Federation's higher-ups doing, then we'll have to prepare for war." Maria Hill planned to sacrifice herself to resolve this crisis. She also had connections and undercover agents within the Federation, which she could use to investigate internal problems within the Federation's leadership. Valkyrie considered for a moment and said, "I respect your opinion. I can guarantee your people's absolute safety here. Now was indeed not the best time to start a war, whether with the Skrulls or Celestial Island. Thank you." Maria Hill thanked them and left the village chief's office. After a quick pack, she left the town of Asgard. Driving to the army camp outside the town, Maria Hill got out and approached the colonel and senior official, Seraphim. "Why only you? We need all the SHIELD members," Seraphim questioned, frowning. Maria Hill chuckled, "They won't go with you, and they're just low-level agents in SHIELD, they don't know much?" Seraph frowned and asked, "Didn't you understand what I said?" Maria Hill chuckled again, raising her arms, "You can choose to take me back to report, or we can start fighting immediately. The choice is yours." Seraph pondered for a long time, then waved his hand, "Take her back." Upon receiving the order, 2 men immediately came over and handcuffed Maria Hill's wrists, then escorted her into a military vehicle. The military took Maria Hill from SHIELD, ending this probing operation. Chapter 85: The Avengers in Action. News of Maria Hill's arrest quickly reached Rory. He was sparring with Tina, testing his new abilities on her. The two weapons, conjured from cosmic energy, clashed. Tina was weaker than Rory in strength, but her fighting skills far surpassed his. Seizing Rory's weakness, she thrust forward with a backhand flourish. Rory deflected the spear tip with his right hand, his left hand rising in midair, instantly creating 2 identical Rorys beside him. The 3 Rorys constantly shifted positions, making it difficult for Tina to distinguish the real one. The next second, all 3 Rorys attacked Tina simultaneously from different angles. Strangely, Tina ignored the 3 Rorys, instead turning behind her and wielding her energy spear. A clang, a sound of weapons clashing came from behind her, where there was nothing there, and then Rory's figure gradually appeared. How did you figure that out? Tina's sexy lips curled slightly as she said, the Phantom's eyes are lifeless, which means your mastery of illusion abilities isn't refined enough. Also, your weapon-wielding maneuvers created air, demonstrating great strength, but lacking technique. This makes you vulnerable, especially against experienced warriors. Rory had always lacked practical combat skills and hadn't undergone systematic training, preventing him from finding the optimal solution in battle. To a certain extent, technique can compensate for a lack of strength, which is why Rory, despite having the upper hand in several battles, struggled to secure a kill. Rory humbly accepted the lesson, conjuring a phantom that resembled himself. Visually identical, it looked like a soulless wooden figure, lacking the aura of a normal person. Tina said, you should consult a fairy for creating illusions, she can help you improve your use of superpowers. Rory nodded, walked to the side, picked up a bottle of mineral water, tossed it to Tina, and then opened one for himself. Just as he was drinking, Payne approached. Boss, the Federation has arrested Maria Hill of SYNOPSIS and is preparing to bring her back to the mainland for trial. President Ross wants you to attend the hearing. Rory's current official title is the head of the Federation's overseas affairs, a nominal position, but his rank is level 1, the same as the secretary and the director of the executive office. Why do I need to attend? Rory asked curiously, putting down his water bottle. He wasn't a politician and didn't understand the intricacies of politics, so he never intended to get involved in President Ross's politics. Instead, he maintained a cooperative relationship through a form of leverage. Payne was a seasoned professional, though his fate wasn't good, but he knew more than Rory. He replied, I heard Ross submitted a proposal to the Security Council to abolish SHIELD. I guess he wants Boss to endorse him. Rory had no interest in such things, he'd rather spend that time in the lab conducting experiments. So he said indifferently, you go in my place. Rory found politics boring, but Payne was very interested, and he could also visit his family when he got back. Meanwhile, Maria Hill was immediately imprisoned upon her return to the Union, awaiting trial by the federal government. However, being a seasoned agent, she had made extensive preparations before her return. She quickly established contact with the outside world through clandestine channels and then did 3 things. First, she summoned her former SHIELD members to launch a secret investigation into the upper echelons of the Union and establish extraterrestrial communication channels. Second, she secretly contacted the Punisher, Frank, and the first Black Captain America, Isaiah, asking them to investigate President Ross's recent activities. Third, she sought to identify the Skrulls infiltrated into the upper echelons of the Union. SHIELD, having operated for decades, was certainly not as simple as it appeared. What was known to the public was what SHIELD wanted to know. The true secrets were never made public. Many SHIELD agents were lurking within the Union, maintaining covert contact with the organization despite their regular jobs. While the Punisher, Frank, and the Black Captain America, Isaiah, were not SHIELD agents, they harbored strong resentment towards the federal government. Frank had been betrayed by officials, resulting in the murder of his entire family. Isaiah fought for his country but was imprisoned for 30 years, enduring various horrific experiments. These two might not agree to work, but they'd be more than eager to investigate the Federation's top brass. The biggest challenge is actually finding the Skrulls within the Federation's ranks. Meanwhile, in Asgard, the atmosphere became much more oppressive after Maria Hill was taken away. The Federation's top brass had already targeted SHIELD, and the Avengers would likely be next. Hawkeye, Kate, angrily exclaimed, the Avengers saved the world. How could they do this? The Skrull problem is serious, it's normal for them to suspect us. The real problem lies in our inability to establish normal communication channels with the authorities. The inability to communicate stems from their attack on the Federation's military base. So far, no one has been held accountable, so the blame naturally falls on the Avengers and SHIELD. Suddenly, Hawkeye Clint Barton, who had been silent, spoke up. Then let's dispel their suspicions and find the Skrulls. The problem is, how? We know nothing about the Skrulls. Everyone then turned to look at Captain Marvel. Carol said speechlessly, why are you looking at me? The last time I saw a Skrull was in 1995. That's been so long. Besides, there are so many planets and races in the universe. My problem isn't just about the Skrulls. Let's split up and investigate. Even though Hill isn't here, we can get intelligence from S.H.I.E.L.D. There's no point in sitting here discussing this anymore. Hawkeye Barton suggested, and almost everyone agreed. However, they didn't have many people available, and group action was inefficient. The best solution was to split up. Hawkeye Barton and the second-generation Hawkeye, Kate, formed a team to investigate the organization behind the recent terrorist attacks. Since the Skrulls wanted to start a war, they would definitely leave behind clues. Jessica Jones and Danny Rand, the Iron Fist, formed a team to act as enforcers, assisting SHIELD agents in investigating high-ranking government officials in the 7 Western European countries. Captain Marvel led her own team to investigate the whereabouts of the fake Nick Fury and the Skrulls' hideout. Shang-Chi wasn't on the wanted list, so he could legitimately return to the Commonwealth to protect Maria Hill and, incidentally, help her find a reliable defense attorney. Bruce Banner suggested, "It's okay if Ant-Man and Spider-Man aren't willing to help with the fight against Rory, but I think they'd be willing to help with the Skrulls." The others agreed with Banner's suggestion, so the task of contacting Ant-Man and Spider-Man naturally fell to him. The remaining personnel remained in Asgard, ready to reinforce in case of emergencies. After the team set off, Banner went directly to Ant-Man's house. After Ant-Man returned from the quantum realm, he planned to travel through time to save everyone. However, Tony Stark, Iron Man, was somewhat disheartened and didn't immediately agree to help. So, Captain America took Ant-Man Scott to Banner to research the quantum realm travel experiment together. Banner had even given Ant-Man tacos, and during the endgame, when Banner was trapped underground, it was Ant-Man who saved him. It's fair to say the two had a pretty good relationship. As soon as the call connected, they immediately started exchanging pleasantries. "Hey buddy, how have you been lately?" Scott replied sadly, "Not good. I'm still stuck at home, with a restraint device on my leg, can't go anywhere." A while ago, Scott helped the Avengers fight Rory, and no sooner had he returned home than Rory showed up, this time with controlled documents passed by the Council. This time, when Banner called, Ant-Man Scott was particularly cautious. Banner knew what Ant-Man was worried about and explained with a smile, "Buddy, I know you don't want trouble, but I'm not talking about dealing with Rory, I'm talking about bigger trouble." "What could be more troublesome than Rory?" Scott retorted, speechless. Banner countered, "You've seen the news about the Skrull invasion, haven't you?" "Somewhat." Scott rarely watched the news, Hope had told him about it during a casual conversation. Banner explained, "Buddy, the Skrulls are secretly invading Earth. We really need your help. Help us, even if it's just for yourself." Scott glanced down at the limiter on his foot, hesitated for a moment, and said, "I need to discuss this with my family. I'll get back to you later, okay?" "Okay, I'll wait for your news." After hanging up, Banner felt that Ant-Man was almost certain to participate and then prepared to contact Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Banner wasn't familiar with Spider-Man, but he knew someone else. He made another call, and after a few rings, a woman's voice came from the other end. "Hello, who is this?" "Hi Pepper, this is Banner." "Oh. Hi Banner, how have you been? I saw you on TV. Sorry, I was worried about you." Tony Stark was an Avenger respected by everyone, and after his sacrifice, everyone tacitly agreed not to disturb Pepper Potts and her daughter's life. "Thank you for your concern. I called to ask you to help me contact Spider-Man. I remember he and Happy are very close, right?" With Tony Stark's connection, Pepper Potts was very willing to help and readily agreed. "Of course, no problem, I'll contact Happy right away." After Stark Industries sold off its assets, Happy didn't leave but stayed to help Pepper Potts and her daughter manage the remaining businesses. While the Avengers were actively dealing with their current predicament, the Skrulls weren't idle either. The Skrull radical leader, Grevik, captured Maya Hansen, one of the developers of the Extremis virus. By extracting Dr. Maya Hansen's memories, Grevik successfully created the Extremis virus and successfully replicated it onto the Skrulls. Only by creating powerful Skrull warriors can they withstand the threat of the Avengers. Chapter 86: The Attack of the Skrulls. In front of the fountain in the small square of Celestial Island, Rory was discussing the use of illusionary superpowers with a fairy. They each created their own phantoms. The fairies appeared lifelike, while Rory seemed somewhat lifeless, though difficult to detect without close observation. The fairy withdrew its superpower, saying, "Your use of illusionary superpowers isn't skillful enough. I believe illusions aren't based on imagination, but on replicating a real scene. Don't try to create a phantom of yourself, treat it as your real self." Rory understood the fairy's meaning. The problem was that the fairy had used this ability for thousands of years, making it instinctive. Rory, however, had to rely on his brain to unleash his illusionary superpowers, inevitably leading to imperfections. "Boss." Payne rushed over, first greeting the little elf, then said, "The Federal Intelligence Agency just received news that SHIELD and the Avengers have begun operations, investigating the Skrulls." Rory stood up. "Tell Anthony we can leave. I'll go tell him right away. I'll leave with him by plane later." Things on the island. Payne worried that his departure with Anthony would cause problems with construction and mining on Celestial Island. Rory said nonchalantly, "It's just a short trip, nothing will go wrong." Half an hour later, Anthony, who was ready, came to say goodbye to Rory. "Sir, is there anything else you need me to do?" Payne and Anthony followed Rory wholeheartedly, like his trained henchmen. In their most helpless moments, Rory helped them. One was wrongfully imprisoned, the other disabled and unable to find work, both burdened with heavy family responsibilities. Rory gave them a better life. It wasn't just a change in their lives, it also gave them more power and freedom. One managed the affairs of Celestial Island, and the other managed the Legion on Celestial Island. It could be said that without Rory, they would be like vermin in a ditch, never able to rise again. Rory patted Anthony on the shoulder. "Nothing else to tell you. Give my regards to your family. As for the Avengers, don't force things if you can't handle it. Your life is more important to me than theirs." Anthony nodded slightly, pursed his lips, and turned to leave without a word. Rory always felt that he was maintaining his aloof persona with a stern expression, even in his farewell. Payne and Anthony returned to the Federation mainland on a private jet. Payne went to prepare for the hearing, while Anthony, with a small team of super soldiers, went to the intelligence agency to begin investigating the movements of the Avengers members. San Francisco, at Ant's house. Scott paced back and forth in the living room, his brain racing, trying to figure out the simplest problems, because he couldn't understand the complex ones at all. A click sounded as the door opened, and Scott immediately stopped pacing and went to greet her. "Hi, Hope. You're currently incarcerated. What are you up to now?" Having been together for so long, Hope knew Scott's personality very well. Scott quickly took the paper bag of groceries from Hope and placed it on the table, then pulled Hope to sit down on the sofa in the living room. He whispered, "Do you remember the Skrulls I told you about before?" Hope nodded. "What about them?" "The Skrulls are secretly invading human society. They can transform into anyone at will, and many high-ranking officials have already been replaced by them." "Do you know why they were doing this?" Hope shook her head. Scott said nervously, "Because they plan to take over Earth." "How do you know?" Hope didn't immediately believe Scott's words. "It's Banner. He just called me, wanting to invite us to save the world together. You know, we're all superheroes, we should..." "Wait?" Hope interrupted, raising her hand. "You mean we should leave home and join the Avengers to save the world?" "Clap." Scott clapped his hands. "That's right, exactly." Hope slapped her forehead and asked, "Okay, what are you planning to do?" Seeing Hope agree, Scott immediately became excited. He was really fed up with being at home and wanted to get out and about. "Dr. Banner wants us to contact Agent Hill of SHIELD first, then join the others to investigate the Federation's top brass. But before that, I should retrieve my suit." The limiter was just a decoration for Ant-Man Scott. Soon, the two left home and headed towards Dr. Pym's lab. Since Scott's movements were restricted, the Ant-Man suit had been stored at Pym Technologies. After getting out of the car, the two took the elevator to the lab, where they encountered Dr. Pym, who was busy with something. "What are you doing here, Scott? Weren't you under stay-at-home orders?" Hope had tried to hide it, but Scott's mouth was too fast to stop. "I'm here to retrieve the Ant-Man suit. Dr. Banner invited us to save the world. The Skrulls are all ready." Before Scott could finish, Dr. Pym, who was slowly approaching, suddenly reached out and grabbed him with incredible speed, unlike the speed an old man should have. Scott slowly looked down and realized that Dr. Pym had inserted a syringe into him. Scott's eyes rolled back and he passed out. Hope was about to check on him when Dr. Pym tried the same trick again, attempting to inject Hope as well. Snap! Hope instinctively pressed a switch, and the wasp suit appeared and then vanished instantly. The shrunken Hope immediately flew behind Dr. Pym, reverting to her normal size, and stretched out her hands to restrain him. "What are you doing?" In the struggle, Hope realized the problem. Pym was even stronger than an adult strong man, easily throwing Hope away. Hope crashed into a chair and slid 5 or 6 meters, getting up and demanding, "Who are you? What did you do to him?" Dr. Pym didn't answer Hope's question, but instead pulled out a pistol from his waist and pointed it at Hope. Bang bang bang, several shots were fired in quick succession, but none hit. The shrunken Hope flew in front of Dr. Pym and kicked him away with all his might. Crash! The glass shattered, and Dr. Pym fell directly from the building. Hope immediately flew out through the broken window and looked down at the ground, only to find that the fallen Dr. Pym had turned into a green-skinned Skrull. Damn it, he cursed under his breath, and immediately returned to the lab. Scott was still unconscious. Hope helped Scott put on the Ant-Man suit, then shrank him and took him away from the lab. A few hours later, Scott slowly woke up, looking around in confusion, his gaze finally settling on Hope. "What happened to me? Where are we?" Hope turned around at the sound of the voice, her eyes still severely swollen and red. Scott immediately propped himself up to comfort her. After listening to Hope's account of what had happened in the lab, Scott hugged her and reassured her, "It's okay, Dr. Pym will be alright. He's probably been kidnapped. Let's go and rescue him." However, the truth was that Ant-Man and the Wasp searched every inch of San Francisco but couldn't find the missing Pym. The two then took a free flight to the eastern United States, intending to join the others in investigating the Skrulls. Finding the Skrulls would give them a chance to rescue Dr. Pym. They joined forces with Shang-Chi and Spider-Man Peter Parker, forming a temporary team. Ant-Man used his abilities to meet Maria Hill in prison and then began investigating based on clues provided by SHIELD. The Skrulls were expanding their infiltration range and had even begun targeting those around the Avengers. The Avengers' investigation, however, made little progress. A few days later, the federal authorities suddenly took action. The Security Council formally passed the federal proposal to revoke the legitimacy of SHIELD dissolution and reorganization. Dissolution and reorganization again. This cycle of separation and reunification is the main theme of SHIELD. As for the chaos outside, Rhodes remained oblivious, completely unconcerned. He had created the chaos to divert attention, using the Skrull invasion to distract the Avengers and prevent them from spending their time idly plotting against him. Rhodes returned to the lab after practicing illusion techniques with his sprites. The computer simulation was complete, and Rhodes sat down to observe the results. SYNOPSIS? The calculation question was about the feasibility of further enhancement on top of existing enhancements. Rhodes had recently had a sudden flash of inspiration, considering another possibility. Since ordinary human genes could be enhanced to become super soldiers, could the genes of the Eternals be enhanced again? Theoretically, it was possible, provided Rhodes could create an enhancement serum suitable for the Eternals. Unfortunately, Dr. Awakens, who created the first-generation super serum, was dead and hadn't left behind the formula for creating the enhancement serum. Later enhancement serums were almost all based on Captain America Steve Rogers' blood, resulting in a slight reduction in abilities. Even Rory couldn't calculate the formula invented by Dr. Awakens. This frustrated Rory greatly. The path was right in front of him, yet an invisible wall blocked his way, impossible to break through or bypass unless he traveled back in time. Following this logic, Thanos should be an enhanced Eternal, and even if Rory injected serum extracted from Thanos' blood, he would still be inferior to the original. Even a 99.99% similarity wouldn't help. "This is difficult," Rory murmured. He stored his calculations and then went to the refrigerator to retrieve a vial of horseshoe crab blood clotting agent, intending to try purifying the enhancement serum with his own blood and then further enhancing himself. The feasibility was low, but Rory still decided to try. After the RNA test, Rory had a sudden inspiration. What would happen if Thanos' bloodline enhancement serum were fused with the immortal genes? Science, after all, is about bold conjecture and careful verification. Anything conceivable could be tried. Chapter 87: The Unspeakable Unknown Serum. A tube of colorless, transparent liquid sat quietly on the lab bench in a sealed test tube. Rory sat a short distance away, rubbing his chin, his eyes fixed intently on the sealed tube. Since Rory had entered the field of biological genetics, He had never seen such a strange serum. A serum with almost no activity, even from a dead person. Before the flesh decomposes and the bones turn to ash, the extracted genes still retain some activity. But this serum, a fusion of Thanos' bloodline super serum, the immortal gene, and the celestial gene, 3 genes combined, had absolutely no activity, as pure as ultra-pure water. Luo-Rui even wondered if he was dreaming. Strange, where did things go wrong? This strange substance, which he wasn't sure should be called serum, had been created by Luo-Rui. Because he couldn't detect its components, he didn't even know what its purpose was. Luo-Rui got up and left the lab, returning a few minutes later with a starfish. He planned to experiment on a live organism to see what this colorless serum actually was. First, samples were collected from the starfish for data comparison after the experiment. A small amount of colorless serum was drawn and placed into the syringe, then the starfish was taken to the adamantium alloy cage 3:27 p.m. First test of abnormal serum number 0, starfish subject, 11 milliliters injection, begin now. Luo-Rui bound the starfish's 5 legs with restraint straps, then held the syringe to the soft tissue skin in the middle of the starfish's body and injected the serum into the starfish's body with a thud. Start the timer. Luo-Rui stepped out of the adamantium alloy cage, pressed the timer, and then began to observe whether the starfish's body showed any changes. At first, the starfish was completely still, as if it were dead. After a dozen seconds, the starfish suddenly began to convulse, its 5 legs forcefully retracting inwards. Just when Luo-Rui thought the starfish was about to die, an accident occurred. Bang! The starfish suddenly expanded, the restraint straps were directly torn apart, and it continued to expand at an alarming speed. What? In the blink of an eye, the palm-sized starfish rapidly expanded to the size of a wash basin. In the next blink, it doubled in size and continued to expand. Even the lab mouse, who had been motionless while holding its tablet, was startled. Squeak, squeak. Luo-Rui shook his head. I don't know what's going on either. Squeak. The lab mouse jumped onto Luo-Rui's shoulder, wagged its tail, and joined Luo-Rui in observing the enormous starfish. Time passed second by second, and the starfish showed no sign of stopping its expansion. It had now expanded to almost completely fill the adamantium alloy cage. Crash! A starfish leg suddenly emerged from a gap, casually sweeping Luo-Rui's chair, sending it flying against the wall and shattering it. The force was undoubtedly terrifying. Squeak, squeak. The starfish seemed to have found a way out of the cage, trying to squeeze through the gaps between the bars. It was only because the adamantium alloy was strong enough that it was able to escape. If it were any other metal, it would have burst. The starfish had expanded to an enormous size, and no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't squeeze out. Suddenly, with a whoosh, its extended leg, almost as wide as Luo-Rui's height, swung twice before hurtling towards him. Squeak! The little white mouse, startled, instantly scurried into Luo-Rui's pocket. Luo-Rui materialized a shield using cosmic energy to block the starfish. Boom! Luo-Rui staggered back a little. It wasn't that he couldn't withstand the force, but rather that his shoe couldn't. Under the interaction of the two immense forces, the shoe tore apart. The sole and the upper separated into 2 parts. Such immense power! Luo-Rui exclaimed in amazement. To prevent the laboratory from being destroyed, Luo-Rui conjured a long sword to deal with the thing. Before he could even make a move, the next second, with a bang, the starfish exploded into various fragments of limbs and sap, spraying everywhere. Fortunately, Luo-Rui reacted quickly enough, conjuring a giant shield behind him, thus avoiding being sprayed all over. Squeak! The little mouse poked its head out, looked around, and only crawled out of Luo-Rui's pocket after seeing the starfish was dead. It jumped to the ground, picked up a piece of starfish, sniffed it, and then actually put it in its mouth and started gnawing on it. Luo-Rui didn't notice the mouse's actions. He was busy collecting starfish samples for data comparison. He extracted a sample from a portion of the starfish tissue and observed it under an electron microscope. The cells still exhibited high activity, even continuing to divide and grow. Inactive serum is activated upon encountering organic cells. Rapid growth rate, but it hasn't entered the evolutionary process, it's simply getting bigger and stronger. The genetic program hasn't changed, it's still starfish genes, but this thing is a bit dangerous, it could easily create a monster. After completing the data comparison, Luo-Rui summarized the experiment and recorded the findings. Next came the cleaning. He kept some tissue for future experiments and destroyed the rest. Initially, he tried burning it, but found it wouldn't burn at all, so he used a laser. It was slower, but at least it was safer. After working for half a day, he finally managed to clean the lab spotless. Just as he left the lab and returned to his lodgings, Rory received a call from Anthony. "Sir, the Avengers are in big trouble." "What happened?" Rory asked, holding the phone in one hand and using chopsticks to pick up noodles from his bowl with the other. Anthony reported in a cold tone, "The Skrulls have infiltrated many people with connections to superheroes. Those already identified include Dr. Pym, Ned, Peter Parker's classmate, and SHIELD agent Sharon Carter, among others. They've infiltrated SHIELD in Asgard to varying degrees. Ross is investigating the Federation's upper echelons, and I believe they'll take further action soon. Several superheroes have formed a temporary team active near Washington. I suspect they might attempt a prison break to rescue Maria Hill. Should I take action and bring them back?" Rory slurped a mouthful of noodles and calmly said, "No need. Let them fight the Skrulls. We'll just watch. Keep an eye on Ross, and report any unusual activity to me immediately." "Yes, sir." After hanging up, Rory took his empty plate to the kitchen, washed it in the sink, and placed it on the drainer. He then went to the bathroom to wash up and returned to bed, lying on his pillow and fiddling with a bottle of colorless synthetic serum. Several superheroes gathered in an apartment in Washington, D.C. Shang-Chi, sitting on the sofa, lightly touched the ring on his wrist with his fingers. Ant-Man and Wasp 2 sat on the other side. And the atmosphere seemed a bit somber. Finally, Peter Parker, unable to bear it any longer, spoke up first. "Gentlemen, we're just wasting time waiting like this. We should act immediately." Frank, the Punisher, leaning against the window, turned and asked, "Do you have a plan? Do you know where to start investigating? How can we act you if we don't know anything? But are we just going to sit here doing nothing? My friend has been kidnapped." "Hey kid, calm down. Impulsiveness will only make you lose your composure and won't help in saving him." The first Black Captain America comforted him, then looked around at everyone and continued, "Although we don't have a direction to investigate, I agree with this kid. We should waste time here." Ant-Man, Scott, glanced at Hope, then sighed. "Agent Hill from SHIELD said that the Federation has a secret file about the Skrulls. SHIELD hasn't found the source of this file yet, but it might contain important clues. So we're going to steal the file?" Ant-Man raised his hand. "I'll go, but I need your help." The files they spoke of did indeed exist. They were top-secret files personally created by President Ross, and the information came from Rory. After confirming the existence of the Skrulls, President Ross compiled the information provided by Rory into the files and sealed them away. The reason the Federation hadn't immediately taken action against the Skrulls was to restrain the Avengers, ideally weakening or even dismantling them. "I'll drive. I'll keep watch. I can provide you with intelligence support." The first operation of the temporary superhero team was about to begin, targeting the top-secret White House archives where President Ross was located. Meanwhile, at the intelligence headquarters on the other side of Washington, Ms. Seraph, a trusted senior official of President Ross, drove there. Passing through two heavily guarded doors, she entered the inner work area and found Anthony, the Deathblade, who was supervising intelligence work. Seraph glanced at Anthony's severed arm, approached, and greeted him. "Hello, I'm a senior agent from the White House office. You must be Anthony." Anthony, standing at a full 190 centimeters, looked down at the 150 centimeters tall Seraph and gave a cold hem. Seraph quickly handed Anthony a document, saying, "A sample of adamantium alloy, approximately 3 kilograms, has leaked from Celestial Island. It was first sold to the island nation by a mysterious organization, then stolen by another. It has now been transferred to Mexico and may be sold to the next buyer at any time. The president wants to inform you first. Celestial Island has become Rory's private property, especially after the conflict between Celestial Island and India. Countries have a clear understanding of Celestial Island's power, the abominations who can dismantle warships with their bare hands, hordes of super soldiers, and an even more powerful leader. This has completely deviated from the scope of normal warfare. Unless a way to restrain it is found, no official will directly wage war against Celestial Island. Adamantium alloy is Rory's private property, and now someone dares to steal it from him." Anthony's already cold expression turned even colder. With a whoosh, Anthony took the document, read it carefully, and then turned and left without a word. Seraphim quickly caught up and asked, "Mr. Anthony, what do you plan to do?" Anthony glanced at her and snorted, "Take back what belongs to us. Whoever takes it dies." Anthony immediately summoned his super soldier squad to prepare for departure. Chapter 88 SHIELD disbands yet another time. When President Ross learned that the island nation had obtained samples of adamantium alloy, he immediately contacted the island nation's prime minister through official channels. The response he received, however, terrified him. Everyone knows what kind of situation the island nation is. It has no shortage of resources. Now, suddenly, a heavenly island has appeared, filled with adamantium alloy capable of changing the world order. How could the island nation not be tempted? Even at the risk of being whipped by their godfather, they wanted to come and see if there was any possibility of mining it. Of course, with Rory around, that was definitely out of the question. Bang! FK. President Ross cursed, so agitated that he punched the marble countertop, creating a noticeable crack. This scene stunned his White House aide. Ross stood up, straightened his suit, and ordered, "Notify the Pentagon to immediately arrange for the Pacific Fleet to intercept the island nation's warships. Do not allow them to approach Heavenly Island." President Ross wasn't worried about Heavenly Island or Rory, he was worried about the island nation's warships. If the island nation gets close, it will definitely suffer a devastating blow from Rory. Then, war? President Ross was fed up. He didn't even dare tell Rory on Celestial Island this news, and could only hope that the Pacific Fleet could intercept the island nation's warships. The Avengers and SHIELD weren't done yet. The Skrull's secret invasion was still ongoing, and now those troublesome island nation bastards were causing trouble again. Being president was truly exhausting. Just as Ross got up to leave his office, he didn't notice the tiny Ant-Man sneaking past his feet. After Ross was out of sight, Ant-Man Scott immediately started searching through the office. Nothing here, just some government documents, no secret files. Ant-Man Scott contacted the outside via walkie-talkie. Punisher Frank immediately replied, "Search carefully. Those kinds of classified files definitely wouldn't be kept in the open. Look for safes or secret rooms." Wasp Hope, who had come in with him, flew to President Ross's office computer, turned it on, and began searching. "Here, I found a safe." Ant-Man, having made a discovery, immediately called out to Hope, but Hope didn't respond. Instead, she carefully read a document on the computer. Seeing this, Ant-Man had no choice but to shrink himself again and slip into the safe through a crack. A few minutes later, he emerged with the same shrunken secret file. "Hey Hope, I got it, let's get out of here." "Wait, right now." After reading the entire document, she immediately shut down the computer and flew away with Ant-Man. They flew over the lawn in front of the White House, crossed the streets, and finally crawled into a car, shrinking back to normal size. "Got it, check if this is it." Hope took the file from Ant-Man, and the others immediately gathered around. Top secret file number 769, Skrull's secret invasion. The Skrulls originate from the Andromeda Galaxy. They fought a war with the Kree Empire in the Large Magellanic Cloud. Their home was destroyed, and they fled to Earth in 1995. Secret invasion. The Skrulls can freely change their appearance, absorb memories, and replace high-ranking officials and superheroes. Skrull settlement in the Eastern European nuclear contamination zone, so the Skrulls are hiding here. Let's hurry. No, we should notify SHIELD and the Avengers first, and only launch a rescue operation after confirming it. The Skrull settlement in the Eastern European nuclear contamination zone had been attacked by the Federation long ago. The Skrulls wouldn't be foolish enough to stay there. Furthermore, the Skrulls wouldn't imprison humans in the nuclear contamination zone. Ordinary people would be killed by radiation within days. The group drove away from downtown Washington. Ant-Man infiltrated the prison again to meet with Maria Hill, relaying the information to SHIELD and the Avengers before awaiting further news. The next day, Maria Hill, who had just passed on the message, was taken from prison by guards and put into a transport vehicle, ready to be taken to Congress for trial. The vehicle arrived at Congress, and Maria Hill, handcuffed, shackled, and dressed in prison clothes, was escorted into the chamber by a group of guards, sitting alone in the semi-enclosed dock in the middle. Congress members entered one after another, and at 10 a.m., the meeting officially began. Knock knock knock. Congress passed Resolution 2491, at the request of the federal military, to conduct a public trial of SHIELD Maria Hill, a level 9 agent of SHIELD, who briefly served as director of SHIELD. Do you admit to any wrongdoing by SHIELD in the investigation? No, Maria Hill calmly replied. Do you admit to colluding with the Skrulls? No. Do you admit that SHIELD planned and carried out the attack on a federal military base? No. No matter the question, Maria Hill denied everything. The high-ranking officials on the platform were not in a hurry. After the questions were asked, they arranged for staff to turn on the monitors and play video files. The first clip showed the Avengers attacking a military base, and the second showed Nick Fury sitting at a table surrounded by green Skrulls, seemingly discussing something. Even Maria Hill, with her strong composure, was momentarily stunned by this. Agent Maria Hill, what do you have to say now? Maria Hill was silent for 2 seconds, then said softly, Chairman, the Nick Fury in the video is fake, he's a Skrull in disguise. What evidence do you have to prove Nick Fury is fake? The chairman demanded. Maria Hill knew, of course, but the problem was she couldn't produce any evidence. I hereby announce the formal revocation of all SHIELD powers within the Federation, the freezing of all accounts and funds, the seizure of all assets and equipment, and the sealing and safekeeping of any unknown items. Because many things couldn't be stated openly, the word unknown was used as a substitute. The hearing ended, and Maria Hill was taken back to prison, where she would face a 20-year trial at the Supreme Court. Meanwhile, the federal government issued a public notice through mainstream media, demanding that all members of SHIELD surrender within a specified period. Those who failed to do so would be arrested for crimes against humanity. Taking down SHIELD was only the first step. The next target was the Avengers. The high-ranking officials of the Federation had long been fed up with the Avengers' tyranny, including Rhodes. Some wanted to use Rhodes to bring down the Avengers, then turn around and deal with him, finally seizing control of Celestial Island's resources. The ideal was appealing, but whether it could be achieved was another matter entirely. Rhodes, having had a good night's sleep, stepped out of his residence and stretched lazily on the porch. Another beautiful day. Rhodes practiced his illusion magic for half an hour as usual. Then, after breakfast, he toured the town of Celestial Island before arriving at the laboratory. Just as he was about to go inside, Tina suddenly appeared. Rory, the inhibitor is finished. Since using the inhibitor, Tina's eternal demon syndrome hasn't recurred, and her condition is improving day by day. With the extended use of the inhibitor, there might even be a possibility of a complete cure. Rory opened the lab door and said, Come in with me. I need to test your current condition first, and then adjust the appropriate inhibitor accordingly. Tina followed him into the lab, and the first thing she saw was a white mouse engrossed in a cartoon. She couldn't resist petting it, but unexpectedly, the mouse reacted, squeaking and its tail suddenly lengthening, aiming for Tina's eye. This tail was extremely similar to the tentacles of the abnormal Beast King. Tina froze for a moment, watching as the sharp tail was about to pierce her pupil, but thankfully, Rory caught it in his hand the next second. Don't cause trouble, go play somewhere else. The white mouse squeaked twice at Tina, then turned around, picked up the tablet with its little paws, and ran to the other side of the lab table. Rory patted the lab bed. Sit here and wait for me. Tina nodded, crossed her arms, and sat on the lab bed, her eyes occasionally glancing at the mice. Rory entered the password to open the cold storage room door and found the inhibitor raw materials on the 2 rows of shelves. After coming out, he put the raw materials aside, took out the collection device, replaced the needle, and came to Tina, gesturing for her to roll up her sleeve. After drawing a tube of blood, he said, Have you been thinking about the past lately, or experiencing any symptoms of the eternal demon syndrome? Tina moved her arms and shook her head. No, this has been the most peaceful period of my sleep in thousands of years. Rory put the blood into a beaker, mixed it with several other materials, and waited for the reaction. While the blood sample was reacting, Rory took an electronic hood and put it on Tina's head, then turned on the instrument connected to the hood to begin neural detection. This instrument was specially purchased by Rory for Tina, mainly used to detect the brain's neural network response, and could provide relatively accurate data. After the instrument worked for 3 minutes, it provided the data. Rory copied it down and compared it with the previous data, finding that she had indeed improved a lot. Not bad, it can appropriately reduce the dosage of inhibitors. Rory thought for a moment and continued, If you find it troublesome, You can also have nerve injections, which can last for about 12 to 36 months, depending on your individual situation. Inhibitors are used more frequently, requiring injections every 8 to 10 days on average. Nerve injections are like targeted treatment, and a more potent one at that, so the duration will be longer. Tina chose nerve injections without hesitation. Injecting every few days is indeed troublesome. If you are confident, go for nerve injections. Rory dared to inject himself in the spine, so of course he was confident. Take off your clothes. He then turned to the lab table to observe the blood sample reaction. Extracting the blood after the reaction and observing it under a microscope. He then prepared the inhibitor based on the data obtained from the blood sample. Soon, a dose of inhibitor for nerve injection was prepared by Rory's skillful hands. Okay, the inhibitor has been prepared, it's done. Rory turned to look at Tina, and then his brain, filled with experimental data, twitched slightly. Tina moved swiftly, stripping naked and sitting on the lab bed. One hand covered her chest, the other rested on her lap, her expression calm and composed, though her eyes were slightly reserved. Lie down. Tina didn't seem embarrassed at all, and he, a grown man, was even less nervous. After all, he wasn't the one suffering. To be fair, her physique was truly top-notch. Rory pulled the light wave clairvoyance device to the lab table and aimed it at Tina's neck. He marked the area with a marker and began the injection. After the injection, Tina dressed in front of Rory, who, while tidying up the equipment, instructed her, "Don't use cosmic energy recently, otherwise it will increase the frequency of the Eternal Demon Syndrome's attacks, and over time it will cause resistance to the inhibitors, which is detrimental to treatment." Understood. Tina smoothed her long golden hair and then left the lab nonchalantly. 10,000 word update, nearly 10,000 words in 3 chapters combined. Please give me some recommendation votes and monthly tickets. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89 Bronski's Celestial Island Park. No sooner had Tina left than the lab's communicator rang again. Rory, assuming it was Tina returning, casually answered the communicator connecting to the outside of the lab. "Sir, urgent military intelligence." Rory put down his experimental equipment and stepped out of the lab. The super soldier standing at the door saluted and reported, "Sir, radar and drones have detected a fleet heading towards Heavenly God Island, expected to arrive in the nearby waters in 37 hours. Rory frowned and asked, "Has the Federation sent any news?" "No." The super soldier nodded firmly. Deathblade Anthony had led a team to the Federation. If there were any news, he would have sent it back immediately. President Ross of the Federation hadn't provided any intelligence, and even the nearby Federation fleet hadn't reacted. This was very unusual. Rory ordered, "First, confirm their identity. Notify the nearby Federation fleet to intercept and warn them. If they persist, sink them." "Yes, sir." The super soldier went to carry out the order. Disturbed, Rory lost interest in continuing his experiments and simply closed the lab door and went outside. The small square was almost deserted. The 2 busiest places on Celestial Island were the construction side of the palace and the unloading dock. Since there were no civilians on Celestial Island, the streets were largely devoid of activity. Rory walked to the Defense Control Center. Several large screens monitored the nearby sea and various parts of Celestial Island. Several super soldiers stood up and saluted upon seeing Rory enter. Rory waved and walked to the screen, staring at the footage from a drone flying at high speed. "Sir, it will take about 20 more minutes to reach the designated location." How's the island's defense construction going?" Since he considered Celestial Island his own territory and had the support of the Federation government, Rory naturally wanted to make it even more comprehensive, including its military defense system. A super soldier pulled up a spreadsheet on his computer and said, "Sir, 11 close-in weapon systems have recently been installed on the island, with 4,500 units of ammunition pre-stocked, 3 long-range missile launchers, 435 AIM series anti-aircraft missiles, 322 precision-guided missiles, a radar base recently connected to a satellite system, 2 drone swarm combat systems, and a number of individual weapons. All the weapons weren't concentrated in the town. The Celestial HUD mine also had some close-in weapon systems. Anthony was in charge of managing these things, Payne was responsible for communication with the Federation, and Rory was essentially a hands-off manager. Rory wasn't familiar with military matters, so after understanding the situation, he continued watching the drone footage. A few minutes later, the rapidly flying drones arrived at the designated area and quickly spotted a fleet of 5 warships advancing towards Celestial Island. When Rory saw the Japanese flag flying on the warships, he immediately ordered, "Destroy them. Send everyone on board to the mine." "Yes, sir." The Federation soldier didn't hesitate and immediately sent out the relevant combat orders. Anthony had devised several operational plans. Modern conventional warfare primarily relies on long-range strikes, supplemented by close-in defense. If the enemy's firepower is sufficient, super soldier special operations teams would be deployed. The predetermined operational mode was activated, and all weapons were immediately deployed upon receiving the command. Modern warfare is beyond human control, it is almost entirely computer-controlled. Radar and satellites provide positioning, missile systems deliver precision strikes, and even drone swarm operations are pre-programmed. Simply press a switch, and the computer automatically simulates the operational commands. In an instant, one short and medium-range missile after another flew from the launchers, heading straight for the system-located targets. The first wave of attack quickly reached the battlefield, with over a dozen missiles targeting 5 warships. The warships flying the Rising Sun flag reacted swiftly. Vertical-launched anti-aircraft missiles flew head-on, and close-in weapon systems unleashed a barrage of fire, creating a vast net in the sky to intercept the incoming missiles. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions rang out in the air. Most of the missiles were successfully intercepted, but 2 still managed to escape. One bullet hit the deck, while the other, much luckier, struck the bridge directly. Beep order number 3, initiate the second wave of attack. Close-in weapon systems ready to respond to any enemy counterattack. Order number 3, second command. 11 super soldier squads board for near-shore capture mission. Order number 3, third command, launch armed helicopters. On the flagship's side, 2 warships were hit. The other 3 immediately halted their advance and formed a defensive formation, while lifeboats were dispatched for rescue. The nearby Federation fleet wanted to come and help, but a phone call from Tianshan Island caused them to retreat immediately, only daring to watch from a distance. "Mr. President, something terrible has happened." Ross frowned as his office assistant barged in. "What's got you in such a hurry?" he asked. "Mr. President, a fight has broken out." The office assistant placed documents on the president's desk and explained, "The Pacific Fleet's interception failed. General Neeson has been questioned by the Pentagon. The island nation's fleet is approaching Heavenly God Island, and a firefight occurred just 5 minutes ago." Snap damn idiots. Ross cursed the commander of a Pacific Fleet, then immediately dialed the Pentagon. A few minutes later, President Ross sighed and hung up. The latest news had arrived: one of the island nation's 5 warships had sunk, and the remaining 4 had all been captured. It wasn't that the island nation's fleet was useless, or that the weapons the Federation provided to Heavenly God Island hadn't performed well, rather, it was that Heavenly God Island's super soldier army was simply too overpowered. Their individual weapons were either Gatling guns or grenade launchers, and their adamantium alloy armor made them virtually invincible. Once they boarded the ships, it was a one-sided massacre. "Ring ring, Mr. President, the Prime Minister of the island nation requests a call." Ross scoffed. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Despite his grumbling, he had to answer the phone. Back on Heavenly God Island, the 4 captured island nation warships were towed by the Federation fleet to a dock near Heavenly God Island. With some repairs, they could still be used, even if not for combat, they could be used as cargo transport. All the island nation's people were sent to the mines near the Heavenly God's Head to mine. Those who didn't want to mine were sent to the sea to feed the fish. There was no other choice. President Ross was concerned about geopolitics and the international situation. As the Federation's little grandson, the island nation, though he might criticize it, couldn't be ignored. Upon returning to his office, he immediately called Rory. "Beep beep beep, hello?" Ross cleared his throat and said, "Dr. Rory, I just received intelligence about the conflict between Heavenly Island and the Japanese. How are things on your end?" "Everything is fine on Heavenly Island. If you're here to plead for those prisoners, I suggest you keep quiet to avoid damaging our relationship," Rory said indifferently. Ross was speechless. Rory chuckled and continued, The development of Heavenly Island number 2 is short-handed. I really hope this happens more often. Mining adamantium is extremely difficult. Mining a whole block is almost impossible. Most miners grind adamantium powder bit by bit and then melt it into ingots using high-temperature lasers. But President Ross was about to say something when Rory interrupted. There are no buts. I have those warships, and I have the prisoners. If you're not satisfied, let those little devils send more men over, and you'll see if I take them in or not. There was nothing more to say. Rory was busy with his experiments and didn't have time for idle chatter, so he hung up the phone. On the other end, the White House First Secretary, listening to the busy tone on the receiver, sighed helplessly. Since Rory completed the colorless serum experiment with the starfish, he had discovered a very interesting phenomenon during the data comparison process. The starfish limb fragment showed the program of the immortal gene, but it was different from Mr. Immortality's. Instead, it possessed a super powerful self-healing ability. Because starfish naturally have the ability to regenerate severed limbs, this one had become even stronger. 3 days after the experiment, a fragment of the limb in Rory's sample miraculously regenerated into a mini starfish. Its growth rate returned to normal, but its recovery speed after injury was extremely abnormal, completely comparable to Wolverine's healing factor. Sigh, it's a pity it's a mutated gene. If only it could be fused into the eternal race gene. The moment he discovered this incredible regenerative ability, Rory conducted a fusion experiment with his own blood, but it was a complete mismatch. The two genes would cause cell death the moment they came into contact, and Rory hadn't yet figured out why. It was completely dark when he left the lab. As soon as he returned to his lodgings, he saw Bronsky sitting on the steps. "Weren't you supervising mining on Celestial Island number 2? What are you doing back here?" Rory took 2 cans of beer from the refrigerator, tossed one to Bronsky, and asked. Bronsky caught the beer Rory threw and replied, "Sir, I want to apply to establish a customer service center. Those islanders are very hardworking and obedient, much better than the Indians from South Asia. We can invite more islanders to work here." Rory was stunned. Island prisoners wanted to bring more islanders to mine here? The Celestial Island Industrial Park. "Are you alright?" Rory clicked his tongue. Bronsky shook his head. It was an islander who suggested it himself. "I just promoted a foreman, and that guy went crazy." "Awesome. You handle it yourself. Don't ask me about this again." Afterwards, Rory chatted with Bronsky about the adamantium mining situation. Hundreds, even thousands of people, were mining less than 10 kilograms of finished product each day. A single miner's daily output was measured in grams. To mine more adamantium, they needed to increase manpower. You handle the customer service center yourself. Contact logistics if you need anything. Payne will help you procure equipment. "Yes, sir." Bronsky threw his empty beer can into the trash can and got up to leave. No sooner had he left than Rory received a call from Mexico. "Sir. Commander Anthony, he." Chapter 90 The Rebirth Journey of the Death Blade. Anthony, the Death Blade, led 3 super soldiers to Mexico, intending to retrieve the adamantium before it was traded away. However, to his utter dismay, the veteran Anthony was ambushed. The explosion of a high-explosive mine claimed his leg and arm. Now, Anthony only had his left leg intact, and half his face was mangled, making him utterly disfigured. Immediately after his severe injuries, Anthony was transported back to the U.S.-Mexico border military base for treatment by White House official Seraphim. Although he survived, Anthony was practically a human pig. A military plane landed at the U.S.-Mexico border military base, and Rory, with a grim face, disembarked with 2 men. Seraphim, who came to greet him, rushed forward. "Dr. Rory, Mr. Anthony, he." Rory ignored her and walked right past her. Seraphim, not daring to show any anger, quickly followed. The group arrived at the base's medical facility in an open-top jeep. Walking down the corridor to a ward, Rory looked through the glass at Anthony, who lay unconscious. Seraph argued, "Dr. Rory, the intelligence agency inadvertently obtained information that the island nation has lost a sample of adamantium alloy. Mr. Anthony wants to retrieve it." "What do you mean, lost by the island nation?" Rory glared at Seraph. "Adamantium alloy is mine. When did it become the island nation's?" Rory finally understood why the island nation dared to cause trouble for Heavenly God Island. They had studied the adamantium alloy sample and wanted more. A powerful pressure enveloped Seraph, whose already small body trembled instinctively. "Dr. Rory, what I mean is, No need to explain. Go back and tell Ross to investigate this thoroughly. If anything happens to Anthony, someone will be held responsible. I guarantee it. Rory didn't have many trusted confidants, and Anthony was one of them. At this moment, a super soldier following Anthony stepped forward and reported, "Sir, Commander Anthony believes we've been ambushed, or someone deliberately leaked intelligence, and it's very likely aimed at us." Rory turned to Seraphim, who hurriedly said nervously, "Dr. Rory, we will definitely investigate this matter. My patience is limited," Rory said, pushing open the ward door and entering. As the door opened, Anthony slowly opened his eyes. Seeing that it was Rory, Anthony's emotions immediately fluctuated. "Sir, I'm sorry." Before leaving Celestial Island, Rory had specifically told him to be careful, but he hadn't expected to be killed so quickly. As Rory's right-hand man, he felt extremely sorry for Rory's training. Rory walked over calmly, first checking Anthony's wounds, then said, "It's good that you're not dead." Anthony felt he was already a cripple and had no face to see Rory again. The more Rory comforted him, the more distressed he felt. Rory pulled up a chair and sat down beside the hospital bed, asking, "The people below say we were ambushed. What happened?" Anthony's left cheek was badly injured, making his speech slurred, but barely audible. "I have no evidence, but it feels like a trap specifically set for me. Normally, the dosage of high explosives shouldn't cause me serious harm, but the enemy used more explosives than they would use to destroy a tank. They knew everything about the operation, including the time and location, which is why." Anthony's suspicions weren't unfounded. There are no such coincidences in the world, especially for a secret operation, unless someone leaked the information. Rory didn't understand military operations, but he trusted Anthony. Since you have suspicions, then investigate thoroughly. You can't let yourself be injured like this without any explanation. Anthony looked slightly disappointed and said, "I'm sorry, sir, I'm like this." Rory patted Anthony on the shoulder. "If you want to retire and rest, I can guarantee all your future living expenses. If you want to take a gamble, I've discovered a new drug that can increase an organism's regenerative abilities. Your injury hasn't truly begun to heal yet. There's a chance you can recover, but I can't guarantee the success rate. There's only a small chance, and there's a high possibility of other changes." Anthony and Payne received radiation virus gene enhancement. Theoretically, his genes could accept mutant gene fusion. However, without clinical and human trials, Rory couldn't guarantee 100%, not even a 10% certainty. Anthony agreed almost without hesitation, "Sir, I accept." He was already in this state. What was there to worry about? He'd take a gamble, and maybe he'd make it big. Rory nodded, stood up, and said, "I'll take you home." He then picked up Anthony and walked outside. After leaving the military base medical center and returning to the plane, they flew directly back to Heavenly Island. Night fell. Inside the Heavenly Island laboratory, Anthony, with only one leg remaining, was placed on an experimental bed, tightly bound with several straps. Rory stood beside the bed, instructing, "I need to make a clean cut on your leg and arm, and without anesthesia. Only this way can the repair factors be truly activated. You must hold on." When Anthony first received the radiation virus serum enhancement, some of the healing factors were activated, resulting in the growth of a bone blade, which Rory later modified into an adamantium alloy arm blade. This was why Rory dared to use Anthony for experiments. Anthony nodded firmly, "Sir, I'm fine." Rory didn't hesitate, taking out a dental brace and putting it in Anthony's mouth to prevent him from breaking his teeth. Then, using cosmic energy, he conjured a short knife, and with two swift cuts, Anthony's severed limb was immediately sliced into a clean flat surface. Ugh! Anthony's veins bulged in pain, as if his blood vessels were about to burst. Rory took out the injection gun, loaded the healing gene serum he had extracted from the experimental starfish into the chamber, and then held it against Anthony's neck. Thump! The trigger was pulled, and the serum was instantly injected into Anthony's body. He then applied a stencil to the wound to stop the bleeding. Compared to the pain of the severed limb, the pain of the injection was negligible. Rory walked to the video camera and announced, 10:38 p.m. on the 14th, first live experiment with the healing factor serum, dosage 2 units, subcutaneous injection, start the timer. Rory himself didn't know what terrible consequences would occur, but this was Anthony's only chance. Time ticked by. Anthony gritted his teeth and hissed in pain, his limbs twitching, his chest arching, or his head shaking wildly, trying to expel the pain from his body, but he couldn't. Luo Rui's biggest fear was that Anthony's body would undergo unknown changes, perhaps turning him into a monster, or becoming a lump of rotten flesh due to rejection. Fortunately, his fears didn't come true. 30 minutes later, a thin membrane, resembling a cocoon, grew from the severed limb of Anthony. It's working. Rory quickly pulled the video camera closer, wanting to record the entire reaction process of the drug clearly. Boss. It hurts. It hurts so much? The pain of flesh growing was far greater than the pain of a severed limb. A severed limb is a nerve node transmitting a signal, while growth involves countless nerves simultaneously transmitting signals to the brain. Hang in there, the drug is working, I believe you can do it. Rory couldn't alleviate Anthony's pain. If he gave him anesthesia to relieve the pain, the nerve units wouldn't receive the signals from the severed limb, and the growth healing factor would stop, causing the treatment experiment to fail. 2 hours later, the fleshy rod encasing the cocoon grew out, shapeless, and about the same length as the original limb. Rory still had to give him an energy injection from time to time to maintain the energy balance in Anthony's body. If nutrition wasn't increased in time, even if the severed limb regenerated, the nutrients in Anthony's body would be drained, eventually turning him into a greyhound. Sir, I can feel it, I can feel it. Rory nodded with a smile. That's a good thing, hang in there a little longer. 5 hours later, from the appearance of the cocoon, it was roughly possible to see that Anthony's severed limb had taken on its original shape. 8 hours later, the shiny white cocoon began to gradually dim, then turned into dry, thin film adhering to Anthony's skin, like a lizard shedding its skin. Rory, wearing gloves, gently lifted a piece of the cocoon with tweezers, revealing baby's soft, white skin underneath. The skin immediately returned to its normal color upon contact with air. He looked up and asked, "Move it around a bit, see if you can feel it." In the early stages of limb amputation, normal people often believe their hands and feet are still there. This is a cognitive illusion, and over time, it can even lead to psychological problems. Therefore, psychological issues experienced by ordinary people who have just lost a limb are not entirely due to despondency, but are likely influenced by brainwaves. Anthony shook his newly grown foot and nodded, "I can feel it, but it doesn't feel like my own foot, right?" "That's normal. The remodeled nervous system needs time to adjust." After confirming this, Rory untied Anthony's restraints and said, "Clean yourself up, then take a shower and adjust for a couple of days." Anthony tried to suppress his excitement, although he didn't say anything, his lips trembled. Whether it's Anthony or anyone else, recovering lost limbs would be incredibly exciting. Unfortunately, Anthony's earlier severed hand hadn't healed, most likely due to the effects of the bone knife. "Boss, I want to go back and continue investigating the missing adamantium alloy." Rory waved his hand, "No rush, there'll be another experiment later. You can investigate after that." Seeing Rory's disagreement, Anthony had no choice but to give up. After cleaning off the dried calluses on his body, he stumbled out of the lab. Rory brought Anthony's blood sample to the lab table, wanting to see if the healing factor fused with Anthony's genes could be grafted onto his own. 2 cell injections failed. Rory wasn't disappointed. No matter how powerful the mutated gene was, it was ultimately based on human genes. Without an improved gene level, one would still age, get sick, and die. Healing abilities seemed insignificant compared to the almost infinite lifespan of the Eternals. Chapter 91: The Great Rescue Operation of the 6 Part-Time Workers. 3 days later, a recovered Anthony returned to the lab. "Sir, I seem to." Rory gestured for Anthony to sit down, then smiled. "Your healing ability, right?" Anthony nodded. Rory made a 3-centimeter incision on his arm with a scalpel. Within 2 breaths, the wound had healed perfectly, barely a drop of blood appearing. Even Wolverine's healing factor wasn't that impressive. "You're lucky." Anthony's lips curved slightly. "My luck only improved after meeting you." Rory hadn't expected Anthony to flatter him. He laughed heartily and led him to a pre-prepared glass water tank. "This is a circulating cooling device that can help reduce your pain." Anthony nodded. "Sir, you gave me my life, I can do whatever I want." Rory handed Anthony a respirator. "I'll transform your entire skeleton into adamantium alloy. Combined with your current healing ability, your combat power will increase many times over. Of course, you can choose not to participate. It's not like I'm forcing you to participate in the experiment." Anthony didn't hesitate for a second, putting on the respirator and lying down. Rory took out several needles and, after Anthony was ready, inserted them one by one into his body. He then started another machine, releasing the molten adamantium into the tubes connected to the needles. Gurgle, gurgle. Even with a cooling circulation device, the high-temperature adamantium entering Anthony's body immediately caused him immense pain. A few minutes later, the pre-calculated dose of adamantium was fully injected. The needles were removed one by one, and Anthony weakly crawled out of the tank. "Sir, I feel so much heavier," Anthony said, jumping from the tank to the ground with a thud. The weight of Anthony was clearly much greater than that of an ordinary person. Afterwards, Rory conducted a series of physical examinations on him. Only after confirming that everything was alright did he release Anthony to return to the Federation mainland to continue investigating the adamantium smuggling. Anthony's rebirth astonished many. The regeneration of severed limbs was, in everyone's eyes, an impossible event. Anthony found Seraphim, a senior White House official, and questioned her, "Have you found out where the adamantium is?" Seraphim nodded repeatedly, "Yes, we have. It's in the hands of someone called the Rattlesnake Organization." "Take me to them," Anthony said firmly. Just as Seraphim was about to speak, one of her subordinates approached. "Sir, the seizure of all SHIELD assets is complete, but something strange, one of the bracelets marked on the list is missing." Seraphim was still accompanying Anthony to find the adamantium in the Rattlesnake Organization's hands and didn't have time for anything else. She immediately said, "You can investigate yourselves. I have other work to do." After dismissing her subordinate, Seraphim immediately arranged for the tracking of the Rattlesnake Organization. They quickly located the Rattlesnake Organization. With his adamantium skeleton and superhuman healing abilities, Anthony was like a god descending to Earth, cutting down the Rattlesnake Organization as easily as slicing through butter. They quickly retrieved the adamantium belonging to Celestial Island. Anthony arranged for a super soldier to deliver the retrieved adamantium back to Celestial Island, while he himself returned to Washington to continue monitoring the Avengers and President Ross in the White House. Things weren't going well for the Avengers lately. Since the investigation into the Skrulls began, they had already clashed twice, both times ending in victory for the Avengers, but they hadn't found any useful clues. It seemed the Skrulls knew about every operation in advance. Even the most clueless Avengers knew they had a spy among them, but the Skrulls were too well hidden to be found. "We can't wait any longer. The longer we wait, the more dangerous it will be for those captured." The Avengers split into two teams, one in Asgard, and the other a makeshift team on the Commonwealth. Scott and Hope were worried about Pym Hank's safety, while Peter Parker was worried about his friend Ned. The six hastily assembled team hadn't even had a chance to gel before disagreements arose. Ant-Man Scott, Wasp Hope, and Peter Parker advocated for the rescue. Punisher Frank, Captain America Isaiah, and Shang-Chi advocated staying in the Union to quickly investigate the Skrulls within. "Gentlemen, the Skrull settlement is in the core of the nuclear contamination zone. Ordinary people going in will only die. You're all superheroes, isn't there any other way?" Of the six, perhaps only Spider-Man Peter Parker could barely withstand the radiation, the others would certainly die if they went in. Peter Parker said, "Since they captured Dr. Pym and Ned, it means they're still useful to them and shouldn't have been taken to the contaminated area. We just need to find them." "The problem is we can't find them," Frank said gravely. "If we don't enter the core area, we can't capture the Skrull leaders. Without the Skrull leaders, we can't find where the captured people are being held. Then let's ask for help, seek the assistance of a more powerful Avenger." Ant-Man Scott suddenly said, "Perhaps we can go to those sorcerers. Can't they find anyone through portals?" "That's a good idea. Let's go back to New York immediately." Spider-Man eagerly agreed. Seeing this, the others had no better direction for their investigation and could only head to New York to find the sorcerer of the Sanctum Sanctorum. Peter Parker and Strange had a fairly good relationship, and on the way back to New York, Peter Parker left a message for Strange online. Back in New York, they entered the Sanctum Sanctorum without much trouble. Hello, we'd like to see Mr. Strange." Upon entering the Sanctum Sanctorum, Peter Parker proactively explained his purpose to the sorcerer surnamed Wang. The sorcerer surnamed Wang nodded. "The sorcerer supreme is busy with other matters, I'll help you." The sorcerer surnamed Wang put on his magic ring and began casting a spell, quickly opening a portal in the Sanctum Sanctorum's main hall. Everyone looked inside. The dark factory was filled with various pieces of equipment scattered haphazardly. Peter Parker suddenly shouted, "They're over there." Everyone turned their gaze and, sure enough, saw the captured group in the distance. It wasn't just Dr. Pym and Peter Parker's friend Ned, but also several federal officials they had seen on television. "What are we waiting for? Get them back quickly." The group immediately entered the portal. Peter Parker rescued his friend first, Scott and Hope went to rescue Dr. Pym, and the remaining three went to rescue the others. "Hey everyone, look!" The others turned to look and saw Shang-Chi supporting a lean black man as they approached. "It's James Rhodes." The six-man Avengers temporary team repeatedly entered and exited the portal, rescuing all those imprisoned by the Skrulls. Since Rhodes' appearance, the Avengers hadn't had such a smooth run in a long time. This operation rescued nearly 20 government officials, a great success. Next, they just needed to investigate based on these people's identities to find the Skrulls in disguise. Peter Parker and Ned hugged, and the chubby Ned sighed with a hint of grievance. "Brother, I thought I'd never see you again." "How could I? I won't abandon you." Not far away, the over 70-year-old Dr. Pym, in poor physical condition, was recovering more slowly. Opening his eyes and seeing Scott and Hope, he trembled. "It's so good to see you again." Just as the mage surnamed Wang was racking his brains about how to deal with these people, the doorbell of the sanctuary suddenly rang. Ding-dong, the mage surnamed Wang went over and opened the door a crack, only to have it violently shoved open by the people outside. Thump, the mage surnamed Wang landed on his backside from the impact of the door. Anthony walked in coldly with 5 super soldiers, followed by a group of federal agents. "Who are you?" "Heavenly Island." "Anthony, the Death Blade." Anthony narrowed his eyes, glanced at everyone present, and said calmly, "Take everyone back. Anyone who resists, kill them." Rory's attitude towards the Avengers was Anthony's attitude towards them. Spider-Man was the first to step forward, blocking everyone's path and questioning, "Excuse me, sir, you can't take these people away." "Who are they?" "Who they are doesn't matter. What matters is that I'm taking them away." Seraphim followed in from behind, flashing his badge and warning, "I am Seraphim, a senior White House official. These people will be taken over by the federal government." The temporary 6-man Avengers team stood before everyone. Although no one spoke, their meaning was clear. Seraphim frowned and asked, "Do you want to stand on federal soil and oppose the Federation?" The temporary 6-man Avengers team lacked a leader, and no one stepped forward to answer. After a moment of stalemate, Ant-Man Scott stepped forward with his hands raised. "Hey guys, calm down. We're not enemies." Scott stood between the two sides, put away his Ant-Man helmet, looked at Anthony, and said with a smile, trying to be friendly, "Hey buddy, remember me? You and Dr. Rory came to my house not long ago." Anthony's reply was to extend the adamantium bone knife from his arm. The cold blade seemed to emanate the aura of death. Anthony said coldly, "The sir gave you a chance, but you didn't seize it." No, listen to me. Dr. Pym was captured by the Skrulls. I have to rescue him. Dr. Rory will understand me. Then give up resisting. Ant-Man Scott and Wasp Hope had achieved their goal, and they never wanted to get involved in the conflict between Celestial Island and the Avengers. Seeing this, Hope helped Dr. Pym up and walked over, agreeing, "We'll go with you." The other superheroes hesitated for a moment, then Spider-Man Peter Parker stepped forward. Mr. Rory knows me. I want to rescue my friend, so." 3 out of the 6-man team had betrayed them. How could they possibly win? Anthony turned to the remaining 3, his long sword pointing at the 6 bullsies in Shang-Chi's hand. "Give me those." Dream on. 4 bullsies had already been stolen. His purpose in staying with the Avengers was to find an opportunity to retrieve the bullsies that Rory had taken. Of course, he wouldn't hand over the remaining bullsies. "I'm not discussing this with you." Anthony waved his hand, and several super soldiers immediately surrounded him. The atmosphere became even more tense. Bang! With no way to avoid it, Punisher Frank fired the first shot of the attack. The bullet struck Anthony squarely between the eyebrows, but before he could even show a happy expression, the bullet was squeezed out of Anthony's brow and fell to the ground with a clink, and the wound between his eyebrows healed completely. The power of the bullseye was strong. Even with 4 fewer, ordinary super soldiers were still no match for him. He wielded the bullseye with ferocious power, sending anyone who got close flying. The next second, the super soldier drew his sidearm, and this time it was Shang-Chi's turn to be dumbfounded. Swish. Run. Fatty Wang the mage opened a portal and immediately led a few people away. As for the remaining rescued personnel, there was nothing they could do but leave them to the Federation officials. If they had known this would happen, there would have been no need for the conflict at all. The outcome hadn't changed, and the relationship had only worsened. Chapter 92, Father arrested, daughter abducted, the poor Scott family. Seraphim and her men searched the sanctuary but found nothing. It was just an ordinary residence. Both Anthony and Seraphim knew that the sorcerers must have used magic to turn it into a normal dwelling. They couldn't break the spell, as they didn't understand magic. Take these people back, call it a day. Before getting into the car, Anthony ordered, arrange a private jet to take Ant-Man and his family to Celestial Isle. The Master wants to see them. Seraphim naturally didn't object. Although this high-ranking White House official was acting as a gopher, her gains this time were substantial. Among those brought back weren't only high-ranking federal officials, but also many other high-ranking leaders from various countries. More importantly, they brought back the War Machine, James Rhodes. Everyone was put into the car, with one woman trying to blend in as inconspicuously as possible. When Rory received the message, he was strolling around San Francisco. The call only instructed Anthony to send over a list of those rescued. Hanging up, the Chevrolet Suburban stopped. Rory put away his phone, got out of the car, glanced at the Pym Technologies building, and then walked inside. Rory wasn't a physicist and couldn't create a quantum tunnel. Since Ant-Man and his family were away, he planned to take a ready-made quantum tunnel home. Although Dr. Pym wasn't there, Pym Corporation was still operating normally. A security guard raised his hand to stop Rory, and someone immediately stepped forward, showing identification. FBI, back off. Seeing this, the guard had no choice but to make way. Rory walked unimpeded to Dr. Pym's lab. He immediately saw the completed quantum tunnel and was about to approach when a voice called out to him. Who are you? Why are you here? Rory turned around and asked with a smile, Are you Scott's daughter, Kathy? You know me? Sorry, Dr. Pym isn't here. This is a private lab, please leave. Rory smiled and said, I'm not here to see Dr. Pym, and I know where he is. If you want to see Scott or Dr. Pym, you can come back with me later. Kathy and Scott had spoken on the phone and learned of Dr. Pym's kidnapping. Hearing Rory say he knew Dr. Pym's whereabouts, she immediately became alert. Why should I believe you? The man following behind Rory stepped forward, flashing his badge and explaining, FBI senior agent, Dr. Rory is a scientific research advisor to the military. Rory continued, Dr. Pym has been rescued and is with your father, Scott, and Hope. If you still don't believe me, I can let you make a phone call. Kathy pondered for a moment before saying, Okay, let me talk to them and I'll believe you. Rory immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Anthony's number. The call connected quickly. Let Scott talk to him. Tell him his daughter misses him. Anthony understood instantly and rushed to the place where Ant-Man and his family were being held. Covering the phone with one hand, he warned Scott, Your daughter wants to talk to you. You should know what to say and what not to say, right? Using Kathy to blackmail Scott was practically wiping his Achilles heel. Scott was initially angry, but then immediately nodded. The phone was handed to Scott, who eagerly asked, Kathy? Dad? It really is you. Where are you? Are you safe? Scott glanced at Anthony, then said, Hey baby, we're safe, don't worry. But we have other work to do, so we might be back a little late. Under Anthony's deadpan threat, Scott didn't dare say anything. Only making small talk and revealing no information. A few minutes later, seeing that Scott showed no sign of hanging up, Anthony had to signal him to end the call quickly. Scott hurriedly said into the phone, Baby, don't worry, we'll be back. Then you guys have to be careful. Reluctantly, Scott finally hung up. He handed the phone back to Anthony, unable to resist asking, Hey buddy, how long are you planning to keep us locked up? With the Ant-Man suit and Pym Particles confiscated, escape was impossible, especially with Kathy being used as leverage. Scott and his companions dared not do anything rash. Anthony gave him a cold look, then turned and left. In San Francisco, Kathy, having hung up the phone, looked up at Rory and asked, Is my father really all right? Of course. We're planning to invite Scott and Dr. Pym to participate in an experiment. There's no danger. You miss them? Kathy nodded. Rory smiled, That's easy. Although it's a secret experiment, I can make an exception and let you meet. Really? Of course, I'm in charge of this project. Although this dispelled Kathy's suspicions about Rory's identity, she still doubted his motives. She immediately asked, "So, what's your purpose here?" "The experiment requires a quantum channel. Dr. Pym is an expert in this area. Building a new one would be a waste of time, so I'm here to pick up the machine." Kathy also had some research in the quantum realm, even a certain obsession. While Scott and Dr. Pym were away, she had secretly conducted research in this area herself. Now, with a larger research project related to the quantum realm, Kathy was naturally interested and immediately agreed. Scott never imagined that his daughter was about to be kidnapped by Rory. Even if he knew, he couldn't do anything to Rory, for the simple reason that he couldn't beat him. Rory and Kathy stood outside Pym Technologies, watching the quantum portal being loaded into a vehicle, and then the two got into the back of a Chevrolet Suburban. Rory asked curiously, "Kathy, you must have some knowledge of the quantum realm, right? Can you tell me about it?" Rory was very interested in time travel, including parallel universes and time paradoxes. Although he had experienced time travel several times, and even crossed parallel universes, he didn't really know much about it. Kathy immediately became interested when the topic came up. "Of course, no problem. Which aspect would you like to start with?" "Let's start with time travel." The Chevrolet Suburban followed the convoy transporting the quantum portal smoothly, and the two chatted enthusiastically in the car. The quantum is the smallest and indivisible basic unit, but Dr. Pym believes there are other elements below the quantum. The emergence of Pym particles is the process of elements shrinking. He believes that shrinking to the same size as a quantum would allow for further observation of quanta. The facts are as Dr. Pym envisioned. There is another realm within the quantum realm, where time and space become irrelevant. Because quanta are entangled, not two identical quanta, but the same quantum at different points in time. Entering from this quantum allows you to exit from another point in time. Rory roughly understood and grasped the principle of time travel, but he couldn't comprehend what the quantum realm was. As they chatted, the convoy arrived at the military base closest to San Francisco. Getting out of the car, Kathy noticed the quantum portal being loaded onto a transport plane and asked curiously, "Are we going to take a plane again?" After their conversation, Kathy's impression of Rory had greatly changed. No one had ever listened to her fascination with quantum science like Rory. Rory smiled slightly. "Yes, it's still a long way to go. Once we get there, I can set up a separate lab for you so you can continue researching what you like." "That's great. Thank you, Rory." Kathy clapped her hands happily. One was youthful and beautiful, the other calm and handsome. Two knowledgeable people easily attracted each other's attention. "Gray, all the scientists and politicians we captured have been rescued." Graywick replied indifferently, "Notified our people to come back first. I've already gotten what I wanted, it doesn't matter if they're rescued." The Skrulls kidnapped Maya Hansen to obtain the Extremis virus, creating a powerful group of Skrull warriors. They captured Dr. Pym, obtained the formula for creating Pym particles, and even stole a time travel bracelet when the Federation confiscated S.H.I.E.L.D's items. All they need to do now is create a quantum tunnel, and they can take the Skrulls to another level. Gravik's original plan was indeed to conquer Earth, but he later discovered that the gap between the Skrulls and the Avengers was simply too vast, and with the ever-present threat of Celestial Island, a complete Skrull conquest of Earth seemed virtually impossible. So Gravik considered another way out, going back in time to change Skrull history. A madman doesn't just stay mad about one thing, he'll come up with even madder ideas. Gravik hung up the phone and continued adjusting the Pym particles. His subordinate, Jaya, walked in. "Gravik, what are you doing?" Gravik didn't turn around, replying, "You'll find out soon enough." Jaya had just visited her father, who could be considered the temporary leader of the previous generation of Skrulls living on Earth, but was ousted after Gravik arrived. Gravik believed Jaya's father was too weak, only knowing how to hide their Skrull identity and never considering finding a way for the Skrulls to survive, even entrusting their fate to that one-eyed man. Jaya, being of the new generation, largely agreed with Gravik's views, thus taking a different path from her father. However, as the situation grew increasingly tense, with a human government on one side and the Avengers on the other, the Skrulls faced imminent annihilation. Therefore, Jaya personally visited her father. The result revealed a cruel truth: her mother had been murdered by Gravik. Her purpose in coming today was to ask him directly, but seeing Gravik intently experimenting for the Skrull's survival, Jaya hesitated once more. A few minutes later, Grevik excitedly held a vial of newly generated Pym Particles, muttering, "The future of the Skrulls." Having absorbed Pym Hank's memories, Grevik had obtained the ability to create Pym Particles. The next step was the quantum channel. "You've come at the right time. Go and get me what I need according to this list, and be quick." Gia took the list, nodded after a moment, but ultimately didn't ask the question she wanted to ask, and turned to leave the factory. Grevik glanced at Gia's retreating figure and snorted coldly. He wants to save the Skrulls, that's true, but before that, he must be the Skrull King. Chapter 93 The Island Owner's Leisurely Life. The transport plane landed on Celestial Island, and Kathy was instantly stunned upon disembarking. Standing atop a gigantic hand, its fingers piercing the sky, with a colossal head in the distance, the overwhelming sense of oppression was palpable. Anyone with megalophobia would surely faint from fright. "Wow, it's huge." Rory walked behind Kathy and said gently, "You'll get used to it. Come on, I'll show you around." They got into a jeep and drove out of the airport into the town. Construction of the town was nearing completion, and now, in addition to soldiers and workers, there were also their families. Some were chatting together, some were tending to their plants in front of their homes, and others were cooking. The town was gradually gaining a more lived-in feel. "This place is like a paradise, so peaceful. If you like it, you can stay longer." The quantum tunnel was transported to another building behind the laboratory, and Rory and Kathy arrived at the small square. Rui introduced, "That's my lab over there. I'm a bioengineering scientist. This is the town's future administrative center, and this is my residence. Your accommodation is right next to mine. You can come visit me anytime." "Thank you." Kathy thanked him briefly and went into the accommodation Rui had arranged for her. It was nearly 200 square meters, a modern building with all the necessary furnishings and appliances. All the supplies are brand new. You can get your groceries from the supply supermarket, it's all free. There's also a housekeeper on the island who takes care of cleaning. If you need anything, you can call the town service hotline. Though small, it was fully equipped, and she was very grateful for the strong support from the Federation government. Moreover, the international trade route wasn't far from Heavenly God Island, making it easy to transport supplies from Southeast Asia. "It's late today. Let's have dinner at my place later. We can go to the lab tomorrow. You can write down anything you need tonight, and I'll arrange for someone to purchase it tomorrow." Having just arrived in a completely unfamiliar place, Kathy felt extremely insecure. Fortunately, Rui was there to chat with her. As night fell, the town lit up with lights. Wearing an apron, Rui stood in the kitchen, wielding a spatula and ladle. Kathy sat on a high stool by the island, chin in hand, watching him. Young, handsome, cultured, knowledgeable, successful, and a good cook. Whoosh! A fresh stir-fry was ready. Worried Kathy might not like Chinese food, Rui also added eggs and bacon, and made a fruit salad. Once the food was on the table, Kathy immediately snapped out of her daze, teasing, "I didn't expect you could cook. It looks pretty good. Is it the food that's good, or am I good?" "Both." There was almost no generation gap between the young people, and Rui even supported a research, so they quickly became acquainted. After the meal, Rui washed the dishes, looking every bit the perfect domestic man. Drying his hands, he took a bottle of beer and a soft drink from the refrigerator and led Kathy to the porch. Sitting down, they admired the clear night sky and talked about their life ideals. Kathy even forgot why she had come, only remembering it late when it was time to go back to rest. "Rory, my father and the others. They should be here in the next day or two. You'll see them soon. Good night." Kathy smiled and waved, "Good night, Lore." Watching Kathy return to her residence, Lore turned and went back inside, taking out his phone to look at the list Anthony had sent earlier. He found it consisted of politicians and dignitaries from the Federation and Western European countries. At the end, one name caught Lore's attention. Maya Hansen? Lore felt the name was familiar and immediately pulled up the person's file. Seeing the photo, it was indeed the Maya Hansen he was thinking of. He immediately dialed Anthony's number. "Bring that woman named Maya Hansen back with you." "Yes, boss." Anthony didn't care why Lore wanted this woman, whether for experiments or to warm his bed, it wasn't his concern. The next day, after breakfast, Lore took Kathy to the laboratory. On the way, they saw a sexy woman sitting in front of the fountain in the small square, smiling and looking this way. Rory joked, She's not human, she's a legendary god. You'd better not mess with her. Wow, really? Kathy glanced at Tina and asked in amazement. Rory shrugged, of course it's true. What we're standing on right now is the body of the oldest celestial race in the universe. It was these gods who helped resolve the Earth's destruction crisis. Kathy never expected to see a god with her own eyes. It had a huge impact on her. Arriving at the lab, a small white mouse flew over as soon as they opened the door. Squeak? Squeak. Her name is Kathy, she's my good friend. You'd better be polite, you hear me? Rory tossed a mouse from his shoulder onto the lab table. The mouse turned its head to look at Kathy and actually nodded in a human-like manner. Kathy was instantly charmed. Wow, it's so cute. She couldn't resist reaching out to touch it. The mouse squinted its eyes, letting Kathy pet it a couple of times, then stretched out its little paws and pulled Kathy to the tablet, pressing the play button for an animated cartoon. My goodness, it can even watch cartoons with this? Rory, tidying up the lab, chuckled. It's a test subject with modified genes. Its lifespan far exceeds that of humans, and its intelligence is estimated to be around 6 to 8 years old. The white mouse is currently the only creature in the world besides Rory to possess Thanos' genes, similar to the Eternals' genes, but different from them. Furthermore, it hasn't entered the biological evolutionary process and still retains the mouse's biological genetic sequence. You're amazing. To be able to research such scientific achievements, doesn't that mean humans can live longer and even have increased intelligence? Rory shook his head. Biological gene modification requires specific conditions and cannot be widely applied. At most, it can only be used for experiments on individuals. Rory wasn't lying about this. Many biologists around the world have researched Captain America's serum, but the reason it hasn't been widely adopted is because it's not suitable for everyone. Even when Rory creates super soldiers, he has to go through a series of tests and then formulate an enhanced serum of a specific purity. Come here, let me check you out and see if you're a good candidate for the gene serum. Kathy put down the furry white mouse she was holding and came over to Rory. After a series of blood tests, Kathy asked with concern, "How is it? How is it?" Rory shook his head. Before Kathy could even show her disappointment, Rory continued, "The super serum isn't suitable, but the strength of a regular serum is acceptable. Although it won't reach the level of a super soldier, it should make you healthier. Are you planning to inject me with the serum you're researching?" Kathy even imagined that she had been tricked into coming here, that Rory wanted to use her for human experiments. The next second, Rory refused, "Of course not. Injecting the serum isn't as simple as you think. You can come and watch next time a super soldier is injected, but you must get your father's permission first." After touring Rory's laboratory, they went to the testing site arranged for Kathy. It was a laboratory of moderate size, with only some basic infrastructure. If needed, they would have to purchase new equipment. Kathy was very satisfied with it. She had never imagined she could have her own laboratory. "I really like it here, but..." Kathy felt a little embarrassed accepting Rory's gift so readily. Rory smiled and said, "It's nothing. Your father and Dr. Pym will help me complete the experiment, and this lab can be considered extra compensation." Kathy was naturally willing to accept, but she just didn't have a reasonable reason. Rory had given her this way out, and Kathy immediately took it. "Where's the list I asked you to prepare?" Rory asked, reaching out his hand. Kathy immediately pulled a list from her pocket and handed it to Rory. "These are all I need right now. I'll take care of it." 2 days later, a military plane landed at the Heavenly Island airport, and the Ant-Man family and Maya Hansen were escorted off by 2 super soldiers. Entering the town, everyone looked around with curious eyes, exploring everything. However, when they entered the town's central square, Scott's expression changed drastically. "Kathy." In front of the fountain in the center of the square, Rory and Kathy sat close together, seemingly telling a joke, making Kathy giggle incessantly. Suddenly hearing someone call her name, Kathy instinctively turned around and saw her father, Scott, standing not far away. Her face flushed, and she immediately stood up and ran over. "Dad, you're finally here?" Scott asked, his face a mixture of worry and anger. "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to stay home?" Kathy replied, puzzled. "Rory said you were coming to participate in a research project. We talked on the phone before, so I came." Scott immediately directed his anger at Rory, who calmly nodded in greeting. Scott wanted to explode in anger, but he couldn't. He was like a turtle trapped in a fire pit, feeling stifled and frustrated. What kind of situation was this? Arresting someone's entire family and then trying to seduce their daughter? Such an outrageous villain was rare indeed. Kathy was puzzled by her father's attitude and asked curiously, "Dad, what's wrong?" Scott tried to suppress his emotions and forced a smile. "Nothing, I'm just worried about you. I'm fine. Rory is very good to me. He even prepared a lab for me, and the environment here." The more Scott listened, the more distressed he felt, as if his heart was being squeezed. It was as if his precious treasure was about to be stolen. But that was the truth. While he was busy saving Dr. Pym, his house was robbed, and not only Kathy, but everything at Pym Technologies was stolen. Chapter 94. Easily controlled yet helpless. After escorting the Ant-Man family to their pre-arranged accommodations and giving them a tour, Scott went to the living room. After a long hesitation, Scott said, "Kathy, I'd like to speak with Rory alone." Kathy, though puzzled, gave him the space. Once Kathy was out of sight, Scott immediately revealed his anger, demanding, "Mr. Rory, what exactly do you want?" Rory feigned innocence, saying, "I don't want anything. I just want to invite you to conduct an experiment." "What did you think? I thought you should stay away from Kathy." Rory chuckled twice, his smile insincere. "It's my freedom to contact whomever I want, and it's also Kathy's freedom. Even if you're her father, you shouldn't interfere. And don't forget, your whole family is now my prisoners. You have no right to make any demands." Scott was speechless. He had been blinded by anger, but Rory's words had jolted him back to reality. His family's lives were in Rory's hands. He certainly had no right to make any demands. But as Kathy's father, he would protect her even at the cost of his life. He immediately retorted, "Even if you kill me, I won't let you hurt my Kathy." Rory asked speechlessly, "Why are you so sure I'd hurt Kathy? Haven't you hurt her too?" Scott was speechless again. Rory was right. He had disappeared for 5 crucial years during the most important time of Kathy's development. He hadn't fulfilled his responsibilities as a father, which was indeed hurtful to Kathy. Rory patted Scott on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Stay here and live a good life. That way you can keep an eye on Kathy and me. Isn't that better?" Scott wanted to curse. First, he hadn't come to Celestial Island voluntarily. Second, Kathy was here, and even if he were driven away, he wouldn't leave. Human behavior is often swayed by emotions. No one can remain truly rational. The conversation ended, and the entire Ant-Man family gathered around. Rory spoke first. "Dr. Pym, the reason I invited you here is simple, to open a portal for time travel." Dr. Pym was silent for a few seconds before shaking his head. "I can't do it, because time cannot be controlled by anyone, unless... What if we add this?" Rory took out a time travel positioning bracelet and placed it on the coffee table. Dr. Pym was stunned for a few seconds, then asked, "How did you get this?" Only Tony Stark, Iron Man, could create time travel positioning bracelets. After Tony left, all the time travel bracelets disappeared. He didn't expect Rory to have one. Rory explained, "I once experienced time travel with the Avengers, but we parted ways due to some disagreements. The 3 necessary conditions for time travel are, the bracelet, Pym Particles, and a quantum portal." Rory had experienced time travel and didn't want to be trapped in one point in time forever, which is why he brought Pym back to conduct time travel research experiments. Pym carefully picked up the bracelet, saying somewhat uneasily, "This would indeed meet the conditions for time travel, but I need to do some research on the time-space positioning bracelet first." "Of course, no problem. The lab is ready, we can start any time. I need Janet's help." Janet was the Wasp and Pym wife. Dr. Pym didn't have Tony Stark's research capabilities, only Janet had been to the deepest part of the quantum realm and understood it better, so Pym needed Janet to provide some information support. Rory snapped his fingers and asked, "Okay, do you want her to come over herself? Or should I have someone kidnap her?" "Pym?" After some discussion, Rory left Ant-Man's residence. Once Rory was sure he was gone, Ant-Man leaned over and whispered, "Everyone, what should we do now?" Kathy's expression froze. "What do you mean, what should we do? Didn't we agree to work on a research project together?" The others tacitly avoided telling Kathy the truth. After a long silence, Pym said, "From what I can see, Rory doesn't seem to have any ill intentions towards us, and I really want to do this research project." Hope chimed in, "What else can we do? You go and defeat Rory, or we'll all go on the run." Which do you choose? Through their investigation over this period, Scott and Hope had a basic understanding of the current situation. SHIELD and the Avengers being driven out of the Federation and becoming international fugitives was largely due to Rory's actions. Colluding with the Federation's high command, arbitrarily mobilizing military forces, creating super soldiers, declaring himself the Lord of Celestial Island, and establishing his own base to monopolize the world's richest mineral veins. All these actions clearly showed that Rory was not someone the Ant-Man family could afford to mess with. Kathy spoke up, "Rory's a really nice guy. Why are you all so hostile towards him? Besides, didn't you come because you accepted his invitation?" The other three fell silent. After a moment, Scott explained, "Honey, to be precise, we haven't finalized the details of the experiment yet, and I'm worried you'll get bored staying here for too long." Kathy shook her head, "Of course not. How could I be bored doing what I love?" The other three exchanged glances, all understanding the meaning in each other's eyes. Judging from Kathy's current state, they had no choice but to stay. After leaving Ant-Man's house, Rory went to Maya Hansen's place. Maya Hansen appeared relaxed, but was incredibly nervous inside. She had never met Rory before and didn't know why he had brought her here. After entering, Rory looked around and, seeing that Maya Hansen hadn't touched anything in the room, remained highly vigilant. "Hello Dr. Maya, I am the owner of Celestial Island. You can call me Rory or Dr. Rory, it's up to you." Maya Hansen asked directly, "What do you want from me?" "Don't be nervous, sit down and let's talk." Rory waved his hand. After sitting down, he spoke, "You are a scientist, and I don't think you should waste your life and your talent. Have you thought about what your future will be like?" Maya Hansen was at most half a biologist, the other half could be called a virologist. The extremis virus was developed by her and Killian, and later it caused considerable trouble for Iron Man Tony Stark. Maya Hansen was silent for a moment and then asked, "Do you want me to serve you? Can we talk about it in detail?" "Of course, no problem." Rory leaned back against the sofa and continued, "I am a biologist myself. In the field of biological genetics, there is probably no one more authoritative than me on this planet." Rory looked to be only in his early 20s, yet he dared to claim authority in the field of biology. Maya Hansen didn't know where Rory got the courage. Seeing Maya Hansen's disbelief, Rory didn't explain further, but continued, "However, my energy is limited, and I need a qualified assistant. That's why I brought you here." Maya Hansen immediately asked, "How long do you need me to work for you? When can I leave?" Rory smacked his lips and smiled, "Even if I gave you a specific time frame, you might not believe me. Let's stop this pointless testing." Maya Hansen's question wasn't really about when she could leave, but rather to ascertain whether Rory would physically destroy her. After confirming that Rory wouldn't easily kill her, Maya Hansen breathed a slight sigh of relief. She then replied, "I can be your assistant, but..." "There's no but, you'll find out what the specific tasks are when you come to the lab tomorrow. Get some rest, I don't want you to be listless at work." With that, he stood up, dusted off his clothes, and left Maya Hansen's residence with a smile. The next day, Rory didn't bother the Ant-Man family again, but instead brought Maya Hansen to the lab. "This is genetic experiment data. I need to know all the data comparison parameters. You complete the data comparison and then give me a feasibility report." Maya Hansen took the data, glanced at it briefly, and immediately showed a surprised expression. "You did all of this?" Rory nodded frankly in admission. "Incredible. You actually cracked the genetic code of the gene sequence, so, those super soldiers were actually created by you?" As an expert in gene enhancement, she could recognize super soldiers at a glance, just like a woman can tell the quality of cosmetics at a glance. "Alright, get busy. Your work area is over there. You are not allowed to enter the core area without my permission, and you are not allowed to take anything from my laboratory. If I find out, death will be a relief for you." To become an expert in a certain field means that this person must have a strong interest in that field. Maya Hansen was no exception. She was already immersed in the various data and did not listen to Rory's threat at all. 2 more days passed in a flash. The Ant-Man family who decided to stay had already started working, and Scott and Hope were helping Dr. Pym set up the laboratory. Kathy was busy with her own experiments, taking breaks when she got tired, occasionally visiting her elderly father, and sometimes dropping by to see Rory. She maintained a balanced approach, giving equal attention to everyone. Maya Hansen was even more obsessed, spending all her time in the lab. That afternoon, a private jet and 2 ships arrived simultaneously on Celestial Island. The Ant-Man family went to greet Janet, the first Wasp, while Rory went to the dock. Payne, in his Iron Man suit, also returned by ship, presenting Rory with a list. "Boss, the first batch of 726 Japanese people has arrived and will be delivered to the mine in an hour. All the equipment we needed has been delivered and will be sent to town after inspection. We haven't been able to recruit volunteers for our experiments recently, so we've sent 30 Dobermans for your use." Rory hadn't used volunteers for human experiments in a long time, partly because his gene enhancement had reached a bottleneck and he didn't need them for the time being, and partly because he didn't want to create uncontrollable superhumans, mainly to avoid benefiting the Federation government. Chapter 95 The Dog Boss, cold on the outside, soft on the inside. Payne arranged for a construction team to build a temporary kennel specifically for 30 Doberman pinschers. Among these 30 Dobermans, one was particularly ferocious. If any of the other dogs approached within a meter, it would bark a warning, and if they got any closer, it would bite them viciously. On the first day the kennel was completed, this dog injured 3 other Dobermans, becoming the leader of the 30. When Rory opened the kennel gate and entered, it immediately alerted all the dogs. The alpha dog stood in the center of the kennel, its front legs lowered, its lips trembling as it whimpered, its fierce eyes fixed on Rory as if it might attack at any moment. Rory chuckled and walked over. The alpha dog didn't disappoint Rory, it instantly pounced and bit Rory's arm, frantically shaking its head, trying to bite Rory's arm off. Rory lifted the bitten arm, and the alpha dog, refusing to let go, was lifted into the air. "You're the one." With his other hand, he grabbed the dog king by the scruff of its neck, opened the fence, and left the kennel. The remaining 29 Dobermans crowded around the door, staring blankly as their new king was taken away by Rory. Rory led the dog king back to the lab, where Maya Hansen and the white mouse turned to look at him simultaneously. Woof woof squeak. The white mouse wasn't one to tolerate dogs. Seeing the dog's arrogance, it instantly stretched its tail and lashed it hard across the dog king's face. Smack! The dog king froze, clearly stunned by the blow. The mouse turned away triumphantly and continued watching cartoons. Rory used restraints to bind the dog king's mouth and all 4 legs, then called to Maya Hansen, who was nearby, "Go get reagent number 25. The important serum and blood samples were stored in Rory's secure cold storage. The reagents stored outside were those usually used in experiments. Maya Hansen approached with a vial labeled 25 and asked, "I haven't done any data evaluation on this vial yet. Does it have any special effects?" "This is a weakened version of the beast-specific drug. It uses the triangular helix gene and is incompatible with humans. It can only be used in animal experiments. As for its effects, I don't know." Rory first drew a blood sample from the dog king, then used the 25 drug to perform a cell puncture experiment. As long as there was no strong rejection reaction, they could proceed directly to in vivo experiments. The cell puncture experiment seemed simple to Rory, but Maya Hansen, the expert, noticed something different. Rory's cell puncture could precisely target the cell nucleus. Even under a microscope, very few humans could achieve this, most relied on machines. After the puncture, the cells were placed in an observation instrument, and detailed data on cell division was quickly obtained. "Send this dog to the closed laboratory for injection preparation." "Okay." Maya Hansen pushed the experimental bed into the closed laboratory. The dog king was bound to the bed and couldn't move, only able to whimper. The sealed laboratory was constructed entirely of alloy, making experiments safer. When Rory returned with the printed data sheets and reagents, Maya Hansen had already connected all the instruments and equipment. Having an assistant made the work much easier. "Go out, and close the door behind you." Maya Hansen didn't know the consequences of staying. She assumed Rory was trying to keep her from knowing the details of the experiment. After leaving, Maya Hansen closed the sealed laboratory door and stood outside, peeking through the glass. Rory knew she was watching but didn't pay attention. He loaded the reagent into the syringe, then activated the optical imaging device to find the precise injection point. With a PFFT, the entire syringe was injected into the dog king's body. Ugh! The dog struggled twice, then immediately began convulsing, foaming at the mouth, its eyes rolling back, looking like it had ingested rat poison and was about to die. A minute later, the dog king's body began to swell. To prevent the restraints from injuring it, Rory conjured an energy dagger and cut several of the restraints, then watched as the Dog King gradually grew larger. Huff, 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 huff. The increased size put enormous pressure on its heart and blood vessels. Incomplete evolution during genetic modification can lead to burden on the body. Rory took out a pre-prepared nutrient syringe and injected it into the Dog King's body. Its breathing quickly stabilized. When the Dog King swelled to a certain size, it almost stunned Maya Hansen outside the door. She had never seen a biological agent react so quickly. The faster the reaction, the higher the drug's specificity and strength, something she knew she couldn't do. This was related to observing the microscopic world of genes. Maya Hansen didn't yet have the ability to manipulate and alter microscopic genes. A few minutes later, the Dog King slowly opened its eyes, a cold light flashing within them. It slightly raised its head to look at Rory, who met its gaze without fear. Dog King slowly crawled from the lab bed to the floor, then leisurely stood up. Only then could one truly feel the imposing presence of its enlarged form. Standing on all fours, its shoulder height was 160 centimeters. With its neck and head, its total height was almost 180 centimeters, only slightly shorter than Rory. Its previously lean body had swelled, making it look much more robust. The man and dog stared at each other, and Dog King slowly opened its mouth, about to display a fierce expression, when Rory slapped it. Smack! The slap landed on Dog King's mouth, immediately causing it to stumble. Dog King turned to look at Rory again, and Rory slapped it again. Smack! 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 Every time the dog looked at Rory with level eyes, Rory would reward it with a slap. Until finally, the dog could no longer endure it, baring its teeth and opening its blood-red maw to bite Rory, determined to bite off his head in one bite. With a whoosh, a cosmic energy shield lit up in front of Rory, and the Dog King crashed into it with a bang. Rory's right hand conjured a stick, and he smacked the Dog King twice. The Dog King, now intelligent, immediately yelped and lay down on the ground. It lowered its head and looked at Rory with pitiful eyes. "That's a good boy. I like obedient dogs, not barking ones. Get up." Perhaps the drug had enhanced the Dog King's intelligence. It truly understood Rory's words, carefully rising from the ground and following Rory out of the sealed laboratory. Maya Hansen, outside the door, immediately found a place to hide far away, afraid the Dog King would go berserk and bite her in two. "Go tidy up the laboratory, I'm going out for a walk." Maya Hansen nodded repeatedly, only daring to emerge from behind the chair after the Dog King had left with Rory. The Dog King, larger than any other breed of fierce dog in the world, followed behind Rory. Head held high, displaying the aloofness of a standard bodyguard. Only Rory knew that its aloofness was all an act. "Payne, go and get me a dog leash." Payne, who was overseeing the cargo handling in the distance, gaped wide upon seeing the super fierce dog behind Rory. If you ignored the Dog King's submissive demeanor, its appearance was indeed quite imposing. After returning the Dog King to its kennel and instructing it not to bully the other puppies, Rory went to Dr. Pym's experimental site. All the equipment was connected, and the family was building a massive quantum tunnel. Ant-Man was sweating profusely, dragging a cable, Hope was busy adjusting equipment, and Pym was discussing the current situation with his wife, Janet. "We can travel freely through time if we unlock this time-space tracking bracelet made by Tony Stark, provided I know some information about the quantum realm." Janet listened attentively, but finally shook her head. "Hank, it's not that I don't want to tell you, it's just that I really don't know anything." Pym continued to persuade her. "Janet, we all need your help. If we don't figure it out, none of us can leave here." "Why not?" "I brought this." Janet showed several small round pieces, which were shrinking and amplifying energy plates made of Pym particles. Pym shook his head helplessly. "Even if we leave, where can we go? Are we really going to join the Avengers? The Avengers are practically homeless, wanted criminals being chased by federal agents, and finally had to seek refuge in the town of Asgard. If the Federation hadn't wanted to avoid war with Asgard, the Avengers might not even have their last place to live. So joining the Avengers is clearly not a good option." Just as Pym was about to say something, Rory walked in from outside, and the two immediately stopped talking. As Rory approached, Dr. Pym stood up and introduced, "Janet, this is Dr. Rory, the master of Celestial Island." He then added, "This is my wife, Janet." "Hello, Dr. Janet." Rory extended his hand amicably, shook hands with Janet, and said with a smile, "The situation outside is very tense lately, and war may break out soon. If it's not necessary, I advise you all to try not to leave here. Scott had been quite irritated by Rory lately, and didn't even have the desire to speak to him. Janet, however, pressed on. War? Whose war? Rory's lips curled slightly. I just received news that a war is about to break out between the Avengers and the Skrulls. The Avengers have discovered that the Skrulls are preparing a powerful weapon and plan to raid their secret base. Although I have high hopes for the Avengers, I don't think this will be an easy war, Rory shrugged. The Skrulls' secret base is located in the heavily contaminated nuclear zone of Eastern Europe. Aside from a few superheroes, most Avengers can't get in. Furthermore, intelligence indicates that the Skrulls possess a legion of extremist virus warriors, whose combat strength is considerable. Aren't you and the Federation planning to help? Rory sarcastically remarked. The Avengers would love for me to die, why should I help? In Rory's eyes, most Avengers and Skrulls were not good people. Rory wouldn't help, but he didn't say he wouldn't watch the show. He wondered if there would be another Super Skrull this time. Rory really wanted to study the Super Skrull's genes. Perhaps he could find a way to further enhance their power. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96 The One-Eyed Man is Back. The Supreme Court of the Union gave Maria Hill her final trial and then sent her to prison. But even the most secure prison couldn't hold back the group of guardian mages who wanted to get rid of her. Maria Hill herself didn't really want to leave, because if she escaped, the remnants of SHIELD would become a prime target for the Federation. However, after receiving a message from outer space, Maria Hill didn't hesitate to escape through the portal. A bright light suddenly appeared on the outskirts of Moscow, and a one-eyed man emerged from the light. He had a thick beard and wore a knitted hat. His legs were not very agile after being in the weightless outer space for so long, and he could only move slowly across the fields. With a screech, an SUV braked sharply and stopped not far away. Maria Hill got out and came to greet him. Furry. Hill, it's so good to see you again. Nick Fury, who had gone on vacation to space, had actually returned to Earth at this time, and Maria Hill rushed over as soon as she received the news. Whoosh boom, a golden light descended from the sky. Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, said calmly, Furry, perhaps you should give us all an explanation. Explain what? Nick Fury had gradually adapted to Earth's gravity, and his agility had returned considerably. Hill explained in a deep voice, Furry, the Skrulls are invading Earth. James Rhodes is an imposter, he stole the war machine and destroyed a Federation army unit. There's also a Skrull impersonating you, instigating a war between superpowered beings. What? Are you kidding me? Nick Fury had a very good relationship with the Skrulls, he didn't believe they could do such a thing. Hill continued, the generation of Skrulls you know is old. The new generation of Skrulls doesn't want to hide any longer, they want to wage war and rule the Earth. Hill then handed Nick Fury a document, adding, just obtained intelligence, the Skrulls are preparing a secret weapon. I must stop them. Nick Fury had barely begun to speak when Carol interjected, the Avengers are all assembled in Asgard Town. We desperately need you. The Avengers are all highly skilled, each a formidable fighter, but their ability to handle incidents and deploy operational plans is utterly incompetent. Although Hill had taken over mission command and launched an investigation into the Skrulls, progress was extremely slow. Compared to the cunning Nick Fury, Hill was indeed far inferior in this regard. Looks like we have a lot to do now. Having just returned to Earth, Nick Fury immediately went back to Asgard with Hill and Carol to understand the current situation. After gathering all the data and information, Nick Fury almost thought he had traveled to a parallel universe. In a spacious temporary meeting room in Asgard Town. After listening to everyone recount the recent events, Nick Fury sat down at the table and said, so, besides the Skrull crisis, there's someone named Rory who's taken over the Federation's upper echelons? And he's even occupied this place called Celestial Island? Hill nodded. And he has an army of super soldiers. Fuck you. Bruce Banner, sitting on the other side, voiced his suspicions. The Skrulls, disguised as Rhodes, instigated the conflict. This Rory guy was sent back to 1970 by Steve, and a lot happened after that. Later, Strange brought him back from another world, originally planning to imprison him, but this guy suddenly became incredibly powerful, even killing Steve and Sam. Then a fake Nick Fury suddenly appeared, saying he wanted to form a new Avengers. Of course, we all participated, and we even attacked a Federation military base. Hearing this, Nick Fury's face turned ashen. "You've all been completely fooled like this?" Bruce Banner asked, exasperated. "Of everyone here, except Carol, nobody knew the Skrulls existed on Earth. It's all your fault." Nick Fury coughed twice to cover his embarrassment. Indeed, it was his fault. After resolving the Skrull-Kree War crisis in 1995, he was the one who suggested taking the Skrulls in. He even promised to find them a suitable new home, but that promise hadn't been fulfilled for almost 30 years, otherwise, this situation wouldn't have arisen. Bruce Banner continued, "Although we have misunderstandings with Rory, conflict is unavoidable. Strange even said he's the destroyer of worlds, and as long as Rory lives, our world will be destroyed sooner or later. Is this guy strong?" All the superheroes present who had fought Rory nodded in unison. "Very strong, as strong as Thanos back then." Captain Marvel, Carol, confirmed it, leaving Nick Fury no choice but to believe. Bruce Banner picked up where he left off, saying, "But we don't have any Infinity Stones anymore." "Then go through time to find them." "What are you waiting for?" Nick Fury asked, puzzled. Banner shook his head with a wry smile. "I've thought about it too, but Strange said that even if we go back in time, we won't be able to get the Infinity Stones anymore." "Why?" "Time paradox." Banner picked up paper and pen, explaining as he drew, "The prerequisite for quantum time travel is that it operates on a single timeline. When the timeline changes, it branches into a sub-timeline. Because of Rhodes' disruption of the historical trajectory, the timeline we're currently in has become a branch timeline. Theoretically, we can go back to the main timeline to get the Infinity Stones, but we can't bring them back to our current branch timeline. Instead, we'll go to the future of the main timeline, but Rhodes isn't there, so the Infinity Stones have completely disappeared from our timeline." "Damn time theory, I don't understand what you're talking about at all." Nick Fury scoffed, then asked, "So, we have to fight this guy named Rhodes?" "At the moment, that seems to be the case." "Then let's fight. Gather all our forces and fight him." "Are we afraid of him?" Nick Fury was more confident than the Avengers. After all, it wasn't him going to the battlefield. But before that, the first thing to deal with was the Skrull's secret invasion. Nick Fury stood up and said, "I'll go see an old friend first and see if I can get some concrete plans about the Skrulls." Nick Fury acted swiftly and immediately began assigning tasks. One group went with him to find familiar Skrulls to gather information, while another group prepared for war against the Skrulls, ideally launching an attack as soon as accurate information was obtained. Soon, Nick Fury found his old Skrull friend and quickly ascertained the current situation within the Skrull ranks. A hawkish leader had emerged within the Skrull population, a young Skrull named Gravik. He had not only created Skrull warriors but also secretly developed a weapon. Specific details were currently unavailable, he only knew that it was extremely dangerous. Therefore, Gravik had to be dealt with before the secret weapon was completed. The problem was that Gravik was hiding in the epicenter of nuclear contamination. Thor was not present, and among the Avengers, only Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, and Bruce Banner could likely withstand the massive radiation levels. Moreover, being able to withstand it doesn't mean there's no impact. When radiation changes energy from one state to another, it releases microscopic particles that can cause very serious and permanent damage to carbon-based life forms. Losing two of the Avengers' strongest fighters to deal with Gravik seems like a bad trade-off. Just when Nick Fury was at his wit's end, the old Skrull's daughter, Jaya, arrived. Jaya had never gotten over her mother's murder by Gravik, so she finally found an opportunity to question him. Unexpectedly, Gravik, exposed, shot and killed Jaya without hesitation. Fortunately, Jaya had been careful and had injected herself with the extremis virus beforehand, thus avoiding being killed by Gravik. Jaya saw through Gravik's true colors, but she couldn't handle him alone, so she sought help from her father, Nick Fury, who had just returned from outer space. Thus, a somewhat immature plan gradually formed in Nick Fury's mind. Rory was constantly monitoring the movements of the Avengers and the Skrulls. A conflict would be the perfect opportunity for him to strike, a chance to eliminate both the Avengers and the Skrulls simultaneously. However, before that, Rory needed to strengthen his own forces to deal with the various armies surrounding the Avengers. Since the appearance of the Dog King, Rory had gained a completely new understanding of animal enhancement research. Unfortunately, Apart from the Dog King, the remaining 29 Dobermans, while also receiving some enhancement, didn't reach the level of the Dog King. The largest of the 29 was significantly smaller than the Dog King. Maya Hansen compared the genetic data of all the enhanced Dobermans but found nothing wrong. She then took the data to Rory and asked curiously, "Dr. Rory, I've reviewed all the data, but I haven't found anything unusual. Could it be a problem with the serum?" Rory put down his experimental equipment, removed his gloves, took the data sheet, examined it carefully, and shook his head. "It's not a problem with the drug. All the Dobermans used drug 25. The problem still lies with these dogs. Finding out what caused the disparity in strength among these Dobermans is crucial for future animal experiments. Animal enhancement can't transmit information like super soldiers, nor can it perform management or other services. Its only function is combat. However, the benefit of animal enhancement is also obvious: loyalty. Thanos was the same. He wouldn't incorporate conquered races into his army, only using the vanguard he created, because the vanguard were loyal enough. After reviewing all the data, Rory, like Maya Hansen, found nothing special. Just as Rory was wondering if there was a problem with his experiment, another possibility suddenly occurred to him. When the 30 Dobermans were delivered, the king dog was unusually ferocious, while the remaining 29 seemed slightly more docile. This was the most obvious difference. Go check the data on the berserk gene for me. Humans have both mild and volatile temperaments. Mild-tempered people tend to be more multifaceted in their thinking, while volatile people have higher physical attributes and explosive potential. Therefore, animal enhancement might be based on the same principle. Chapter 97, Plans Disrupted. Rory forcibly takes experimental materials. After completing an experiment, Rory removed his gloves and goggles and left the lab for some fresh air. Sitting by the fountain in the small square, he took out his phone and discovered a message Anthony had sent him sometime earlier. Opening it, he found only a photo of a one-eyed black man. Although the photo wasn't very clear, and the man looked somewhat disheveled with a full beard, Rory recognized him immediately. Nick Fury? He actually came back at this time? Rory frowned and pondered for a moment, then immediately called Anthony. Anthony answered quickly, saying, "Boss, what are your instructions?" "Find out Nick Fury's current location, what he's doing, and who he's been in contact with. The sooner the better." "Yes, boss." Hanging up, Rory sighed softly. He had deliberately instigated the war between the Avengers and the Skrulls, aiming to eliminate the Avengers' manpower before Nick Fury returned. The Avengers only had one way of solving problems: violence. But Nick Fury was different. He had too many tricks up his sleeve, and scheming was as easy as drinking water for him. Nick Fury's appearance suggests the Skrull crisis might be resolved. But man proposes, God disposes, and Rory felt a pang of helplessness. "Damn it, if you want to fight, then fight. It's not like I'm afraid of you," Rory muttered casually, just as Tina, who had walked over, overheard him. "Who are you going to fight?" Tina asked curiously, sitting down next to Rory. Rory shrugged. Who else could it be but the Avengers? He glanced at Tina and countered, "Which side are you on?" "I'm not on either side. This is your human business, I won't interfere." Tina had witnessed countless civil wars among humans, and in her words, the Eternals shouldn't interfere in the course of human history. In Rory's view, this was just her giving herself an excuse not to fight. However, Rory didn't force Tina, only casually reminding her, if a fight really breaks out, just keep an eye on the lab. If the materials in the lab are destroyed, it'll be difficult for you and the elves to recreate the inhibitor. Tina glanced at Rory, softly replied with a hum, and said nothing more. As the two were talking, neither noticed Kathy standing not far away. Kathy gave a sour snort and turned to walk towards Dr. Pym's experimental area. Seeing his daughter approach, Scott was happy but also a little worried. "Hey, honey, how have you been lately?" "Fine, very fulfilling," Kathy replied indifferently. Noticing Kathy's odd mood, Scott immediately asked with concern, "What's wrong? You seem unhappy." Kathy shook her head. Of course, she wouldn't tell her father the reason. Hope, who was nearby, seemed to understand, smiling as she pulled Scott aside, then said to Kathy, "We're family. If you have any worries, you can tell us any time." Hearing these comforting words, Kathy's expression softened, but she still didn't reveal the real reason. "Scott, come help!" Pym shouted from nearby, and Scott immediately ran over. The quantum tunnel was already built, Given a little more time, he could create more Pym Particles. The only problem now was that the time travel bracelet couldn't be replicated. Nanotechnology isn't exactly new, but only Tony Stark has applied it to this extent. Kathy came over to help move the equipment. After they were done, Pym asked with a smile, "Kathy, what have you been up to lately?" "Nothing much, just discovered a signal source in the quantum realm. I've got a device and I'm trying to establish a connection with it." Pym found it fascinating, and Scott was proud of his daughter. Only Janet's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Nick Fury's every move was under Rory's surveillance. The FBI captured a photo via satellite showing Nick Fury entering a nuclear-contaminated area alone. On Air Force One, Rory and President Ross sat facing each other. Senior official Seraph brought a photo and handed it to the president. After reviewing the photo, President Ross handed it to Rory, asking doubtfully, "Is Nick Fury really not afraid of death?" Rory chuckled, "This isn't Nick Fury. Even in a world-ending crisis, he wouldn't choose to sacrifice his life." "You mean this Nick Fury is a Skrull in disguise?" Rory didn't answer, tossing the photo onto the table. "Prepare for war. After the Skrull crisis is resolved, what remains is the feud between Celestial Island and the Avengers. The Federation shouldn't stand idly by, especially you, Mr. President." Rory stood up, dusted off his clothes, and turned to Seraphim, asking, "How much longer until we reach Eastern Europe?" "Sir, we'll arrive in 10 minutes. Rory left the presidential lounge and approached the drop pod door of Air Force One. Looking at the parachute Seraphim offered, Rory casually waved it off, "No need." A message came through Seraphim's headset from the control room. He looked up at Rory and said, "Sir, we've arrived. Open the door." Seraphim hesitated only a second before manually opening the drop pod door. Clang. Squeak. The hydraulic transmission system pushed open the hatch, and a gust of wind instantly rushed into Air Force One's drop pod. Fortunately, the drop pod was a sealed space, otherwise, Air Force One would have definitely suffered from oxygen deprivation at high altitude. Without hesitation, Rory jumped out, his body plummeting straight towards the ground like a cannonball. During his rapid descent, Rory saw a flash of golden light on the ground, guessing that Gravik and Gia had likely clashed. Suddenly, the massive chimney-like structure collapsed, and two golden figures, trailing trails of flame, flew into the sky from the ruins, heading directly towards Rory. Just as Rory was preparing to meet them, Gia, now a super Skrull, suddenly used Mantis's hypnotic abilities to put Gravik to sleep. Losing his lift, Gravik crashed back to the ground, slamming into the concrete and creating a deep crater. Boom! Gia chased after him, landing smoothly on the ground, transforming into the Hulk's arm, her body glowing with Captain Marvel's golden light, and charging towards Gravik once more. Having regained consciousness, Gravik also used Captain Marvel's abilities to charge forward. Just as the two Super Skrulls were about to collide, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, landing right between them. Boom! Cosmic energy overflowed, forming a protective aura, and the concrete ground collapsed in a semicircle. Rory slowly straightened up from the crater, his golden cosmic energy materializing into armor, its light even more dazzling than the combined radiance of the two Super Skrulls. Roar! Gravik recognized the newcomer at a glance. Gia also remained where she was, looking at Roar warily. Roar's lips curled slightly as he sized them up and asked, "Is this what Super Skrulls are like?" Roar stood in the very center of the scales, whichever side he leaned towards would win. Gravik spoke first, "Rory. We can team up. You help me deal with Gia, I'll help you deal with the Avengers, and we'll rule the Earth together." Gia reacted a beat slower, startled, and quickly advised, "Rory, you're human. So what? You can't offer me any benefits, right?" Rory asked Gia with a smile. Gia felt a chill, while Gravik's face lit up with elation. To give Gia no more time to think, Gravik immediately charged forward, shouting, "Let's kill her together." Gia was on guard the whole time. The moment Gravik charged, the Hulk's arm, enhanced by Captain Marvel's energy, punched Gravik away. But she didn't press her advantage, instead looking at Rory and warning, "Rory, you'd better not interfere, or don't blame me for being impolite." Rory's smile faded. Threatening me? Becoming a Super Skrull had inflated Gravik's ego. Gia's confidence was equally overflowing. The Super Skrug, possessing the combined abilities of all superheroes, is indeed very strong, perhaps even in a league of its own among a group of superheroes, at least an A-level powerhouse. But against Lorraine, she has nothing to be arrogant about. The Super Scrug possesses the abilities of superheroes, not their bodies. The physical bodies of these two Super Scrugs are still incredibly fragile because physical strength is not determined by superpowers, but by genetic level. Super Scrugs can imitate anyone's appearance and abilities, but they cannot imitate higher dimensional genetic sequences. The Celestials must have considered this when creating the Skrulls, otherwise, wouldn't directly imitating the Celestials or the 5 cosmic entities be invincible? Genetic level is the hierarchy in the food chain, and it's an ironclad rule that can never be changed. Why could Thanos dominate the universe? Because no one could truly harm him. Even with all his soldiers and subordinates dead, leaving only Thanos, he was still invincible against lower-level genetic beings. With her confidence swelled to the extreme, Jia coldly said, "I'm just giving you a piece of advice, go back to your celestial island. This war belongs to the Skrulls." Rory sighed. He was truly indifferent to these superheroes. They never understood humility or modesty, they only ever put on an air of superiority, as if they were bestowing charity. This was why Rory had disliked the Avengers from the very beginning. As Rory stepped forward, he said, "You need to understand what respect and fear are." Seeing Rory's rudeness, Jia, still using her Hulk arm, threw a backhand punch, holding back a third of her strength, just wanting to teach Rory a lesson. Boom. Jia vanished instantly, a building in the distance collapsed, and then a bewildered Jia crawled out of the rubble. Having just become a Super Skrull, Jia couldn't comprehend the difference in power, she didn't even understand the connection between superpowers and primal forces. Unconvinced, Jia's body glowed with golden light as she used Captain Marvel's abilities combined with the Hulk's arm, preparing to deliver a brutal blow to Rory using the same trick as before. Clang. A massive golden shield appeared instantly, and after the deafening impact, Rory remained unmoved, while Jia was sent flying dozens of meters away by the immense force of the rebound. Chapter 98 Angus, the mad scientist who attempted to surpass the gods. Energy in the universe is diverse. Light, electricity, wind, and gravity are all forms of energy, as are the ray energy Captain Marvel obtained from the Space Stone, Thor's lightning power, and so on. They all serve the same purpose, to use energy to gain greater power. Besides the techniques involved, these energies are also divided into different levels. The cosmic energy used by Rhodes comes from the primordial energy accumulated at the beginning of the universe. Even the Celestials can only use this energy to strengthen themselves through energy interaction. Unless Jia can use a higher level of energy to deal with Rhodes, she will never be able to break through the cosmic energy shield in Rhodes' hand. Whoosh! Thud! Gravik grinned and landed beside Rhodes. Looking at Jia provocatively, he said, "Let me kill him, then we'll go fight the Avengers together, and Earth will be ours." Thud! A longsword materialized from cosmic energy pierced Gravik's heart. Rory said coldly, "You're being a bit noisy. Besides, it's you Skrulls who are stirring up trouble between the Avengers and me. You don't actually think I'd cooperate with an alien like you, do you? You. Thump. Gravik's eyes rolled back and he fell backward to the ground. Dead? Watching Gravik being dealt with, Jia felt no joy whatsoever, only a sense of sorrow. Not for Gravik, but for the Skrulls. One dead test subject and one living test subject are just right. Rory turned to Jia, and charged forward, ready to take her down in one fell swoop. Jia naturally wouldn't let Rory slaughter her, and immediately fought back. After 3 moves, Rory discovered something very interesting. The Super Skrull's superpowers weren't perfect, they could only imitate a part of the body, not the whole thing. For example, she could conjure up the Hulk's arm, but she couldn't transform her entire body into the Hulk. Completely outmatched, Jia tried to escape Rory's clutches, her body glowing as she attempted to fly away. However, she was immediately grabbed by the ankle by Rory. "Where do you think you're going?" A powerful force surged from Rory's hand, and Jia, caught in his grip, lost all control. Boom. 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 Rory used the same technique he used on Loki on Jia. Cracks and craters appeared around Rory, and the dizzy Jia was powerless to resist. A tight grip on her neck, and Jia, almost unconscious, was lifted from the ground by Rory. "Why don't you just come back with me quietly? Why do you have to feel pain to obey?" Rory shook his head, carrying Jia as he turned to retrieve Gravik's corpse. But as soon as he turned, Rory froze. Gravik's body was gone. His eyes darted around, and he saw Gravik fleeing rapidly into the distance. Rory, carrying Jaya, chased after Gravik into a factory building that hadn't collapsed. He found Gravik hadn't continued his escape but was standing beside a machine. Seeing Rory enter, Gravik immediately slipped a bracelet onto his wrist. The instant he saw the bracelet, Rory disregarded Jaya in his arms, his expression cold as he charged forward at his maximum speed. A cosmic energy sword flashed, cleaving the machine behind Gravik in two, the sword carving a small but deep gash into the ground. But it was too late. Gravik vanished from Rory's side in an instant. Two Super Scrug experimental subjects, Gravik had escaped, so Rory couldn't let Jaya escape either. He immediately regained control of her. Catching one meant the trip wasn't in vain. He took Jaya back to Celestial Island and threw her into a sealed laboratory made of adamantium. Not even a Super Scrug, not even a Super Scrug god, could escape from there. Returning to the laboratory where Jaya was being held with the collection equipment, Luo-Rui was immediately struck by a fist from behind as he entered the room. Thump! The powerful fist passed through Luo-Rui's body, causing Jia to stumble and fall to the ground, her eyes wide with disbelief as she turned her head. She watched as Luo-Rui's figure gradually disappeared, and then another Luo-Rui entered from outside. "Your little tricks are nothing," Luo-Rui sneered. He crouched down and grabbed Jia's arm. She tried to resist, but she couldn't budge him. After drawing the blood sample, Luo-Rui turned and left, completely ignoring her. Jia quickly scrambled to her feet and, before Luo-Rui could close the door, demanded, "Why did you capture me? What do you want?" Luo-Rui, standing outside the door preparing to close it, replied, "What I do is none of your business." Bang! The door slammed shut. Luo-Rui, carrying the Super Skrull blood sample, went to the lab table, placed a drop of the sample on a slide, and examined it under a microscope. Blood sample analysis generally involves several steps: cell observation, DNA helical fragment data reading, and gene data analysis. Cell observation is to determine the composition of the cell nucleus, and then the cells are weakened using various chemical reagents. Next, chromosomes are extracted using instruments, the helical state data of the DNA is read, and a DNA fragment is extracted for gene data analysis. If the genetic code can be deciphered, the blood sample is considered completely complete. It seems simple, but the operation is very time-consuming and labor-intensive. Chromosomes are easy to extract, and DNA fragment extraction is not difficult. The difficulty lies in gene analysis. Genetic data is a fixed program within an organism. To enhance it, the original genes must be fundamentally changed, but the prerequisite for changing the original genes is being able to decipher the genetic code. A specific genetic code can potentially consume a biological geneticist's entire life. Even Rory has only mastered the genetic codes of humans and the Eternals, and even that was by chance. It is precisely because of this immense difficulty that mad scientists have attempted other methods to achieve enhancement, such as radiation viruses and gene fusion enhancement, two shortcuts. Radiation virus and gene fusion are both forms of enhancement that sacrifice all evolutionary possibilities for a one-time boost. Self-gene enhancement accelerates the evolutionary process, using catalysis to make existing genes stronger. Rory's own gene replacement project essentially skips the normal evolutionary process, directly reaching the end point. Therefore, Rory never uses other enhancement methods to strengthen himself. From a gene sequence level perspective, using other methods to gain enhancement would be a form of contamination of Rory's genes. With Gravik gone, the Skrulls, leaderless, are scattered. This foreshadows that after the official and Avengers finish their work on the Skrulls, their next target will be Celestial Island. For a period afterward, Rory was either creating super soldiers or enhanced hounds, occasionally visiting Dr. Pym's experimental site to check on the research progress. He could only spare a very small amount of time to study the Super Skrull genes. As a fellow celestial creation, the Skrull genes also have anti-theft markers, and the Skrulls are silicon-based life forms. Their gene sequence is completely different from humans. Barring unforeseen circumstances, cracking the Skrull genetic code is out of the question anytime soon. Celestial Isle has entered a state of high alert, with various weapons and ammunition being transported from the Federation to the island, in addition to biotechnological soldiers, with ships and transport planes shuttling back and forth daily. The Avengers haven't been idle either. Superheroes are busy mobilizing as Guardian Warriors, Wakanda Tribal Warriors, and the Guardian Sorcerers to participate. Nick Fury is leveraging his connections to lobby the Security Council and officials from various countries, both to bolster his base and to put pressure on President Ross's federal government. Now, all that's left is for Thor to return with the Guardians of the Galaxy so he can settle old scores with Rhodes. On paper, the Avengers have Thor at the top, while Celestial Isle has Rhodes. The Avengers have Hulk and Captain Marvel at the mid-tier, while Celestial Isle has Anthony and Abomination. The Avengers have a large number of superheroes at the grassroots level, and various legions are supporting them. On Heaven's Island, there are only 100 or so super soldiers and enhanced hounds, but fortunately, the federal military is on Rory's side. Looking at it this way, it's hard to say who is stronger. Subsequently, Rory, the ruler of Heaven's Island, and Federal President Ross cooperated. President Ross ordered a complete extermination of the Skrulls, leaving the leaderless Skrulls like stray dogs. Then, Rory, in the name of Gaia, a super Skrull, summoned the Skrull refugees to Heaven's Island. They mined in their spare time and fought in their busy schedules, thus strengthening Heaven's Island's basic fighting force. Both sides were busy preparing for war. After this battle, the victor would dominate the world. Other countries naturally hoped for a victory for the Avengers, because the Avengers wouldn't interfere too much in official matters. If the Avengers lost, no one on Earth would be able to restrain Rory. The Rory dynasty was imminent. The shadow of war covered the entire world, the atmosphere was extremely tense, and everyone's eyes were on the Avengers and Heaven's Island. Just as a major battle was about to erupt, another event suddenly shattered the tense atmosphere of war. Haha, it's done. I finally did it. Angus, who had once served as Rory's temporary assistant at the military base, stood before the lab table, disheveled and filthy, holding a vial of medicine and laughing wildly. While assisting Rory, he had secretly learned some of Rory's unique biological cell activation technology. Unfortunately, Angus's stolen technology was incomplete. He only knew the steps of the serum reverse process and didn't understand the actual formula. As a result, by a twist of fate, he created something else entirely. Through analysis and observation, Angus's purple medicine could indeed reactivate cells, but only cell activity. It didn't absorb cosmic energy. Without energy to sustain them, the revived cells would quickly wither again. To solve this problem, Angus extracted non-metabolic genes from black coral with a lifespan of over 4,000 years, hoping to maintain activity by stopping cell metabolism. This method wasn't impossible, it was simply too far-fetched. The crazed Angus, carrying the cell activation serum, eagerly arrived at the cold storage, where the corpses of 2 enhanced humans were stored. To increase the success rate, he decided to use enhanced humans with even higher cell strength for the first human experiment. Chapter 99 Death is like the wind, walking alongside destruction. With a deafening roar, the sealed door of the underground laboratory inside the military base was suddenly smashed open. Angus, bleeding from all 7 orifices and with his chest caved in, collapsed against the shattered iron door. The mad scientist Angus's head lolled to the side, and he stopped breathing. After a few seconds of silence, 2 withered bodies crawled out of the laboratory, slowly climbing onto Angus's body and voraciously devouring his flesh. Roar. One of the bodies roared, its inelastic skin tearing open its mouth as it opened it, exposing its molars. The enormous mouth was held up only by hooks. Crunch, crunch. After finishing devouring Angus's flesh, this body limped to its feet, its sunken eyes and grotesque face unconsciously searching for its next target. A minute later, the other, a desiccated corpse with only 1 arm, also got up and staggered after the first body. By chance, the 2 terrifying bodies stumbled into the elevator, which slowly ascended as the doors closed. The elevator stopped on the first floor, and with a ding, the doors opened again. A passing employee inadvertently turned his head and saw 2 crooked bodies inside, one of whom was dressed in Captain America's iconic costume. The employee froze for a moment. Captain America? The moment the voice rang out, the 2 crooked bodies in the elevator immediately turned to look at him. The grotesque, skull-like faces startled the employee, causing him to scream instinctively. Thump. Before the scream could even finish, he was tackled to the ground by the 2 walking corpses, red blood gushing out, accompanied by the horrifying sounds of raw flesh being torn and chewed. Meanwhile, at Rory's residence on Celestial Island, Payne rushed over with a list to report on his work while Rory was out eating. Boss, the Federation military has delivered 11 close-in weapon systems and 1,000 rounds of ammunition, 467 AIM series anti-aircraft missiles and 322 precision-guided missiles, along with various individual weapon ammunition. That's enough to arm everyone on Heaven's Island. While picking up some food, Rory asked, "How is the forging factory progressing?" "Progress is within expectations. The technology in this area isn't quite mature yet. The adamantium alloy suits offer sufficient protection, but they are a bit cumbersome to wear. Super soldiers equipped with adamantium alloy suits and weapons are absolutely formidable. They might struggle against high-end combatants, but against basic combatants, it's a piece of cake." Rory nodded, put down his chopsticks, and finished his beer. "Anything else?" "No." Ring ring. A rapid phone call suddenly rang. Payne took out his phone, glanced at the caller ID, and said, "Boss, it's the Pentagon." Rory nodded, gesturing for him to answer the phone. Payne listened for a few seconds after the call connected, then looked at Rory with a shocked expression. "Boss, the New Jersey military base has fallen. Nearby cities like London and Philadelphia fell 10 minutes ago. An unidentified force has split into two groups and is advancing towards New York and Washington." Rory's expression froze. He didn't believe the news at all, but Payne's expression didn't seem like a joke. How is this possible? The Federation mainland is fallen? Did the Avengers rebel? Rory couldn't think of any force capable of this. But the Avengers were superheroes, not lunatics. Even if they might attack a military base, they would never attack civilians in a city. "Boss, the Pentagon has requested our assistance." Rory paused for a moment, then said, "Anthony is still in the Federation. Arrange for a super soldier team to go and provide support, bringing the newly crafted adamantium armor. Also, tell Anthony to report any developments immediately." "Yes, boss, I'll arrange it right away." Payne immediately ran out to relay Rory's instructions. Rory was still pondering whether this sudden incident was a diversionary tactic by the Avengers, or an attempt by other forces to stir up trouble while the Avengers and Celestial Island were at odds. Even if the entire Federation fell, Rory wouldn't send all of Celestial Island's forces to support them. If the Avengers raided their base, they'd have nowhere to turn for help. At the same time Rory received the news, the undercover SHIELD and the Avengers also received news of the fall of the Federation military base. Inside the Asgardian conference room, Nick Fury looked at the group of superheroes and asked, "What do you all think about this? Let's discuss it. We are superheroes, this is our responsibility. But the Federation has labeled us terrorists and traitors to humanity. Just because of the Federation's attitude towards us, should we ignore the crisis? Of course not. What I want to talk about is what to do with Rory. Celestial Island is gathering strength. If we don't act immediately, the consequences will be even more severe." Unsurprisingly, opinions diverged. Some believed they should return to the Federation mainland to resolve the crisis, while others thought Rory should be dealt with first. On one hand, civilians were being slaughtered, on the other, a cataclysmic crisis loomed. It seemed that choosing either option was wrong. Just as the superheroes hesitated, a portal suddenly lit up, and Strange emerged. "Everyone, a cataclysmic crisis has arrived." Bruce Banner, who had been silent for a while, suddenly stood up and asked, "Dr. Strange, do you mean this event is related to Rory?" Strange shook his head. "I don't know, but I sense the power of death from the magical nodes established by the three sanctums." "What is the power of death?" Strange explained, "The power of death is a kind of energy. Once this energy crosses a certain threshold, it foreshadows the death of countless lives. Only after enough deaths can this power of death be dispelled." Although Strange didn't explicitly say so, since he called it a cataclysmic crisis, he likely meant all life on Earth. "What should we do now?" Strange sighed. "We should have dealt with Rory sooner, but we missed our best opportunity." Nick Fury stepped forward, his voice firm. "Thanos slaughtering half of all life in the universe was terrible enough, but we still won. I believe the outcome will be the same this time. As long as we all work together, we can definitely resolve this crisis." It wasn't that Nick Fury didn't trust Strange, but the superheroes couldn't lose their fighting spirit at this moment. He had to rouse everyone's morale. Nick Fury took command, giving orders. "Carol, Banner, you two take all the Avengers members back to the Federation to control this situation. Ms. Valkyrie, please contact General Okoye of Wakanda and mobilize the army, ready to join the battle at any time. SHIELD will provide intelligence support and try to bring the situation under control as quickly as possible. The clueless superheroes immediately sprang into action under Nick Fury's command. Strange opened the portal to the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York, and all the superheroes lined up to enter. However, the situation was actually more serious than anyone had imagined. As the superheroes stepped out of the Sanctum Sanctorum, they found the streets jammed with traffic, and people screaming in panic as they fled in one direction. Fighter jets swept overhead, and the distant city echoed with deafening explosions and towering flames. My God, the military dropped bombs in the city center. Have they gone mad? The superheroes moved against a flow of traffic. Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, the fastest of the group, arrived at the scene of the explosions immediately. What she saw next terrified her. A black wave surged through the city streets, composed entirely of humans themselves. Countless humans huddled together, roaring and charging in the same direction, devoid of reason, biting anyone in their path. This was perhaps the most insane scene Carol had ever witnessed in her life. The fully armed National Guard entered the city, engaging the black wave in battle. However, the firearms had virtually no effect on the black wave. The humans, still frenzied despite being hit by bullets, rapidly closed in on the National Guard's position. Tank artillery and heavy machine guns could barely hold them off, blasting away a swarm of frenzied people, but the onrushing masses continued their relentless advance. Carol swooped down from the sky, unleashing an energy wave that splashed like a stone thrown into water. After a moment of stunned silence, Carol fired a series of energy waves, temporarily slowing the surging tide from all directions. While defending herself, she shouted to the National Guard, "Get out of here!" A squad of National Guard soldiers, equally frightened, snapped back to reality after Carol's warning, jumped into their vehicles, and sped away. Whoosh! 2 jet fighters flew low overhead, dropping 2 more bombs. A deafening roar erupted as flames shot into the sky, creating a massive shockwave that shattered the windows of the towering buildings lining the streets. Strangely, the black tide seemed unaffected. Even blasted away and torn apart, it continued its forward march without stopping. My God, what the hell is that? The Avengers who arrived later stared in horror at the crazed crowd. The Hulk, Banner, grabbed the grotesque, black-skinned humanoid creature and hurled it. It crashed into a lamppost, its body bending under the force. Before everyone's eyes, the completely bent body moved a few times and then staggered to its feet. Oh my God. Is this even human? Strange said grimly. It's the plague of death. With that, Strange unleashed a runic whip, binding a mutated human and pulling it closer for a closer look. The mutated human's features were covered in black blood, its mouth agape in a grotesque expression. Even though it was tightly bound, it still stretched its neck and roared, showing no sign of reason whatsoever. To the others, this irrational human seemed like a madman, but to Strange, the person was shrouded in a faint black mist. Raising its only hand, it grasped at the air in front of the human face, and a thick black line slowly emanated from its pupils. As the power of death was drawn out, the mindless human instantly stopped moving, becoming like a corpse long dead. Begging for recommendation votes and monthly tickets mid-month, please. Chapter 100 The world-destroying crisis arrives quietly. In Washington, D.C., a massive army formed an iron torrent to halt the onrushing wave. Despite deploying all their weapons, the effect was minimal. Anthony led his super soldier squad to the front lines. Clad in adamantium suits, the super soldiers formed a human wall, their blades flashing as they dismembered the crazed infected. Suddenly, a figure leaped high, flying over the super soldier wall and lunging at the ordinary soldiers. Anthony, who was overseeing the battle, brandished his adamantium bone knife and met the attack. Thud! A deep gash appeared on the soldier's chest, but it didn't kill him. The Winter Soldier? Although Bucky had become hideous, Anthony recognized him instantly. Without his vibranium arm, Bucky was exceptionally ferocious. His bare body seemed capable of unleashing immense power, even managing to hold his own against Anthony. "Sir, news from the White House, it's time to retreat." Upon hearing this, Anthony immediately withdrew from the battle, picked up an RPG, and fired at Bucky. A deafening boom sent Bucky flying. Just as he was about to get back up, Anthony suddenly appeared behind him. Swish, swish, swish! A flash of cold steel severed Bucky's arms and ankles in an instant. "Retreat. Take him away." "Yes, sir." The military fought their way out, with President Ross of the White House evacuating first aboard Air Force One, followed closely by Anthony in a transport plane. Meanwhile, on Heaven's Island, Rory received video footage from the Federation. Seeing the crazed humans on the screen, Rory was dumbfounded. Wasn't I in Marvel? How did I become a zombie apocalypse? The news that Washington, D.C., the Federation capital, had fallen after 32 hours of resistance, and that President Ross was missing, shocked the world. Anthony returned to Heaven's Island with a mutilated Bucky, and Rory immediately began studying him. Glucose acid index is 0. Metabolic index is 0. Cellular activity. How strange. The fluid flowing within Bucky's body could no longer be called blood, but rather a thick, black liquid resembling petroleum. Rory tested various instruments but found no key to maintaining cell activity. Normally, without energy intake, there can be no energy output, and Bucky's continued mobility indicated an energy source. The problem was, Rory couldn't find where Bucky was replenishing his body's energy. Rory removed his gloves and went outside the lab, asking Payne, who was waiting, "Have you contacted Ross?" Payne shook his head. "Air Force One is out of contact, very likely already. Keep searching. Even if Air Force One crashed, Ross is definitely still alive. Arrange another plane to take me to the New Jersey military base." Rory always believed his timeline was the sacred timeline, so it couldn't be the Marvel zombie universe. He had to find out why. "Boss, I'll go with you," Anthony said, walking over. Rory waved his hand. "Go get ready." Just as Rory was preparing to head to the New Jersey military base to investigate the cause of the zombie outbreak crisis, the Avengers on the other side also encountered a major problem. Tens of thousands of zombies surged into Manhattan, and the Avengers had no choice but to destroy all the connecting bridges, temporarily sealing off Manhattan into an isolated island. Strange deployed a large number of Guardian mages to open portals and transport ordinary people who had not yet been infected. The tense and busy evacuation work continued, and the Avengers gathered together to discuss the next countermeasures. Suddenly, a red figure appeared in the sky above the city, shielded by spider webs. Spider-Man Peter Parker landed steadily in front of everyone. "Hey everyone, what's going on? Peter Parker had escorted his friend and Aunt May to the resettlement point and rushed over immediately after learning that the Avengers members were there. Dr. Banner said in a deep voice, "Everyone has seen the infectivity of these monsters. We need to issue a warning to the whole world." Hawkeye Barton, who was fiddling with his phone, looked up and said, "It's no use. Similar situations are happening all over the world now." Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Peter Parker anxiously interjected, "Hey guys, isn't there an antidote?" Everyone turned to look at him simultaneously. Peter Parker, feeling slightly constrained under everyone's gaze, said, "I mean, they look like they were sick. Maybe we can find an antidote." Then everyone turned to look at Banner again, because among everyone present, Banner was the most knowledgeable. Bruce Banner smiled wryly. "I have a PhD in nuclear physics, not biology. Biology is a broad field with many experts, but if you're asking who's the most authoritative, I do know one." "Who?" "Rory." "Everyone." Banner spread his hands. "That's a fact. Currently, no one on Earth dares to say they can surpass Rory in genetic engineering. His research achievements are evident to all. Rory, from an ordinary mortal, enhanced himself through biological genetic engineering to a level comparable to Thanos. Even as enemies, they had to acknowledge Rory's knowledge in this area. But what if he's the one who created all this?" Everyone was speechless again. Just as the Avengers were at a loss, a phone call came in. "It's Nick Fury. Let's see what he has to say." The call was answered on speakerphone, and Nick Fury's voice came from the other end. "I just received intelligence that Russia used nuclear weapons 3 minutes ago. The launch codes for the federal nuclear arsenal are in the president's hands, but the president is out of contact. If we can't find a better solution, we must bring President Ross back." Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Peter Parker, the Spider-Man, blurted out without thinking, "If they launch nuclear weapons, won't the Earth be finished? Use them, and humanity will have a chance to survive. Don't, and everyone will die. Another damn trolley problem. The evacuation of New York City residents will probably take another 24 hours. Carol, go find President Ross. Banner, investigate the cause of the virus. The rest of you, focus on evacuating the people." Nick Fury gave the order and hung up. Captain Marvel, Carol, checked the list of refugee camps provided by Nick Fury, searching for Ross, who might become the last president of the Union. Banner, on the other hand, went alone to the New Jersey military base. The century-old New Jersey military base was now a ruin, with various aircraft and armored vehicles reduced to wreckage after burning. In front of the barracks, now just a skeleton, a solitary experimental building, several unconscious zombies in white lab coats wandered. Bruce Banner, transformed into the Hulk, leaped 100 meters in a single bound, landing with a thud in front of the lab door, instantly attracting the attention of the zombies, who drilled and hissed as they charged at him. Banner casually slapped them away, then stepped into the lab. Just minutes after Bruce Banner entered, a military plane slowly landed on the military base's runway. Anthony led the way, clearing out the remaining zombies before following Rory to the experimental building. "Boss, someone just passed by here." The marks at the door easily indicated this. Rory didn't care. The federal capital had fallen. It would be strange if no one came to investigate. Rory, familiar with the place, went straight to the elevator, pried open the door, and jumped in. Anthony directed 2 super soldiers to guard the door, then followed closely behind with the rest of the team. The underground laboratory of the military base was quite large. The area where Rory had worked was only a small part of it. Upon entering, Rory found no trace of zombies and turned to Anthony, saying, "Anthony, check the surveillance footage here. The rest of you, split up and search for clues." "Yes, sir." Rory first went to his former laboratory, which remained unchanged, and then went to the area of another experimental project. Just after passing through a corridor, Rory found Angus lying on the ground, seemingly gnawed by wild dogs. This was the only place in the entire underground laboratory where a body had been found, meaning the problem must have originated here. Rory had a vague recollection of Angus. Passing Angus's body and entering through the open door, Rory's eyes met instantly with another pair. Banner? Rory. Rory hadn't expected to encounter Bruce Banner here, and Banner hadn't expected to meet Rory either. The atmosphere instantly froze. Banner had attacked Rory 3 times, once during the Battle of New York, once during the surprise attack on the military base, and the last time during the encirclement operation in the Greenland Arctic Circle. All 3 operations ended in failure. Rory glanced at the documents in Banner's hand and asked with a smile, "What did you find?" Banner replied softly, "A man named Angus created this crisis." "Angus?" "The person lying outside the door is Angus." Banner's heart sank. The purpose of his trip was to find the person who created the zombie crisis. Perhaps there really was an antidote, as Spider-Baby said. Now that the person is dead, the antidote is hopeless. Then, as if remembering something, Banner suddenly looked at Rory with hopeful eyes and asked, "Rory, you are the best biologist in the world, do you have any ideas?" Rory neither nodded nor shook his head. He wouldn't give any answer before he was certain. "First, help me organize Angus's experimental data. I need to understand it before I can make a judgment." It wasn't that Rory had put aside his matter with the Avengers, but he didn't want a conflict here. Although he was confident he could take down Banner, a fight between the two would definitely destroy this place. The most urgent task was to find out the cause of the zombies' appearance. Rory and Banner tacitly agreed on this point. One wanted to know the truth, the other wanted to save the world. Soon, the two piled all the data onto the lab table. "This is all the experimental data. I'll categorize it by date for you." "Thanks, Rory." Rory didn't speak, carefully reading Angus's experimental notes. May 13th, slow progress. President Ross ordered results within 6 months. May 25th, I discovered a flaw in the cell activation technology. Even if cells are reactivated, they cannot survive due to lack of metabolism. June 4th, I found a way to make cells survive continuously. Since we can't make cells metabolize, let's extend their lifespan. June 5th, black coral can live up to 4,000 years. If we integrate black coral genes into cells, we can achieve the possibility of extending cell lifespan without metabolism. July 9th, I finally succeeded. After reading Angus's notes, Rory couldn't help but curse, "What an idiot." End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.